Chapter 151, Arriving in the North Demon State for the first time. Master, please be sure to increase strength. Mu Luli said shyly, and then adjusted her own body. Chen Luo readily agreed. Soon, a familiar voice sounded in the room. This voice, they. In another room of Fia's Hu, Zhang Xian, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened by a strange sound. The sound insulation effect of each room in the flying boat is very good, but Zhang Xian's perception of soul power is too sharp. Moreover, Mu Luli didn't know whether it was on purpose or not. She didn't suppress her own voice at all. So much so that Zhang Xian heard it completely. This little girl. Zhang Xian's pretty face flushed slightly, and she unconsciously thought of the days when she and Chen Luo were in perfect harmony in her mind, and her body felt a little hot. No matter how I cultivate like this, Zhang Xian bit her red lips lightly, only feeling that a trace of water spiritual qi was about to appear in her body. During the rapport, she also sensed outside the formation, as if someone was eavesdropping. No need to think about it, Zhang Xian also knew it was Mu Luli. It seemed that this little girl was protesting against me, Zhang Xian immediately understood. In the end, Zhang Xian stopped practicing and decided to wash up to calm down. Several hours later, Chen Luo's airship arrived at the western part of the North Demon State. The Spirit Fox clan is the top demon clan in the Northern Demon State, located in the western region of the Northern Demon State. When they arrived in the western area, Chen Luo got off the flying boat with the radiant Mu Luli and Zhang Xian, and walked towards the territory of the Spirit Fox clan, looking for Xiao Fan. Master, this North Demon State and Chaotic Heaven State have completely different atmospheres. In the western woodland of North Demon State, Mu Luli said while holding Chen Luo's arm. After entering the Northern Demon State, the surrounding atmosphere became more solemn. Compared with the previous stable and peaceful Chaotic Heaven State, it seemed to be another world. The surrounding vegetation exudes a tyrannical aura, as if they can eat people. Of course, this is the territory of the monster race, which is naturally different from the territory of our human race. Zhang Xian and Chen Luo walked side by side, and said slowly. Chen Luo nodded. The North Yaezhu is a place where the monsters gather. Most of the territory is occupied by the monsters, and the territory occupied by the human race is basically negligible. The air is also filled with a strong demon power, giving people a faint sense of depression. Although there are quite a few human races here, the number is not worth mentioning compared to the monster race. There are also some prosperous trading markets, which are all opened by the top forces of the human race. The Northern Demon State has a vast land and rich resources, and there are many spiritual lands. Coupled with its chaotic scenes, many human races will hunt for treasures here. From all over the North Demon State, there could still be some collisions and roars. Obviously a fierce battle was going on. The Yaezhu's way of dealing with things is different from that of the Terran. They believe more in the weak are prey to the strong, strength is the most important thing, and when something happens, let's talk about it after a fight, and whoever has the biggest fist will listen to him. Chen Luo and others ignored the chaos and fighting around them, and galloped straight towards the area where the Spirit Fox clan was located. When encountering some monsters or human races who wanted to make trouble, they were easily dismissed by Chen Luo. Look carefully, the ancestor of the Devil Wolf has spoken. Anyone who finds the Heavenly Devil Sect, as long as they provide the correct clues, they will be directly promoted to the position of the Demon King. Not far away, a group of members of the Devil Wolf clan are in the jungle looking around. Hiss, as long as you provide clues, you will be able to become the Demon King. Hurry up, this is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. I heard that if you can provide accurate information about the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, you will even be rewarded with top-notch holy soldiers, as well as demon holy pills. I'm so envious. Extreme Saint Weapon, Demon Saint Pill, this Heavenly Devil Sect is too valuable, as long as there are accurate clues, there will be such an excellent reward. That's right, Don't you even look at who the Heavenly Devil Sect leader is, the supreme giant of the Ancient Desolate Continent. I heard that his strength has reached the level where he can easily kill the ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor. The members of the Demon Wolf clan not far away discussed one after another, with extremely eager eyes. Not only the Demon Wolf clan, but many monster clans in the northern demon state, and even many other forces in the northern territory have joined the ranks of searching for the Heavenly Devil Sect. As long as you can find it, you will reach the sky in one step. Master, that Heavenly Devil Sect is too miserable. Mu Luli heard the discussions of many demon clans not far away. Mu Luli stayed in Heavenly Bamboo Peak for a long time, so she naturally knew the details of the Heavenly Devil Sect, but it was only a second-rate faction. The Heavenly Devil Sect leader is just an ordinary cultivator, and the source of all this is their Heavenly Dao Sect. People in the Devil Dao, everyone gets to be punished, so there's nothing miserable about it, they deserve it. Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he said quietly. However, this Heavenly Devil Sect is strong and persisted for so long. Before, the sect leader of their Heavenly Dao Sect found a lot of scapegoats. Many of them were wiped out in less than half a month, or even a few days. This Heavenly Devil Sect can persist for so long, even being rewarded by the two great emperor clans of the Wang family and the Zhang family, and can continue to jump. This vitality is really tenacious. Chen Luo himself was very curious about how the Heavenly Devil Sect survived the hostility of so many top forces. It doesn't matter, let's move on, find Xiao Fan as soon as possible, and then go home. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli. Mu Luli nodded. After being out for so long, she also missed the days of Heavenly Bamboo Peak very much. Moreover, she and Li Yan'er have a special operation to be carried out at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Immediately afterwards, several people continued to gallop towards the area where the Spirit Fox tribe was located. Stop, who are you? Why did you come to the territory of our Spirit Fox clan? Just as Chen Luo and the others were about to advance to the territory of the Spirit Fox clan, there was a sudden and stern voice from ahead. This voice has a breath of breath, which makes people feel refreshed. Chen Luo looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a charming woman in a white dress with a hot figure, a delicate oval face, and a charming white skirt slowly walking out from the front. Name, Humayr. Age, 183 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 8th Stage Day. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent, Holy Maiden of the Spirit Fox clan in the North Demon State. Qualification, Holy Product. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Fox clan? Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Behind the woman in the white skirt were many members of the Spirit Fox clan, all of whom exuded a powerful aura. Among them is an elder of the Spirit Fox clan, whose strength has reached the Great Saint Realm. Bold, what do you guys want to do if you don't kneel down when you see me? Just when Chen Luo was about to launch measures to deal with these people, a soft and domineering voice sounded. Xiao Bai next to him suddenly jumped from Mu Luli's shoulder to the front of Chen Luo, looking up at Humayr and the others in front of him. Chapter 152 Suppression of the Ten-Tailed Sky Fox. Looking at Xiao Bai in front of them, Humayr and the others were all stunned. What kind of thing is this, dare to speak such wild words? They are the Spirit Fox clan, the top demon clan in the northern demon state. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian were also a little confused, and didn't realize what this Xiao Bai was doing. These people are so powerful, how can she solve them in a few words? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and there was a clear look in his eyes. Humph, where did the wild fox come from? The elder of the Great Saint Realm Spirit Fox tribe beside Humayr said coldly, looking at Xiao Bai with cold eyes. Boom! Before the elder of the Spirit Fox tribe could finish speaking, Xiao Bai felt an incomparably terrifying coercion. Immediately afterwards, 10 tails exuding majestic monster power emerged from behind Xiao Bai. The moment the 10 tails appeared, Humayr and the others felt the bloodline trembling constantly, and there seemed to be an aura of fear and trembling emerging from Xiao Bai's body. Ten-tailed celestial fox. Humayr opened her mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. Immediately afterwards, Humayr's alluring body knelt down on the ground, trembling in front of Xiao Bai. The other members of the Spirit Fox clan were even more unbearable. Under the pressure of Xiao Bai's ten-tailed bloodline, their bodies fell to the ground, unable to move at all. The Spirit Fox elder of the Great Saint Realm also had a pale face, and his body couldn't help but knelt down, bowing his head deeply, not daring to look up at Xiao Bai. They didn't expect that Xiao Bai turned out to be a ten-tailed sky fox that surpassed 9 tails. Little Bai actually has 10 tails. Mu Luli beside Chen Luo also widened his eyes. She had heard from Li Yan'er before that Xiao Bai had surpassed the limit of 9 tails and reached 10 tails. However, Mu Luli didn't know much about Heavenly Bamboo Peak and Li Yan'er before, so she didn't care. Now, seeing the 10 tails behind Xiao Bai, Mu Luli was also shocked in her heart. The 9-tailed sky fox is already the supreme physique of the Fox clan. According to legend, the ancestor of the Fox clan is only 9 tails. However, Xiao Bai has already surpassed the ancestor of the Fox clan and reached the 10 tails, which is really unbelievable. Zhang Xian on the other side was also a little shocked. What kind of monsters are around Mr. Chen? People from the Phoenix tribe, even Xiao Bai, who looks like a snack, is a 10-tailed sky fox that surpasses the 9-tailed sky fox. Humayr pays homage to the ancestor. Humayr then put away her own thoughts and shouted respectfully. The other members of the Spirit Fox clan nearby also shouted respectfully. Humph, Master, I'm good. I, Xiao Bai, can easily handle a mere Spirit Fox. Xiao Bai then came to Chen Luo's arms and said, wagging his own 10 tails, as if he was asking for credit. Not bad, well done. Chen Luo stroked Xiao Bai's tail and praised. He didn't expect that Xiao Bai's 10 tails could suppress the Spirit Fox clan so much, and the deterrent power was simply invincible. Now that I have Xiao Bai, the search for Xiao Fan should be much smoother. Humayr and the others who were kneeling on the ground felt aggrieved when they saw Xiao Bai with 10 tails being so flattering to a human race. However, the awe of Xiao Bai's 10-tailed sky fox bloodline made them unable to resist. Is Xiao Fan in your Spirit Fox clan? After confirming Xiao Bai's absolute oppressive power over them, Chen Luo asked straight to the point. My lord, Xiao Fan is indeed. Humayr knew Chen Luo's position in Xiao Bai's heart, and then said slowly. What kind of son, if you want to call me master, can you call me master? Call me master. At this moment, Xiao Bai in Chen Luo's arms became unhappy, and then waved his own paw and said. As soon as Xiao Bai's words came out, Humayr and the others were dumbfounded. Master, let them call a human master, what a joke, the Spirit Fox will never be a slave. The elder of the Great Saint Realm Spirit Fox tribe felt like eating flies. Why, do you have any opinions? Seeing that Humayr and the others were not very willing, Xiao Bai snorted coldly. Don't dare not, Lord, Master, Xiao Fan is here with our Spirit Fox clan. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, Humayr didn't dare to have any more opinions, and then looked at her with a reddish face. He called out to Chen Luo. The other members of the Spirit Fox clan also changed their names to Chen Luo as their master. Chen Luo didn't care, it didn't matter what he was called, as long as he could find Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, what are you Spirit Fox clan doing? Chen Luo then asked. Now, with Xiao Bai here, Humayr and the others know everything and dare not hide anything. Master, our ancestor invited Xiao Fan over, and we don't know what the ancestor wants Xiao Fan to do. Humayr then replied honestly. The other Linghua clansmen beside them also nodded one after another. Was Xiao Fan invited by the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan? Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Chen Luo then asked them about other fox spirits, and Humayr and others answered them one by one. When Humayr and the others left the Spirit Fox clan, they went outside to look for clues of the Heavenly Devil Sect under the order of their ancestors. The reward offered by their ancestor Heavenly Devil Sect is also quite interesting. Okay, then take me to meet your ancestors and Xiao Fan. Chen Luo then said slowly. Now, with Xiaobai's bloodline suppression, coupled with own means, Chen Luo is confident to deal with all the problems that the Spirit Fox clan may encounter. Immediately afterwards, Humayr and the others obediently led Chen Luo and the others towards the area where Xiao Fan and the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan were located. After entering the territory of the Spirit Fox clan, there are many more members of the Spirit Fox clan, and most of the members of the Spirit Fox clan are women. They were dressed in light gauze, their skin was delicate and their expressions were moving, which made the whole territory more charming and charming. The surrounding air is also mixed with a little charm, refreshing the mind. Master, if you want, I can let them all serve you. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly jumped onto Chen Luo's shoulder and whispered to Chen Luo. As soon as Xiao Bai's words came out, Mu Luli and Zhang Xian next to him stared at Chen Luo, their eyes full of resentment. Especially Mu Luli, with tears in her eyes, and her eye sockets were red. Xiao Bai of damn it, you wait for me, I haven't served enough, so you find a competitor for me, and I won't give you a bath next time. Humph, Xiao Bai, when did you learn badly? Am I that kind of person? Don't say such things in the future. Sensing the slightly sharp gazes around him, Chen Luo then said seriously. Master, I understand. Xiao Bai felt the resentful gazes of Zhang Xian and Mu Luli around him, and revealed a look of sudden realization. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. What do you understand? Understand. Chapter 153 Sacred Body Blood Essence. With Xiao Bai's deterrence, coupled with the cooperation of Humayr and others, Chen Luo and the others went all the way unimpeded, and quickly galloped towards the area where Xiao Fan and the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan were located. The ancestral land of the Spirit Fox clan. The ancestral land of the Spirit Fox clan is in the deep area of the Spirit Fox clan's territory. The surrounding area is full of strong demon power, and there are many bewitching trees releasing vitality. On the fringes of the ancestral land, top-level formations exuding a terrifying atmosphere were also arranged. The formations blocked all exploration of the ancestral land around them. Boom! In the depths of the ancestral land of the Spirit Fox clan, there were bursts of extremely violent roars. In the depths of the ancestral land, there is a huge valley, and layers of black clouds have accumulated above the valley. In the black clouds, countless thunderbolts surged and fell from the sky. These thunders and lightnings were extremely ferocious, carrying the power of destroying the world, and quickly struck towards the depths of the ancestral land. In the depths of the ancestral land, there is also a young man with a bare upper body. The young man is filled with golden light, and the power of blue-purple thunder is circulating on the young man. The terrifying thunder force in the sky continuously bombarded the young man. The young man sat cross-legged in the middle of the valley with his eyes tightly closed, letting the terrifying thunder and lightning strike him. However, these thunderbolts with unparalleled destructive power cannot cause any injuries to the young man. These lightning powers seem to be absorbed by the young man's body, transforming the young man's physique. With the continuous bombardment of lightning power, the aura on the young man became even more violent. After a while, an even more violent momentum erupted from the young man, and countless blue-purple lightning flashed around the young man. The youth seemed to have turned into a lightning god of war, full of incomparably tyrannical aura. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited by the lightning around the young man. Immediately afterwards, the young man slowly opened his eyes, with blue-purple lightning flashing in them. Congratulations, young Master Xiao, Thunder Body Refining Art has finally reached the stage of Xiao Cheng. A gentle voice sounded. Not far away, a charming woman with a slender waist and plump buttocks slowly walked over. The woman was wearing a purple cloud coat, with an elegant temperament, but there was a little coldness in her eyes. Xiao Elder, it's all thanks to Liungu of your Spirit Fox clan. Without Liungu's help, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to reach Xiaocheng. Xiao Fan continued slowly out loud. The woman is the elder Hu Xiao of the Spirit Fox clan. Under the order of their ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan, she brought Xiao Fan to Liun Valley to practice body refining cultivation technique. It's okay, it's just a transaction. Since Mr. Xiao has already mastered cultivation technique, can you give me part of the sacred body blood essence first? Hu Xiao continued smiling. It turned out that the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan sought Xiao Fan for Xiao Fan's desolate ancient sacred body blood essence. The condition Xiao Fan put forward was to exchange for a large number of extremely expensive heavenly and mortal treasures. In addition, they also need to use their Thunder Cloud Valley to practice cultivation technique. Thunder Cloud Valley is a spiritual land of the Spirit Fox clan that contains extremely terrifying thunder power, and it has a miraculous effect on the cultivation of the Thunder Attribute cultivation technique. The ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan readily agreed, and thus, the present scene occurred. Of course. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, then took out a jade bottle and handed it to Hu Xiao. There are 7 drops of golden blood exuding a terrifying aura in this jade bottle, which is Xiao Fan's sacred body blood essence. Hu Xiao, who got blood essence, also showed a happy smile. Young Master Xiao really promises a lot of money. I don't know if young Master Xiao is interested in marrying our Spirit Fox clan. We can settle the troubles of the Wang family and Zhang family for you, and we can also enjoy more resources of our Spirit Fox clan. Hu Xiao seemed to think of it. What? Continued. After the engagement banquet, although the Wang family and the Zhang family did not offer a reward to Xiao Fan. However, a lot of people were also sent to arrest Xiao Fan. Relying on his extraordinary strength and various means, Xiao Fan has already solved many crises. No need, I have no plans to join forces with any forces yet. Xiao Fan continued. With the lessons learned from the Zhang family, now, Xiao Fan will not easily tie himself to any force. Moreover, Xiao Fan knew that although the Spirit Fox elders in front of him looked extremely gentle, when he was really tied to them, waiting for own will be an endless squeeze. Even if it is own desolate ancient sacred body, it may not be able to withstand it. Okay, if young Master Xiao changes his mind, he can come to me anytime. Hu Xiao continued slowly. After finishing speaking, Hu Xiao left Liun Valley. Change your mind? That is impossible. Xiao Fan shook his head slightly. Prepare to continue to practice own thunder body refining art in Thunder Cloud Valley. The Thunder Body Refining Ju is the Zhang family's emperor-level body refining cultivation technique. After Xiao Fan obtained it, he began to practice it. After practicing, I found that this cultivation technique is almost tailor-made for desolate ancient sacred body, the two fit perfectly, and the powerful body of desolate ancient sacred body can fully exert the power of this cultivation technique. Moreover, by coincidence, Xiao Fan had eaten a strange fruit that contained the domineering thunder attribute, which had a powerful boost to the thunder attribute. Although this cultivation technique is only the first grade of the emperor rank, in Xiao Fan's opinion, its effect on own is no worse than those of the high rank of the emperor rank. This is why Xiao Fan is willing to trade his own sacred body blood essence with the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan. Zhang family and Wang family, wait for me. After my sacred body great completion, I will crush all of you to pieces, leaving no one behind. Xiao Fan murmured in a low voice, with a trace of extreme killing intent in his heart. Old ancestor, Xiao Fan refused. In another cave of the Spirit Fox clan exuding strong demonic power, Hu Xiao's body appeared in the cave, took out Xiao Fan's sacred body blood essence, and knelt respectfully at the side of the cave. On the top of the cave, there is also a middle-aged beautiful woman with silver white hair and still charming charm. Unsurprisingly, the current desolate ancient sacred body is on the rise, and it's normal not to want to marry. The eyes of the middle-aged beautiful woman were indifferent, and she waved her right hand lightly. Immediately afterwards, the sacred body blood essence in Hu Ziyu's hand was drawn into the hands of the middle-aged beautiful woman by a mysterious force. As expected of sacred body blood essence, it is indeed full of vitality and contains incredible mysteries. The middle-aged beautiful woman then opened the jade bottle, feeling the beauty of sacred body blood essence. The moment the jade bottle was opened, the entire cave seemed to become more vibrant. With this sacred body blood essence, the hatching speed of that thing must be much faster. The middle-aged beautiful woman murmured in a low voice with a flash of fanaticism in her eyes. Chapter 154 Fox Mian's Shock. Old Ancestor, since the sacred body blood essence is so effective, why don't we take advantage of Xiao Fan's full growth and firmly control him, so that we can have a steady stream of sacred body blood essence? Ziyu asked puzzled. Although the current Xiao Fan has already reached the Saint Realm, he has a certain whole card, which can beat the ordinary Great Saint Realm. However, it is not impossible for the Spirit Fox clan to take down Xiao Fan completely, as long as they pay some price. In this exchange with Xiao Fan, their Spirit Fox clan paid a large amount of heavenly and mortal treasures, including some extremely precious elixirs. If you win Xiao Fan, you don't need to pay any resources, and there will be a steady stream of sacred body blood essence. Not to mention, Xiao Fan also mastered many top-secret techniques in his hands, taking him down would be a huge treasure trove. It's not necessary. There are quite a few people staring at Xiao Fan now. If we really forcefully control him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Moreover, he hasn't passed that level yet. Whether he can achieve the extreme state in the future has yet to be determined. We know. The ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan above said with a slight smile. As soon as the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan said the words, Hu Ziyu understood. Although the desolate ancient sacred body is powerful, there are still many difficulties that he needs to face in order to rise completely in the future. Okay, you go down, Xiao Fan doesn't need to touch him for the time being. Whatever he wants, as long as it's a normal transaction, just satisfy him. The ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan continued slowly. Hu Ziyu nodded, and then left the cave. Next, let me see the power of this sacred body blood essence. The ancestor of the Spirit Fox tribe murmured in a low voice, a fiery look flashed in his eyes. After finishing speaking, Hu Mian was going to go deep into the cave, using the power of sacred body blood essence. The patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan, your ancestor is here, why don't you hurry up and greet him? At this moment, a soft and domineering voice suddenly came from a distance. This voice carried a terrifying suppressive force, which made the members of the Spirit Fox clan feel a strong sense of oppression. The ancestor Linghu in the cave was stunned. Our ancestor is back? I don't know when the Spirit Fox clan had other ancestors. Just when the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan was about to go out to have a look, he felt the terrifying aura contained in this voice. This terrifying aura made her bloodline boil slightly, and the power in her body seemed to be suppressed, unable to unleash it. This power. The face of the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan suddenly became extremely ugly. In the Great Hall of the Spirit Fox clan, Chen Luo Ziobai sat on the main seat of the Great Hall, while Zhang Xian and Mu Luli stood beside Chen Luo, like two caring little maids. There are many delicacies exuding strong fragrance in front of them. Ziobai was lying on the throne in the Great Hall. Under Ziobai's gesture, the maids of the Spirit Fox tribe fed Ziobai the delicious food on the table, and several maidservants of the Spirit Fox tribe were kneading Ziobai's body. There are many members of the Spirit Fox clan kneeling below, waiting for Ziobai's arrangement. Under the suppression of Ziobai's terrifying aura, many members of the Linghu clan trembled, not daring to make any moves. If there is anything else delicious, bring it to me. Ziobai said softly while licking the lingering fragrance from his paws. As soon as Ziobai's words came out, people below immediately left to prepare various delicacies. Okay, Ziobai, it's almost done, let their patriarch come here quickly. Looking at Xiao Bai, who was almost floating into the sky in front of him, Chen Luo continued slowly. After arriving at the Spirit Fox clan, Xiao Bai floated into the sky, using his own 10 tails to suppress them, bossing around the people of the Spirit Fox clan, and making the people of the Spirit Fox clan so obediently. Xiao Bai asked the maid next to him to wipe On's mouth with a lot of interest. No wonder the master likes to be served so much. It turns out that it is so refreshing to eat and drink while lying down like this, Xiao Bai thought to himself. Clan leader of the Spirit Fox clan, come out quickly, your ancestor is back. Xiao Bai then shouted again. Xiao Bai's voice rushed towards the surroundings like a tide. The Spirit Fox people below trembled even more, trembling constantly below, their faces turned pale. After a while, Xiao Bai's voice echoed throughout the Spirit Fox clan area. After Xiao Bai yelled, he continued to enjoy the delicious food in front of him and the service of the Spirit Fox maid. Who are you and what did you do to our Spirit Fox people? After a while, a soft voice sounded. A middle-aged beautiful woman with silver-white hair wearing purple-gold spirit armor slowly appeared in the Great Hall. Name, Fox Mian. Age, 4,326 years old. Realm, Great Saint Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent, head of the Spirit Fox clan in the North Demon State. Here comes the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan. Great Saint 9th Stage. Great Saint, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Master, leave it to me, let me do it. Xiao Bai next to him then said to Chen Luo. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, Xiao Bai completely drifted away after arriving at the Spirit Fox clan. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo didn't do much, since Xiao Bai wanted to play, let her play. Hu Mian looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart was filled with a surge of shock. Many members of the Spirit Fox clan below the Great Hall were miserable, making Hu Mian's face extremely ugly. Xiao Bai above the Great Hall made her feel awe and fear from the bottom of her heart. Even if he was wearing the half-emperor rank spirit armor, he still couldn't completely resist the terrifying sense of oppression and the shock of his soul. This oppressive feeling seemed to penetrate everything, reaching directly to her heart and bloodline. Originally, Hu Mian thought that some big boss who cultivated soul power came to the Spirit Fox clan to find trouble, but now it seems that this is not the case. An incomparably absurd idea appeared in Hu Mian's heart. Could this milky white little fox really be the ancestor of their Spirit Fox clan? However, Hu Mian has never heard of any ancestors. Humph! What do you want to do if you see my ancestor and still not kneel down? Xiao Bai grabbed a spicy chicken leg and took a bite, then snorted coldly. Boom! Hu Mian still wanted to resist, but the coercion from the 10 tails on Xiao Bai's body made Fox Mian's spirit power almost stagnate. The huge pressure made her body tremble constantly. Even if Hu Mian used the power of her holy soul, she also felt a strong sense of oppression. Kneel, it's impossible, Hu Mian, only kneel to the heavens and the earth, I won't give in. Hu Mian then gritted her teeth, and activated the half-emperor spirit armor on her body. The bright aura unfolded on Fox Mian's spirit armor, and the spirit power in her body was also running at full strength, resisting the terrifying oppression on Xiao Bai's body. Chapter 155 Innate Thunder Bamboo. The eyes of the other Spirit Fox people around saw the scene in front of them, their eyes lit up. As expected of the patriarch, he was able to resist this power. Swish swish swish! A moment later, 9 huge fox tails fluttered from behind Hu Mian, and the majestic demon power surged on Hu Mian's body, and the entire Great Hall was oppressed like a storm. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and finally someone dared to resist. A mere 9-tailed celestial fox dares to play around in front of me. It's really overpowering. Next, I'll show you what real power is. Road. No matter who you are, if you dare to humiliate our Spirit Fox clan like this, I will definitely make you pay in blood. Hu Mian then gritted her teeth, Although Xiaobai's power made her extremely afraid, but as the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan, she could not submit to anyone. Remember what you said. Xiaobai continued coldly. Boom. As soon as Xiaobai's voice fell, he unfolded the 10 tails of On. The moment the 10 huge tails appeared, the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan suddenly changed his expression. The 9 giant tails behind him shrank like a mouse meeting a cat. The power in Hu Mian's body was completely suppressed at this moment, and there was no desire to resist at all. A moment later, Hu Mian knelt down under the Great Hall like other members of the Spirit Fox clan. The other Linghua people were dumbfounded, and even their patriarch couldn't resist under Xiaobai's coercion. This made them absolutely free from any rebellious thoughts. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Luo felt a little unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the 10-tailed suppression would have such an effect on the patriarch of their Spirit Fox clan. It's really unreasonable. In this case, it should be no problem to find Xiao Fan. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian next to her were also stunned, the suppression was too terrifying. Even with their knowledge, it was a little incomprehensible for a while. Is this the 10 tails who surpassed the 9 tails? It's so terrifying. Humph, you know how powerful I am. From now on, I will be the ancestor of your Spirit Fox clan. Seeing that this is the first time you have offended me, I will reluctantly forgive you for your crime of disrespect. Xiaobai then said slowly. Many, thank you, Patriarch. Hu Mian felt confused for a while, and then said tremblingly. The power of the 10 tails was too terrifying, she never wanted to be suppressed by that power again in her life. My master has something to do with Xiao Fan, let him come out to meet our master. Seeing that Fox Mian was also suppressed by own 10 tails, Xiao Bai showed a satisfied smile. This ancestor still has a master. Hu Mian was stunned, and slowly raised her head to look at the man in black robe and mask beside Xiao Bai. It's just that there seems to be some kind of power wrapped around the man's body, even her peak Great Saint's realm cannot be seen through. Who is this man? Hu Mian was shocked and flustered. What are you doing in a daze, and you don't let Xiao Fan come over? Seeing that Hu Mian didn't answer him, Xiao Bai then urged. Old ancestor, Xiao Fan is currently cultivating in Thunder Cloud Valley in our ancestral land, I will let him come to see the ancestor right now. Hu Mian continued tremblingly. No, let's go there together. Chen Luo then rejected Hu Mian's words and said directly. If Hu Mian went to bring Xiao Fan, maybe that Xiao Fan would find out something, and it might not be so if she just ran away, it would be safer to go to Xiao Fan as soon as possible. Zhang Xian next to her clenched her fist slightly, Xiao Fan. Immediately afterwards, Hu Mian honestly took Chen Luo and others to Liun Valley, the ancestral home of the Spirit Fox clan. The ancestral land of the Spirit Fox clan. Thundercloud Valley. At this time, Thundercloud Valley is still filled with endless thunder power. Violent thunder and lightning, like a downpour, kept pouring down, almost destroying all life. In the depths of Thundercloud Valley, a young man surrounded by blue-purple electric lights was walking quickly through the deep forest. The thunder and lightning in the sky could not cause any harm to the young man, but instead made the young man's spirit power even more violent. What the hell is it that can cause the thunder in my body to move? Xiao Fan murmured in a low voice, walking quickly through the forest. It turned out that after Xiao Fan achieved the thunder body refining art, he suddenly felt that something in Thunder Cloud Valley was attracting the power of thunder in his body. So, after Hu Xiao left, Xiao Fan began to search around Thunder Cloud Valley. Look for the source that makes the power of thunder change. It must be a good thing that can cause a change in the power of thunder in my body, so I can't miss it. Xiao Fan thought to himself, and then continued to search around in the mountains and forests. Due to the violent thunder and lightning effect of Thunder Cloud Valley, the mountains and forests of Thunder Cloud Valley are also full of violent thunder attributes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. After a while, Xiao Fan sensed the source of the energy, and quickly locked onto a hidden jungle. The power of thunder in this jungle seemed extraordinarily violent, and Xiao Fan felt a little terrified at the moment when the thunder and electric motors erupted inside. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, and then quickly galloped towards the jungle he found. After entering the hidden jungle, Xiao Fan felt the power of thunder in his body running at a high speed. The desolate ancient sacred body and thunder body refining art both started to work spontaneously, resisting the violent energy around them. Boom! After walking a certain distance in the hidden jungle, Xiao Fan discovered a more terrifying thunder and lightning roar ahead. Brilliant blue-purple electric lights flashed in front of Xiao Fan again. Gorgeous blue-purple light filled the entire forest. That is. Seeing the brilliant lightning in front of him, Xiao Fan's breathing became more rapid, and his eyes were full of fiery color. I saw a turquoise bamboo at the intersection of the brilliant lightning in front of me. There is a little purple gold streamer shining on the top of the turquoise bamboo. The brilliant electric light around is emitted from the turquoise bamboo, giving people a feeling of destroying everything. Innate thunder bamboo. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, staring fixedly at the green bamboo not far away. Unexpectedly, there is an innate thunder bamboo in the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley. Moreover, look at the golden streamer around this innate thunder bamboo, at least 10,000 years of innate thunder bamboo. The innate lightning bamboo is a sacred bamboo that contains the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder. It is one of the top gods of the ancient desolate continent. It contains extremely terrifying destructive power, especially against evil things, and has a very great restraint effect. The innate thunder bamboo aged 10,000 years is a priceless treasure and can be used as the main material of the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. To have such a harvest, innate thunder bamboo from 10,000 years, God help me! Boom! Just when Xiao Fan was excitedly about to take down the innate thunder bamboo, an incomparably violent aura suddenly erupted around the entire Thunder Cloud Valley. This air mechanism expanded rapidly, and after a while, it suppressed the entire Thunder Cloud Valley. The smile on Xiao Fan's face suddenly froze, and his face became gloomy. Chapter 156. The berserk and unparalleled qi suppressed Xiao Fan's body, causing the power in Xiao Fan's desolate ancient sacred body to be slightly stagnant. What happened? Feeling the horror and oppression around him, Xiao Fan's expression was cloudy. It seems that this innate lazu can only be put aside for the time being. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, then restrained the heat in his heart, and galloped towards the outside of the jungle. Master, 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 is it necessary? Xiao Fan is just a saint-level cultivator, and he wants to launch the emperor-level banning formation. At the entrance of Thunder Cloud Valley, Hu Mian asked tremblingly as she looked at the surrounding imperial-level ban formation. Hu Mian was terrified by the emperor-level ban formation above Liun Valley. She didn't expect that Xiao Bai's master was so powerful that he unleashed an imperial-level banning circle with just a few gestures. Of course it is necessary. What if that little fan runs away when he sees us? We must be prepared first. Chen Luo said slowly, while speaking. Another large formation of imperial rank was arranged. Chen Luo wasn't sure if the system would issue any special tasks after he met Xiao Fan. It's better to plan ahead, whether you want to deal with Xiao Fan or not, first set up the imperial ban formation first. After signing in for a long time, Chen Luo already has a lot of emperor-level formations on his body. Although they are all imperial primary and middle grades, they are enough for Chen Luo's daily use. Chen Luo has set up a large array of 5 emperor ranks around Thunder Cloud Valley. It can be said that even the quasi-emperor patriarch would not even think about going out. Humph, why are you asking so many questions? The master must have a reason for doing so. Xiao Bai stood on Chen Luo's shoulder and snorted coldly. Hu Mian's heart froze, and then she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and silently led Chen Luo to Xiao Fan's place. Mululi, who was next to him, followed closely beside Chen Luo, looking at the surrounding Liun Valley curiously. Thunder Cloud Valley is a well-known spiritual land of the Spirit Fox clan, and Mu Luli had also heard of its reputation when she was in the Phoenix clan. Zhang Xian's expression was a little complicated. She didn't know how to deal with Xiao Fan, although her relationship with her father was not good. However, he is own father after all. Xiao Fan, he killed own father. How can I act like nothing happened? Xiao Fan, come out quickly, someone wants to see you. Soon, Chen Luo and the others arrived at the dense thunder and lightning in Thunder Cloud Valley, and Hu Mian shouted loudly. In this Thunder Cloud Valley where lightning is extremely dense, even Hu Mian is unable to use her own soul power to detect Xiao Fan's location. Hu Mian's voice echoed in the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley like sound waves. Mei Yan Sr., didn't I say that? During my cultivation period, I didn't see anyone other than the Spirit Fox clan. This is also part of the deal. After a while, a solemn voice came. In the depths of Thundercloud Valley, a young man with blue-purple electric light flew out of his body. Old ancestor, master, Xiao Fan has come out. Hu Mian said to Chen Luo and Xiao Bai next to her. Chen Luo nodded, he recognized that the young man who came out was Xiao Fan. Name, Xiao Fan. Realm, Saint Realm 7th Stage Day. After a short time, this Xiao Fan turned out to have broken through to the late stage of the Saint Realm. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the son of destiny, and his advancement speed is much faster than his disciples. Who are you? What can I do for you? Xiao Fan galloped out from the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley, staring at Chen Luo and the others. Chen Luo and the others were all wearing masks, and the mysterious aura wrapped around them covered everything. Xiao Fan couldn't identify him, but the figure on Chen Luo's left made Xiao Fan feel a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Fan not far away, her eyes were full of coldness, she tightly clenched her own fist, her heart trembling slightly. Let's go first, and give this place to Xian. Chen Luo noticed Zhang Xian's expression, and then spoke to the people next to him. Immediately afterwards, several people left, and only Zhang Xian and Xiao Fan remained in the depths of Liun Valley. You are... Xiao Fan looked at the woman wearing the silver mask in front of her, and felt her heart pounding. Could it be that this woman is... Xiao Fan, why did you kill my father? Zhang Xian continued to speak, looking straight at Xiao Fan in front of her. Xiao Fan saved Zhang Xian's life many times when he was in the bloody mysterious environment. Zhang Xian was a little grateful to Xiao Fan, and provided Xiao Fan with a lot of training resources and various secret techniques. Even though Xiao Fan was kicked out of Jiang's house, Zhang Xian still firmly believes that the friendship between the two is still there. Even though On's father is a bit arrogant, he is serious about Xiao Fan's supply of various resources. Even if he was letting Xiao Fan leave him, it was also giving him a lot of training resources and powerful secret techniques. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Fan actually beheaded On's father, which made Zhang Xian completely unacceptable. Xian, it's you, it's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I can't find you. Where did that sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect take you? Hearing Zhang Xian's voice, Xiao Fan knew up. The woman in the silver mask in front of her was Zhang Xian, who was haunted in her heart. Answer my question, my Zhang family treats you well, why did you kill my father? Zhang Xian bit her red lips, and then asked sharply. As soon as Zhang Xian's words came out, Xiao Fan fell silent, not knowing what to say. Xian, the situation was critical at that time. If I didn't do anything, I would be the one who died. Moreover, there was still some remnants left in that young sacred body, which affected me. Xiao Fan continued with a hoarse voice. Later, after leaving Chaotic City and calmed down, Xiao Fan also had some regrets about beheading Zhang Xian's father. Afterwards, Xiao Fan discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the sacred body, and there was a remnant in it that would interfere with own judgment. Xiao Fan used many methods, but none of them could eliminate his remnants. The influence of Canyon. Xiao Fan, is that Canyon still manipulating you to kill me, and even the entire Zhang family? Zhang Xian bit her red lips, and then sternly said. When Xiao Fan took out Xiao Keng's sacred body, Zhang Xian's soul power felt that the body did have a little bit of strength. However, that power is negligible, and Xiao Fan's mental energy is equally powerful. If it wasn't for Xiao Fan's own intention to kill own father, how could it be? Xian, no, I found the innate lightning bamboo in Thunder Cloud Valley, and I can eliminate that when I refine the innate lightning bamboo into an imperial weapon. Xiao Fan continued. Although Xiao Fan really has the heart to exterminate the Zhang family and the Wang family, but now he can't show it in front of Zhang Xian. That's enough, Xiao Fan, from now on, we will break our friendship, and when I see you again, I will do my best to take your life. Zhang Xian interrupted Xiao Fan's words, and continued coldly. Chapter 157 Fear. As soon as Zhang Xian's words came out, Xiao Fan felt like the world was collapsing, and his heart was cold. Having known Zhang Xian for so long, he naturally heard the determination in Zhang Xian's words. The kindness she said was severed, that is, the true separation of kindness and justice. Xian, are we really unable to go back? Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly and said in a hoarse voice. Zhang Xian didn't pay attention to Xiao Fan anymore, turned around and turned into a stream of light and left directly. Looking at Zhang Xian who left, Xiao Fan only felt lost, his heart was empty, and his mind kept echoing the days with Zhang Xian before. Although it was short, it was engraved in his heart forever. That's fine, I don't have any scruples anymore, Xian. I wonder if you will regret what you did today when I reach the peak and become famous as the Ancient Desolate Continent. Xiao Fan murmured in a low voice, a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan quickly turned around and galloped towards the Thunder Cloud Valley, preparing to poach the innate thunder bamboo inside. Master, this is 10,000 years innate Lei Zhu, what a treasure! In the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley, in the hidden jungle, Mu Luli's big eyes fixedly stared at innate thunder bamboo not far away, which was shining with purple gold light. Hu Mian next to her was also staring straight at innate Lizu in front of her. That's right, I didn't expect to have such a harvest here. Chen Luo nodded, with a smile in his eyes as well. He originally wanted to wait outside with Hu Mian and the others, but Chen Luo's spiritual power sensed something strange in the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley. So, after some exploration, they discovered the innate thunder bamboo in the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley. Innate Lizu is a top-level fetish, let alone a 10,000-year vintage, its value is immeasurable. However, if this innate Lei Zhu didn't show up, he would probably be taken away by Xiao Fan. Chen Luo thought to himself. As expected of a son of destiny, I just borrowed this Thunder Cloud Valley to grow such a heaven-defying fetish here. Congratulations, Master! Master has obtained the innate fetish. Fox Mian next to her continued her congratulations. Under Xiao Bai's absolute suppression, and Chen Luo's method of arranging the emperor-level formation just now, Hu Mian seems to have gotten used to this title. Hu Mian did not expect that in the depths of Thunder Cloud Valley, there is actually an innate thunder bamboo. If he hadn't come in with Chen Luo this time, he probably would never have found out. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo launched his majestic spirit power, rushing towards innate thunder bamboo. Boom! The terrifying spirit power pulled the innate lightning bamboo from the ground, and the entire jungle resounded with violent roars. The power of thunder and lightning in the sky became more violent, almost destroying everything. A lot of thunder power bombarded Chen Luo and the others, but there seemed to be some mysterious power around Chen Luo, which isolated all the thunder power. The terrifying thunder force slashed at their bodies, and was dispelled by an inexplicable force. After a while, with the unfolding of Chen Luo's power, innate thunder bamboo, which contained a terrifying aura, was captured by Chen Luo's power. The innate lightning bamboo emitting purple gold light fell into Chen Luo's hands. Countless blue and purple lightning flashed around innate Lizu's body, and a mysterious force appeared on Chen Luo's body, easily suppressing the lightning. "Stop it, that's my innate thunderbolt." Just as Chen Luo was about to take a closer look at this innate thunderbolt, a cold and stern voice sounded. A young man full of blue-purple lightning appeared in front of Chen Luo and others. "Xiao Fan, this innate thunder bamboo belongs to our spirit fox clan. Who gave you the courage to say it belonged to you?" Fox Mian next to her continued coldly, staring at Xiao Fan with cold eyes. Although Hu Mian is submissive in front of Chen Luo and Xiaobai. However, after all, he is a great saint 9th stage venerable, so he still has his own arrogance. Xiao Fan is a little saint, dare to shout in front of her. This is what I discovered first." Xiao Fan's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he said. Unexpectedly, this innate Lei Zhu was discovered by Fox Mian and the others. In this case, things are a bit difficult to deal with. "Xiao Fan, what do you mean? This is our Spirit Fox clan's territory. Do you want to take our Spirit Fox clan's treasures?" Hu Mian continued coldly. Xiao Fan's face was cloudy. He certainly knew that this was the territory of the Spirit Fox clan. This treasure originally belonged to the Spirit Fox clan. They didn't realize that they could still take it away, but if they found out, it would be impossible to take it away so easily. "Senior, I am willing to exchange my sacred body blood essence for this innate thunder bamboo. As long as the senior asks, I am willing to give as much sacred body blood essence as I want." Xiao Fan then lowered his own posture and continued. Innate thunder bamboo is too important. Xiao Fan doesn't want to miss this opportunity to get innate thunder bamboo. Even if he had to pay a small price, Xiao Fan still wanted to get it. "Humph, your trashy blood essence, you want to exchange for my master's innate thunder bamboo, what are you dreaming of?" Xiao Fan's voice just finished. Xiao Bai on Chen Luo's shoulder snorted coldly, his eyes were full of contempt. Xiao Fan was stunned. "Trash physique? I'm a garbage physique? I am a desolate ancient sacred body, a desolate ancient sacred body that broke the shackles of heaven and earth. I am garbage, and there is no body in this world that is not garbage." Xiao Fan's eyes were cold, and he looked at Xiao Bai on Chen Luo's shoulder beside Hu Mian. When Xiao Fan's eyes fell on Chen Luo's body, he suddenly felt a wave of fear, and an unprecedented sense of fear spread in his heart. This man in black, could it be, could it be? Just now Xian was by his side, now, innate Lizu is still in his hands. His identity is obvious. This person is the sect leader of Heavenly Devil Sect. When Xiao Fan realized the identity of the man in black, his face turned pale, and a feeling of coldness suddenly appeared in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Having been in the Ancient Desolate Continent for so long, Xiao Fan naturally knows the Heavenly Devil Sect leader, the most mysterious devil Dao giant in the Ancient Desolate Continent, a big devil who commits all kinds of crimes and kills without blinking an eye. Even the Chaos Sacred Land and the Temple of Soul Essence were less than half a cent cheaper in front of him. Have you lost your mind and lost your mind? Dare to jump like this in front of Heavenly Devil Sect leader? Linear. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Xiao Fan swallowed, then said tremblingly. Chapter 158 Want to kill Xiao Fan. At the beginning, after knowing that the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect had kidnapped Zhang Xian, Xiao Fan was very angry in his heart. However, later, with the in-depth investigation of the Heavenly Devil Sect, Xiao Fan understood that the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect was not someone he could provoke. At least, the current self is not qualified to compete with it, even if he holds the body of Xiao Cheng's sacred body. Looking at Xiao Fan who was flustered in front of him, Chen Luo was stunned. This guy regards me as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Is the title of Heavenly Devil Sect leader already so easy to use? Even the Son of Destiny has to bow his head when he sees it. The patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan next to him was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo turned out to be the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and the Great Demon King who is now in full bloom in Huanggu Great Lu. No wonder it is so powerful, even this mysterious ancestor calls it master. You know me. Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then said calmly, with a calm tone. Lin sect leader's strength is astonishing, and his reputation resounds throughout the ancient desolate continent. Junior has admired him for a long time, and now he is lucky to meet Lin sect leader. Xiao Fan then said slowly, and then his mind raced quickly, thinking how to get out. As for innate Lei Zhu, Xiao Fan no longer had any ideas. Taking innate thunder bamboo from Heavenly Devil Sect leader, isn't that courting death? You are that desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan. I heard that you have a small body of desolate ancient sacred body. I am very interested. Let me have a look. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and then he said lightly road. Since this Son of Destiny is so cowardly, Chen Luo wants to try to see if he can trigger the system task again. He wanted the body of my Xiao Cheng sacred body. Xiao Fan's heart trembled, and his face became even paler. That's on whole card, how to do it. However, the strength of the Heavenly Devil Sect leader is simply unmatched. Why, you don't want to? Chen Luo frowned slightly, looking straight at Xiao Fan. Chen Luo's gaze made Xiao Fan feel a great sense of oppression, which was far more terrifying than the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan. Junior didn't put that body on him, so Junior will go get it and present it to Senior. Xiao Fan suppressed the fear in his heart, and then gritted his teeth. After finishing speaking, Xiao Fan immediately activated a mysterious force in his body. Xiao Fan's body disappeared in an instant, appearing several miles away, and then continued to flee towards the outside of Thunder Cloud Valley. As for the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, Xiao Fan didn't have the courage to fight against him, so running away was the best choice. Just ran away. Chen Luo's heart froze. This Son of Destiny was too spineless, he didn't even touch him. However, it is not so easy to run away. Master, let me catch Xiao Fan back. Hu Mian, who was next to her, saw Xiao Fan running away, and begged for her life. Although Xiao Fan is a desolate ancient sacred body, Hu Mian is also confident in dealing with it. Before, I just didn't want to waste a lot of time, but now Chen Luo wants to deal with it, so it doesn't matter if he gets caught. No, he can't run away. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Although Xiao Fan is the Son of Destiny, he hasn't fully grown up yet. Even with some means, it is impossible to turn the world in the hands of own. Hu Mian immediately realized that just now Chen Luo had arranged imperial formations around her, and Xiao Fan couldn't leave no matter what. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo activated the imperial level banning array arranged around Thunder Cloud Valley. The moment Chen Luo activated the formation, huge chains of spirit power suddenly appeared in the void around Thundercloud Valley. This spirit power chain crisscrossed around, blocking all surrounding inspirations. Xiao Fan, who was fleeing towards the outside of Thundercloud Valley, was suddenly blocked by crisscrossing chains. Even the space seemed to be locked by this chain, and the galloping body was immediately trapped in place, unable to leave. It turned out to be a large formation of the imperial rank. When did such a top-level formation be arranged here? Xiao Fan looked at the spirit power chains around him, and his face became extremely ugly. I just want to see your little sacred body, what are you running for? I won't eat you. Chen Luo's voice resounded around Thunder Cloud Valley. Lin Senior, I'll get it for you right now. Xiao Fan then shouted loudly, mobilizing the power of desolate ancient sacred body and thunder body refining in his body. The golden streamer and the blue-purple electric glow circulated around Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan's aura suddenly increased a lot. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan used the Huang Ancient God Fist to blast heavily at the formation. However, Xiao Fan's strength was completely unable to break through the spirit power chain, and the majestic qi machine exploded around, but the spirit power chain was still safe and sound. Looking at the spirit power chain without any damage in front of him, Xiao Fan's heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. Xiao Cheng could only use Xiaokeng's sacred body. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, and then sacrificed Xiaokeng's desolate ancient sacred body. The moment Xiao Cheng's desolate ancient sacred body was sacrificed, the surrounding space suddenly experienced a slight riot. "Didn't you say you weren't around? You dared to lie to me. It seems that I can only pick it up myself." At this moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded again. Xiao Fan suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and Chen Luo's voice carried an unparalleled sense of oppression. Even though Xiao Fan had already used Xiao Cheng's sacred body at this time, he still couldn't resist it. "Damn, it's Heavenly Devil Sect leader, wait for my sacred body great completion, I must destroy you." Heavenly Devil Zong Sect leader rescued Hua Yuntian before, plus Heavenly Devil Zong Sect leader kidnapped Zhang Xian, the fear of Heavenly Devil Sect leader, and just trying to snatch own Xiao Cheng's sacred body. Let Xiao Fan's killing intent finally burst out completely, and his heart is filled with fear and resentment. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan used the power of Xiao Cheng's sacred body to bombard the surrounding spirit power chains. Ding! It is detected that the Son of Destiny Xiao Fan has a strong killing intent on the host, and now releases a special task. Special task: kill the Son of Destiny Xiao Fan. After completion, you will get the extreme reward Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Not bad, the mission is finally out. The few Emperor-level magic circles I arranged were not wasted. After Chen Luo was sure that Xiao Fan was no threat to him, he decided to create a system task. After all, when Xiao Fan really grows up, it won't be so easy to kill him. The reward was another Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, and Chen Luo felt joy in his heart. That being the case, let's solve this Son of Destiny Xiao Fan as soon as possible. Damn it, break it open for me. On the edge of Thundercloud Valley, Xiao Fan, who had unfolded his small sacred body, continuously used terrifying power to impact the surrounding spirit power chains. Chapter 159, Wanting to kill Xiao Fan, continued. Bang bang bang! Xiao Fan is like an invincible god of war, using all kinds of supernatural power and secret techniques, constantly impacting the surrounding chains. The body suddenly erupted even more terrifyingly with an extremely violent impact sound. There was a slight crack in a spirit power chain on the edge, although it was very small, it was still captured by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, it finally worked, and he could leave here soon. However, why the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect hasn't come yet, Xiao Fan has a little doubt in his heart. However, he was quickly suppressed by it, and now is not the time to think about it. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan took out an imperial weapon, a bloody halberd with a terrifying aura. There are mysterious inscriptions engraved on the body of the euphorbia, which seems to have a monstrous power of qi and blood. This half-emperor weapon is the blood god halberd that Xiao Fan obtained in the blood mysterious realm before. It was originally the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of the blood god Great Emperor. Ordinary high-grade imperial soldiers. However, its power and destructive power are equally powerful. This Xiao Fan deserves to be the Son of Destiny. In the Saint Realm, there is such a thing as the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Looking at Xiao Fan in the distance, Chen Luo muttered to himself. Chen Luo could tell at a glance that the terrifying halberd in Xiao Fan's hand was the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Although it no longer has the power of the ultimate way, it is still extremely powerful. Hu Mian and Mu Luli next to her were equally astonished. They also didn't expect that a small saint realm actually had the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, it was really incredible. Xiao Fan in the distance used the sacred body origin of Xiaokeng's desolate ancient sacred body to directly activate the blood god halberd in his hand that exudes the power of monstrous heavenly blood. With the influx of Xiao Fan's power, Xiao Fan's face became paler and paler, and the blood god halberd seemed to have revived, bursting with strands of blood-red light. A moment later, the streamer on the blood god halberd turned into a bloody sharp sword, and charged towards the crack blasted by Xiao Fan in the emperor-level formation. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the surrounding spirit power chains were completely broken. Unable to withstand the impact of Xiao Fan blood divine halberd's power, the entire emperor-level formation was completely shattered, and terrifying auras scattered everywhere. It broke open. Great! Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Although using the imperial armament consumes a lot of sacred body origin, everything is worth it. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan dragged his exhausted body and galloped outside. Xiao Fan walked through the broken formation, ready to leave quickly. FK, another imperial formation, did you make a mistake? Xiao Fan at the edge of Thunder Cloud Valley saw another large formation of emperor rank around him. Everyone was dumbfounded, and he wanted to die. This heavenly devil sect leader is sick. He directly arranged 2 imperial formations. Don't the imperial formations cost money? Moreover, this imperial formation is even stronger than the one that Xiao Fan destroyed just now. Just now, it took almost all of my strength to break through an imperial formation, and there was another one outside. Could it be that they can only compete with heavenly devil sect leader? A stern look flashed across Xiao Fan's eyes. No, to fight directly with heavenly devil sect leader is to seek death directly. However, it was soon suppressed by Xiao Fan. The heavenly devil sect leader's strength was unfathomable, and he was not able to deal with it. Still have to leave as soon as possible. For now, we can only. Heavenly devil sect, wait for me, I will repay the shame today 100 times. 1,000 times in the future. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan took out a half-emperor armament again, which was a broadsword exuding a black aura. It was the half-emperor armament that Xiao Fan had obtained by chance before. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, and then threw out the half-emperor soldier exuding a black aura. At the same time, the original power of all the emperor soldiers in the half-emperor soldier was detonated. The power of the half-emperor soldier is extremely turbulent, the black aura inside is constantly surging, and the blade is constantly trembling, as if there is a terrifying force that wants to destroy everything. Boom! A moment later, the half-emperor weapon exploded. A burst of tyrannical qi almost tore everything apart. Xiao Fan's desolate ancient sacred body was impacted by this terrifying qi, and the golden sacred body seemed to collapse slightly. The terrifying unparalleled power immediately blasted a gap in the imperial formation that contained terrifying power. Xiao Fan's body trembled unceasingly, and the collapse of the sacred body made Xiao Fan's strength begin to disappear rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and quickly fled towards the gap. FCK, you're sick, come back, FK%, yes, asterisk. A moment later, a burst of aggrieved cursing sounded from the other end of the gap. Xiao Fan, who had just escaped from the gap, saw another formation of imperial ranks around him, and his face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He has been in the Ancient Desolate Continent for so long, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. It's too outrageous, 3 emperor-level formations, I'm just a saint, arranging 3 emperor-level formations traps me. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a sword ray that contained extremely hot sword slashed over not far away. This sword ray's whole body was fiery red, and wherever it went, there were strands of violent noises in the space, as if it couldn't bear the terrifying heat. Xiao Fan's pupils shrank, and his hairs stood on end. The sword ray not far away made Xiao Fan feel extremely frightened. Xiao Fan then circulated all his remaining power, forming a golden shield in front of him, and the power of the desolate ancient sacred body was also stimulated to the extreme by Xiao Fan. Boom! A moment later, the scorching sword ray bombarded Xiao Fan's shield, and the shield was instantly defeated. The remaining sword ray bombarded Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan was hit hard, his body flew backwards, and hit the edge of the Imperial Formation. Is it over? I'm not reconciled, I haven't reached the peak yet, how can I just die here? Xiao Fan, whose body weight dissipated quickly, his eyes were full of grief and indignation. In order to resist Sword Ray, Xiao Fan has already exerted all his strength. He thought he could resist it, but unexpectedly, he still couldn't. If he had known earlier, he should have fought Heavenly Devil Sect leader with all his strength. Xiao Fan's heart was full of remorse. If he had fought desperately with the Heavenly Devil Sect leader from the very beginning, maybe. Xiao Fan, you have destroyed this seat's great formation, so pay with your life. At this moment, a stern voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, in the sky not far away, a large picture of shrouding the heavens covering the sun appeared. There are streams of black and white streamers flowing on this big picture, and there are countless runes flowing on it, as if it contains the truth of life and death of samsara. Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Seeing the big black and white picture above the sky, Xiao Fan's heart sank completely. Unexpectedly, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect actually possessed the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, and it was the intact Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Directly using the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon to deal with myself who is already at the end of the road, does this Heavenly Devil Sect leader treat me as the ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor? P.S. Another novel by Ben Puja has been released. The Invincible Killing and Decisive Fantasy novel has been updated with 900,000 words overnight. Interested friends can go and have a look. QAQ. Chapter 160 The Queen's Decree. The Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is the most powerful weapon of the Ancient Desolate Continent, possessing terrifying and unparalleled destructive power. The blood god halberd in Xiao Fan's hand used to be the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, but it has lost its spirit and has become an ordinary high-grade Emperor Weapon. The life and death map of samsara in the sky is slowly turning, as if it is brewing the power to destroy everything. Looking at the life and death picture of samsara in the sky, Xiao Fan's heart felt cold. Even in his heyday, he couldn't resist such a terrifying weapon, not to mention, now Xiao Fan didn't have much means. Heavenly Devil Sect leader, damn it, it's so deceiving. Xiao Fan clenched her teeth, regretful in her heart. If she had known this Heavenly Devil Sect leader was so ruthless, she would have given him the sacred body. At this point, Xiao Fan knows that even if he bows his head, it doesn't make much sense. Hu Mian, who was not far from Thunder Cloud Valley, was also stunned. She didn't expect that Chen Luo also had an Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon in his hand, and this Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon was much more powerful than Xiao Fan's. However, is it necessary to use such a terrifying method to deal with such a saint-level guy? Xiao Fan didn't have much means anymore. A lion needs all his strength to fight a rabbit, let alone Xiao Fan, he is not an ordinary genius. Chen Luo continued to speak slowly, as if he understood Hu Mian's doubts. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Hu Mian was deeply impressed. Holding the body of Xiao Cheng's sacred body, and the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, although it is an Emperor Weapon that has fallen down. However, Xiao Fan is also very terrifying. To deal with such an enemy, it must be fine to use all your strength. Moreover, Xiao Fan's hand, Duan Yat, was extremely decisive, and the precious half-emperor soldier was directly detonated. Originally, Hu Mian thought that if she used more means, she should be able to handle Xiao Fan. Now after seeing Xiao Fan's methods, Hu Mian no longer has much confidence. If he really wanted to deal with Xiao Fan before, he might not necessarily capsize the boat in the gutter. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo didn't speak anymore, but continued to urge the samsara life and death diagram in the sky. With the influx of Chen Luo's power, the black and white lights on the life and death map of samsara became more and more brilliant. Boom! A moment later, samsara's life and death diagram was fully activated, and an air mechanism that suppressed the world turned into a black and white vortex. This black and white vortex seemed to have the power to destroy the world, and it was slowly galloping towards Xiao Fan's location. Xiao Fan felt that his own blood had stopped circulating, and the terrifying aura made Xiao Fan severely suppressed in place, unable to move at all. The blood god halberd in his hand was also trembling constantly, as if crying. No! Don't! Seeing the black and white vortex in the sky, Xiao Fan let out a heart-piercing roar. The black and white vortex rushed towards Xiao Fan with an incomparably violent aura. Xiao Fan's body trembled unceasingly, the blood god halberd and the sacred body origin in his hands bloomed with the last strength, trying to resist this terrifying power of the extreme way. Ha! A moment later, the black and white vortex quickly arrived at Xiao Fan's side, annihilating everything about Xiao Fan, and the small sacred body began to collapse rapidly. The blood god halberd in Xiao Fan's hand let out a sharp wail. The space around Xiao Fan began to collapse layer by layer, trying to destroy everything. Soon, Xiao Fan's body completely lost its vitality and became completely dull without any luster. However, there are still some souls in my mind, floating slowly, which are already extremely weak. This son of destiny is hard-fated, and some souls are still alive after this. Seeing that Xiao Fan had only a little bit of soul left unbroken, Chen Luo also had a little change in his heart. Now that it is gone, let it be completely annihilated. Chen Luo continued to urge samsara's life and death diagram, and the black and white vortex blasted into Xiao Fan's only remaining soul again. Swish swish swish! At this moment, a golden streamer suddenly appeared in Xiao Fan's soul. A purple gold decree rose slowly, and this decree seemed to contain extremely mysterious power. The moment the decree appeared, the entire Thunder Cloud Valley seemed to freeze. An incomparably brilliant brilliance shines on the purple gold decree. There are two incomparably vicissitudes of life written on the purple gold decree, and endless power circulates on the words. Yaokai. The two characters on both sides are the word Yaokai. The life and death diagram of samsara in the sky also stopped functioning under the terrifying aura of the decree. Immediately afterwards, another magnificent figure appeared from the Zijin decree. This beautiful figure can't see her face clearly at all, it seems to be covered by the avenue, but just appearing there, the beautiful figure gives people a kind of fear and awe from the heart. The decree of the Empress is the Empress of Yaokai. Xiao Fan actually has the protection of the Empress of Yaokai. Hu Mian in the distance was dumbfounded, looking at the Empress decree in the distance in disbelief. The Emperor's prestige in the female Emperor's decree made Hu Mian's body tremble continuously, and she didn't dare to look directly at the decree. Mu Luli next to her was also stunned. She had heard of the Great Emperor's decree, which was a mysterious decree that contained the power of the Great Emperor. However, it's the first time I've seen. Chen Luo didn't speak, but just stared at the decree in the distance. Unexpectedly, the Empress of Yaokai valued Xiao Fan so much, and bestowed such a thing as the Empress's decree. After the female Emperor's decree appeared, Chen Luo knew that Xiao Fan would not be able to kill Xiao Fan today. Chen Luo knew that although On was strong, if he really faced the Great Emperor, who was at the top of the Ancient Desolate Continent, he still had no chance of winning. The Empress of Yaokai is the mysterious and unparalleled Empress on the Ancient Desolate Continent, a legend who rose from the humble beginnings and ascended to the Empress position with a mortal body. She is also one of the few great emperors in the history of the Ancient Desolate Continent. She is unparalleled in talent and amazing in means. When she was not on the throne of Empress, she fought the entire Ancient Desolate Continent and no one dared to respect her. The contemporary Tianjiao was beaten by him without any temper. At this moment, the beautiful figure on the imperial decree in the distance slowly raised her head and looked at Chen Luo. The Empress' phantom gaze seemed to have the power to penetrate everything, and Chen Luo felt that the own mask was completely seen through. Immediately afterwards, the vision of the Empress Phantom continued to penetrate, as if she wanted to see through Chen Luo's whole body. Feeling that he was being watched by the Empress Phantom, Chen Luo's heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. This Empress Shuiying doesn't want to avenge Xiao Fan, does she? Just when Chen Luo was about to be completely seen through, Chen Luo's Dian Divine Art worked to the extreme, and a mysterious force appeared, resisting the Empress prying. Fortunately, Dian Divine Art is powerful, otherwise the old man will be seen through. Chen Luo was relieved heavily in his heart. However, hasn't his peerless face been seen? Chapter 161 The Egg Dropped by the Immortal World. Sensing that On's prying was blocked, the Empress Phantom did not continue, and stopped prying. It's just that the gaze is still looking at Chen Luo in the distance. Chen Luo didn't hesitate at all, and directly looked at Empress Shuiying. After a while, the corners of Empress Shuiying's mouth seemed to raise a little, and suddenly, the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. She smiled, smiling at me? Chen Luo was stunned. Is it my illusion? Chen Luo then rubbed his eyes, trying to see if it was an illusion. Swish swish swish. Just when Chen Luo was about to take another look, the phantom of the Empress turned into a stream of light and left with Xiao Fan's remaining soul power. Luo Li, did you see that? That Empress Phantom seemed to be smiling just now. Chen Luo then asked Mu Luli next to her. However, Mu Luli, who has always been extremely lively, rarely responded to Chen Luo. Chen Luo then turned around and found that Mu Luli had already fainted, and the same was true for Hu Mian next to her. The two charming bodies lay beside Chen Luo, completely unconscious. Chen Luo immediately checked the bodies of the two, and found that they were only mentally shocked, and there was nothing wrong with them. Is the great emperor so scary? It's just a decree, which can easily suppress everything. Looking at Hu Mian, who was also fainting in front of him, Chen Luo felt heavy in his heart. Hu Mian is the great saint at the pinnacle of the great saint 9th stage. She is so powerful that she is also powerless to counter it. However, this empress doesn't seem to have any malice towards her, Chen Luo thought in his heart. He felt that that phantom was definitely extremely powerful. If he had malicious intentions towards him, he would never be able to stand here so easily. And that last smile. Chen Luo's mind was filled with that almost eclipsed smile, and he remained silent for a long time. Forget it, let's keep a low profile in the future. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and administered the medicine pill to Hu Mian and Mu Luli, who were next to him. Soon, both of them woke up, but their faces were still extremely pale, as if immersed in the terrifying imperial prestige just now. Several people then quickly rushed to the valley where Xiao Fan left. At this time, the place has been razed to the ground, without the slightest vitality. Obviously, the terrorist attack of Samsara's life and death map swallowed up all life. That's right, Xiao Fan's Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon hasn't been taken away yet. Chen Luo then looked at the blood god halberd next to Xiao Fan's body. The corpse of Xiao Fan and the body of Xiao Cheng Desolate Ancient Sacred Body were already shattered into pieces, completely lifeless. With a wave of Chen Luo's right hand, the blood god halberd, which contained a terrifying aura, instantly reached Chen Luo's hand. The moment he took the blood god halberd, Chen Luo felt the monstrous power of blood in the blood god halberd, and there seemed to be a mysterious power contained in the blood god halberd. This blood god halberd is far more powerful than Onyanjian Emperor's sword, Chen Luo thought to himself. Xiao Fan's strength is too weak, and he can't exert the power of this blood god halberd at all. Master, Xiao Fan's interspatial ring is not taken away either. Mu Luli said, looking at the flashing interspatial ring at Xiao Fan's body. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, the interspatial ring of the protagonist of destiny. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo waved his right hand and picked up Xiao Fan's interspatial ring again. More than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, as well as some holy medicines, holy weapons, and some top-level holy level secrets. So poor. Looking at the rags in the interspatial ring, Chen Luo felt disgusted in his heart. The dignified son of destiny, the interspatial ring is just such rags, it's just a beggar. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, and put them all away. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. At this moment, Chen Luo saw 8 jade bottles filled with golden blood in the corner of the interspatial ring. Taking out the jade bottle, Chen Luo found that the golden blood inside seemed to contain a terrifying aura. Master, this is the sacred body blood essence of desolate ancient sacred body. Hu Mian next to her stared straight at the sacred body blood essence in Chen Luo's hand, as if she was looking at some rare treasure. Sacred body blood essence. Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic, but this blood essence is useless by itself. Master, our spirit fox tribe obtained a mysterious egg 8,000 years ago. If it has the blood essence of desolate ancient sacred body, it can be hatched as soon as possible. We want to dedicate this treasure to the master. Fox Mian next to her, then he gritted his teeth and said to Chen Luo. After seeing Chen Luo's terrifying methods, Hu Mian was completely convinced by Chen Luo. Coupled with Xiao Bai's 10-tailed suppression, Hu Mian decided to put Bao on Chen Luo's body. Mysterious eggs? Earned 8,000 years ago. Hatch with blood essence from desolate ancient sacred body. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, he didn't expect such a thing to exist in the Spirit Fox clan. Okay, take us to have a look. Chen Luo then put away all the things and said to Hu Mian. With Xiao Bai here, coupled with many means of own, Chen Luo is confident that this Fox Mian will not dare to play any tricks. Mu Luli next to her was extremely excited. What kind of egg was the egg 8,000 years ago, but it didn't hatch even 8,000 years ago? What is it, Adesai? I'm very curious. Mu Luli stared at Hu Mian with sparkling eyes. According to the senior of our Spirit Fox clan, that egg is a fairy egg, an egg that fell from the immortal world. Fox Mian took a deep breath, and then said slowly. The fairy eggs dropped by the immortal world. Mu Luli's eyes shone even brighter. 8,000 years ago, immortal world dropped the fairy egg. I don't know what it tastes like. It must be delicious if it is boiled. At this moment, Xiao Bai next to him licked his own paw and said excitedly. Old ancestor, this egg, can't be eaten. Hu Mian was dumbfounded, she didn't expect Xiao Bai's idea to be so novel. Are the eggs dropped by immortal world delicious? Okay, don't bother with this snack, take me to see it. Chen Luo continued to urge. After knowing that the egg was from immortal world, Chen Luo was also very curious. However, isn't the Ascension channel long gone? How could there still be eggs dropped by the immortal world? Forget it, let's go and have a look first. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Hu Mian also had no ink marks, and then took Chen Luo and others to the place where the fairy eggs were stored. In a cave exuding strong demonic power of the Spirit Fox clan. Hu Mian led Chen Luo and others to gallop towards the depths of the cave. Hu Mian opened a secret door deep in the cave. After passing through the secret door, everyone entered a great hall filled with strong spirit power. A large number of elixirs exuding strong spirit power were planted around the great hall. There is also Juling Array, which releases rich spiritual qi. There is a mysterious formation in the center of the great hall, and a black gold giant egg floats in the center of the formation. The eggshell of this egg has incomparably deep Dao patterns, which seem to contain mysterious aura. The surrounding spirit power surged toward the egg like a tide, nourishing the black gold giant egg. Master, this is the fairy egg. Hu Mian said to Chen Luo respectfully. Chapter 162 Kunpeng Cub. Chen Luo and the others stared straight at the black and golden egg not far away. The Dao pattern on this eggshell gives people a very shocking feeling. It seems that this Dao pattern contains the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. Hasn't this egg hatched for 8,000 years? Looking at the black and golden egg in front of him, Chen Luo continued to ask. He felt the vitality contained in this fairy egg, and the powerful vitality was not inferior to the general saint powerhouse. Yes, Master, since we obtained this egg, our spirit fox family has started to cultivate and hatch it, but no matter how much resources we invested, it has never hatched. Fox Mian continued slowly. The spirit power that had absorbed 8,000 years hadn't hatched yet. This egg must be too terrifying. Chen Luo felt astonished in his heart. 8,000 years absorbed so much spirit power uninterruptedly, even the ancestor of the quasi-emperor couldn't stand it, and would be exploded by the terrifying spirit power. Not to mention this unhatched egg. It seems that this egg really has something. Later, we discovered that this egg can absorb various types of blood essence with special physiques. After absorbing those blood essences, the growth rate of this egg is much faster. In recent years, we have traded a large number of various blood essences. The hatching speed has been accelerated a lot. Hu Mian continued to explain. Hearing this, Chen Luo took out Xiao Fan's desolate ancient sacred body blood essence. The moment he took out the blood essence, Chen Luo felt a slight vibration from the fairy egg. The Dao pattern on the eggshell of the fairy egg seems to exude bursts of mysterious power, trying to absorb the sacred body blood essence in Chen Luo's hand. Mu Luli and Xiao Bai also stared curiously at the black gold dome in front of them, and they also felt the desire of this dome. Master, it's amazing, he actually wants to suck this sacred body blood essence. Mu Luli, who was next to her, blinked her big eyes and said. Well, it depends on what you can do after you smoke it. Chen Luo then opened a jade bottle, and a few drops of sacred body blood essence drifted towards the black gold dome under the pull of Chen Luo's mental energy. Boom! A moment later, these few drops of sacred body blood essence floated to the side of the black golden giant egg, and were absorbed by the Dao pattern around the black golden giant egg. Immediately, the black gold giant egg burst into brilliant splendor, and a burst of joyful chirping sounded from the giant egg. After a while, the power of the sacred body blood essence was completely absorbed. The vitality of this black gold giant egg became stronger, and a powerful heartbeat could be heard from inside the eggshell. Chen Luo opened the other remaining jade bottles again, allowing this black golden giant egg to absorb 7 bottles of desolate ancient sacred body's blood essence. After absorbing 7 bottles of desolate ancient sacred body blood essence's black gold dome again, the vitality seems to be much stronger, but there is still no tendency to break out of the shell. It hasn't hatched after sucking so much, so there's no problem with this egg. Chen Luo continued slowly. Although the vitality of this black gold giant egg is constantly improving, Chen Luo doesn't care. If it doesn't hatch, it won't do anything to Chen Luo. As for collecting other blood essences for this giant egg later, Chen Luo doesn't have the time. He doesn't have time to play fairy egg cultivation games. Master, maybe he will hatch after absorbing spiritual qi for a few more years, his vitality is already very strong. Fox Mian next to him saw that Chen Luo's desolate ancient sacred body blood essence had been used up, and continued. A few years, Chen Luo shook his head slightly, let alone a few years, he didn't bother to wait for a few months. What about the immortal world's egg? If it can't hatch, it's a gold-swallowing behemoth. If it doesn't hatch all the time, it's not a big loss. My resources are all obtained from signing in and plundering through hard work, so they cannot be wasted. Xiao Bai, let's set up the pot. I'm going to cook this fairy egg. I haven't tasted the taste of fairy eggs yet. Eating it may improve the cultivation base a lot. Chen Luo then said to Xiao Bai next to him. Hu Mian next to her was stunned, did she really cook it? Master, I'll just wait for your words. Xiao Bai then said excitedly. After finishing speaking, Xiao Bai directly took out a large pot from the interspatial ring, and also took out a lot of delicious ingredients. Immediately, a strong fragrance filled the air. Mu Luli couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw the scene in front of her. Fairy eggs, maybe they are really delicious. Woohoo, don't eat me, I'll be out soon, don't eat me. Just as Chen Luo was about to move the black golden giant egg into the cauldron, there was a burst of noise from the black golden giant egg. Milky voice. Master, this egg can talk. Hu Mian was shocked, her eyes widened. She stayed with this giant egg every day before, but she didn't realize that this giant egg could talk. Now, as soon as Chen Luo said he was going to eat him, he started talking. Come out, I'll give you half an hour, if you don't come out, I'll stew you. Chen Luo continued coldly. When just investigating, Chen Luo discovered that the vitality of this giant egg was too strong, it had already reached a very abnormal level, and then heard what Hu Mian said. Chen Luo was guessing in his heart that this giant egg was most likely hanging them, wanting them to provide resources for him to practice. Don't, me, I haven't completed my origin yet, I can't. A childish voice came from the black gold dome again. Hu. Chen Luo didn't speak, and directly sacrificed his own divine fire in the early days. The moment the divine fire of absolute beginning appeared, the temperature of the entire great hall suddenly rose to a very exaggerated level, and the scorching breath continued to surge. The black and golden giant egg not far away was trembling constantly, as if it was frightened by Chen Luo's divine fire of primordial beginning. Master, don't talk nonsense with him, this talking egg might taste better, let's cook it. Xiaobai swallowed his saliva, and stared at the giant egg not far away with fiery eyes. All right, since it doesn't know good and bad, let's stew it now. Chen Luo continued calmly. Crack. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the black and golden giant egg not far away made a crackling sound. The black gold eggshell containing the mysterious Dao pattern began to shatter quickly, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. The corner of Fox Mian's mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that this giant egg would hatch so easily. My investment in these years is simply a joke. I'm out, you can't eat me. Soon, the egg shell was completely shattered, and a cub with wings, shaped like a rock, with a golden body and black stripes appeared in front of Chen Luo and others. Master, it's Kunpeng, or a Kunpeng cub. Mu Luli next to her tightly hugged Chen Luo's arm, looking at the cub in front of her with bright eyes. Chapter 163 Incorporating the Spirit Fox Clan. This cub is none other than the legendary Kunpeng. Mu Luli has seen in the ancient books of the Phoenix clan that the Kunpeng clan is a very powerful race, mastering the power of the sun and the speed of the world. In ancient times, it was almost the overlord of the Ancient Desolate Continent, but later, it gradually disappeared. Up to now, the Kunpeng people can only be seen in ancient books. No wonder there is no Kunpeng clan in Ancient Desolate Continent now, so it has gone to Immortal World. Hu Mian murmured, her eyes were full of light. The Ancient Desolate Continent has always had the legend of the Immortal World. It is said that in a very long time, after the cultivator reached the Saint Realm, he could ascend to the Immortal World. In the ancient times now, the Immortal World is already very mysterious, and it has been a long time since there have been rumors of ascension to the Immortal World. How did you get this Kunpeng egg from Immortal World? Chen Luo then asked. Now that there is no passage to ascend to Immortal World, logically speaking, it should be impossible for Kunpeng eggs to appear. Master, 8,000 years ago, the patriarch of our Spirit Fox clan was fighting for treasures with the people of Chaos Sacred Land in the Chaos Sea. He found an ascension passage in the Chaos Sea. This Kunpeng egg fell from the ascension passage of the Chaos Sea. Hu Mian continued to explain. Chaos Sea. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. The Chaos Sea is a restricted area of the Ancient Desolate Continent. It contains the power of chaos that destroys everything, and it is extremely dangerous. Even the ancestors of the quasi-emperor level are extremely vulnerable to accidents when they enter it. Is that ascension channel still there? Chen Luo continued to ask. After a fierce battle at that time, the ascension channel was completely destroyed, and now, it is already occupied by Chaos Sacred Land. Hu Mian continued. Chaos. The sacred land occupies the Chaos Sea. Could it be that Chaos Sacred Land can repair that ascension channel? Chen Luo thought in his heart. Forget it, never mind, let's get rid of this Kunpeng cub in front of us first. At this time, the Kunpeng cubs are timidly hiding behind the broken eggshells, their eyes full of fear. Especially Xiao Bai's gaze made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Little thing, recognize me as master, accept this spirit seal, and I won't eat you. Chen Luo then condensed an original spirit seal containing the power of chaos, floating in front of the Kunpeng cub. This spiritual seal is a supernatural power attached to Chen Luo when he signed into the Blood Devil Dragon, which can control everything about these demonic beasts. Seeing the original spirit seal in front of him, the Kunpeng cub became anxious immediately. No, we Kunpeng clan can't just recognize the human race as the main one, our ancestors will kill me if they find out. The Kunpeng cub then shook his head frantically and said in a childish voice. Humph, little chick, it's a chance for you to recognize the master. If you don't recognize the master, you will be stewed now. Xiao Bai beside Chen Luo snorted coldly, staring at the Kunpeng cub with fiery eyes, and then used his own paw. He knocked on the cauldron next to him. After hearing Xiao Bai's words, the Kunpeng cub's hairs stood on end, and his eyes were full of fear. The outside world is too dangerous, I want to go back to the egg. In the end, the Kunpeng cub accepted Chen Luo's spirit seal and was tamed by Chen Luo. Congratulations, master! I have obtained such a powerful beast. After Kunpeng grows up, he can be comparable to the great emperor. Fox Mian next to him congratulated Chen Luo after seeing Chen Luo tame the Kunpeng cub. Chen Luo nodded, and there was also joy in his eyes. This cub was born with Saint's Realm, and when it grows up, it will definitely be able to stand up to the great emperor. Since you are not black, let's call you Xiao He. Chen Luo then gave the Kunpeng cub a name. The Kunpeng cub was stunned. Xiao He, what is this name? How is it worthy of my Kunpeng clan identity? It's impossible to call it Xiao He, I don't want this name, it's too rustic. The master gave you a name, thank you. Seeing that the Kunpeng cub seemed unwilling, Xiao Bai gave the Kunpeng cub a paw. The Kunpeng cub was directly stunned by Xiao Bai's paw. I am Kunpeng, this wild fox dared to hit me. Just when the Kunpeng cub was about to resist, he shuddered when he saw Chen Luo's cold gaze in front of him. Forget it, those who know the current affairs are heroes, today's shame will be reported in the future, Xiao He thought silently in his heart. Yes, thank you master for giving me the name. Xiao He likes this name very much. The Kunpeng cub then said in a milky voice. Chief of the Spirit Fox clan, are you willing to join us at Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo saw that Kunpeng's matter was resolved, and then looked at Mian Fox next to him. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Hu Mian was stunned, what is Heavenly Bamboo Peak? That's right, it's Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I'm the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo then explained to Hu Mian his own identity. When Xiao Bai was able to easily subdue the Spirit Fox clan, Chen Luo had this idea in his heart, let the Spirit Fox clan, these extremely powerful experts and talented disciples, join their own Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Become your own cultivation tool person, after all, anyone who joins Heavenly Bamboo Peak can provide Chen Luo with double cultivation effect return. As the top monster clan in northern Yeazhu, the Spirit Fox clan would naturally speed up Chen Luo's practice greatly with their joining. Heavenly Dao Sect, the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Hu Mian's eyes widened. She had always thought that Chen Luo was the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the leader of a first-class faction, which is incredible. What kind of Heavenly Dao Sect is a fairy sect, who can actually have such a peerless character like Chen Luo? Hu Mian is willing to meet Fengzhi Chen. Immediately afterwards, Hu Mian bowed without the slightest hesitation. Joining the Transcendent Force with Chen Luo's existence is an unprecedented opportunity for their Spirit Fox clan. Moreover, there is still the ancestor of the 10 tails, so there is no need to refuse. These are cultivation resources for you, you can use them first. Chen Luo then took out a few bottles of Emperor Spirit Pill and handed them to the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan. This is Emperor Lingdan. Hu Mian, who took the Chen Luo medicine pill's eyes lit up, and her breathing became more rapid. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo turned out to be so generous. When he joined, he gave such a precious medicine pill. There is nothing wrong with the choice of own. With this medicine pill, my practice speed will definitely increase a lot, and Hu Mian's heart bursts with excitement. Although their Spirit Fox clan is powerful, they don't have top-level pill refining masters. Hu Mian can't even imagine such an emperor-level pill refining medicine. Not to mention the emperor level, even if it is a holy level panacea, their Spirit Fox clan is very rare, not only their Spirit Fox clan, but also other top monster clans in the North Yazhu. Next, you choose all the top experts in your clan, as well as the powerful descendants of talent, to join us in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After joining, I will cover all your cultivation resources. Chen Luo continued slowly. Chapter 164 Advanced Task Reappearance. With all the training resources included, Hu Mian felt excited. After seeing Chen Luo's methods, Hu Mian naturally would not doubt Chen Luo's words. Under Xiao Bai's absolute suppression, the Spirit Fox tribe was like fish on a chopping board to Chen Luo, without any countermeasures. Chen Luo had absolutely no need to deceive them. Yes, Peak Master, I'll arrange it right away. Hu Mian continued respectfully. Immediately afterwards, Hu Mian went out immediately, ready to complete what Chen Luo asked. Chen Luo's anticipation is extremely high in his heart. After many top powerhouses of the Spirit Fox clan join in, how terrifying the own cultivation speed will be. This visit to the Spirit Fox clan was quite fruitful, and they got the innate Thunder Bamboo, which is the embryo of the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. There is also the Blood God Halberd, although it has dropped in rank, but it is the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, with infinite power. After going back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, you can look for Bao to see if it can be repaired. Also tamed a Kunpeng. More importantly, with the inclusion of the Spirit Fox clan, the speed of cultivation will leap again. No matter when, Chen Luo puts his own cultivation base first. By the way, where did Miss Zhang go? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked Mu Luli next to her. When leaving Thunder Cloud Valley, Chen Luo never saw Zhang Xian's figure. Now that the matter of the Spirit Fox clan has been dealt with, it's time to deal with Zhang Xian. I don't know where that little fox spirit is. Mu Luli played with the Kunpeng cub next to her, her eyes full of resentment. Apparently, Mu Luli still had some petty emotions towards Zhang Xian's possession of Chen Luo's soul in advance. Master, I know that Miss Zhang seems to be in Mingzhen Lake in our spiritual land. Xiao Bai next to him waved his paw and said. Spirit Fox Clan, Mingzhen Lake. Mingzhen Lake is a beautiful lake in the Linghu tribe, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery is pleasant. There are many birds flying around in the sky above Mingzhen Lake. By the lakeside of Mingzhen Lake, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure in a light yellow cloud dress is looking at the sky, her thoughts seem to have drifted into the distance. Miss Zhang, where are you going from now on? A clear voice came. Dressed in a black robe, Chen Luo, who had an air of dust, galloped not far away, and then stopped beside Zhang Xian. The two stood side by side, the unparalleled handsome Chen Luo and the stunning Zhang Xian, as well as the surrounding beauty, seemed to form a perfect picture scroll. Where did she plan to go? Zhang Xian was silent. On's father is gone, and the only one immortal holy soul condensed in the immortal soul body has also been used up. I can't go back to the Zhang family anymore. Without my father's protection, I will only become the marriage partner of the Zhang family. After the previous events, Zhang Xian was also extremely disappointed with the Zhang family. I don't want to go back to that powerful but impersonal family. Then where should I go? Practice alone, and then seek revenge from Xiao Fan. Zhang Xian was confused for a while, not to mention Xiao Fan's unparalleled talent, he was no match at all, without the support of his family, his desire for revenge was simply far away. Mr. Chen, I haven't thought about it yet, but about Xiao Fan, thank you. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then thanked him. Zhang Xian already knew what Chen Luo did to Xiao Fan just now. Although he failed to kill Xiao Fan, making Xiao Fan so miserable made Zhang Xian feel much better. In this way, the difficulty of dealing with Xiao Fan in the future will undoubtedly drop a lot. How do you want to thank me? Chen Luo then said slowly, turned his head, and looked seriously at Zhang Xian in front of him. Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian looked at Chen Luo in front of him who looked like a banished fairy, and was taken aback. Apparently he did not expect Chen Luo to say such a thing. Master Chen, I still have some cultivation resources here. Zhang Xian continued slowly. Before Zhang Xian finished speaking, she couldn't continue. When own these cultivation resources are the secret realm of Joyong Supreme, Chen Luo gave them to own. Take Chen Luo to own cultivation resources, thank you Chen Luo. Adore me as a teacher, join us in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo then said softly, looking straight at Zhang Xian in front of him. After all, he is a person with the aptitude of divine rank, so he can provide himself with a large amount of cultivation effect return. What's more, Chen Luo had also had a sympathy with himself. Chen Luo already regarded her as his own half-woman. No matter what I say, I can't make her wander outside. As a teacher, I can provide you with the top cultivation resources. If you want to take revenge on Xiao Fan, it is impossible without enough cultivation base. Chen Luo continued slowly. Moreover, you should have discovered that when we merged with each other, your soul power also increased rapidly, which is also very helpful for improving your strength. Chen Luo continued to add. After Chen Luo finished speaking, Zhang Xian's eyes revealed a look of thought. Indeed, not only did Chen Luo's soul power soar when the last soul fusion helped Chen Luo condense his immortal holy soul. Zhang Xian's own soul power has also increased a lot. Obviously, mingling with Chen Luo's soul can enhance own soul power. Disciple Zhang Xian pays respects to master. After a while, Zhang Xian thought it over clearly, and bowed to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice Zhang Xian for breaking through to Good Fortune Realm, rewarding a gift bag for the divine apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Tuer Zhang Xian, for breaking through the realm of Saint. The return effect of Tuer Hua Yuntian practice has increased to 20 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 5 disciples with divine qualifications. Now start the advanced task of cultivating fetters. Advanced task, please host 10 apprentices with divine qualifications as soon as possible. After completion, the intermediate level cultivation fetters will be advanced to advanced level cultivation fetters. Advanced cultivation fetters, all disciples who join Heavenly Bamboo Peak can return 3 times the cultivation effect to the host. The upper limit of advanced cultivation fetters is 30,000 people. At this moment, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The advanced task appeared again, and Chen Luo's eyes lit up. The advanced task of the intermediate practice bond can be upgraded to the advanced practice bond after completion. The advanced cultivation fetters are so powerful, and the disciples who join will have 3 times the cultivation return. Moreover, the quota of Heavenly Bamboo Peak directly reaches 30,000 people. If it is advanced and recruits full people, won't it take off from where it is? Thinking of returning from this terrifying practice, Chen Luo felt excited. However, it is a little bit difficult to have 10 apprentices with divine qualifications. Chapter 165. The cultivation aptitude of Shenpin belongs to the supreme aptitude of Ancient Desolate Continent. As long as those who possess the cultivation talent of the divine rank do not die young, they all have the potential to become the great emperor. However, it only has this potential, and whether it can grow to that point in the end depends on personal circumstances. In the future, we need to pay more attention to the disciples who are cultivating talents, Chen Luo thought in his heart. The bond of advanced cultivation is too important to Chen Luo, and Chen Luo cannot let it go. Opening Zhang Xian's magical gift bag, Chen Luo then suppressed his thoughts, ready to see what was in Zhang Xian's gift bag. Ding! The apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, the Immortal Soul Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level top-grade Soul Secret Art, 9 Cycles Desperation Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Grade Middle Grade Medicine Pill, Imperial Pill * 100 bottles. 9 Cycles God Extermination Art, Emperor Rank Top Grade Soul Destroyer Secret Art, a terrifying secret art that directly hits the soul, after 9 cycles, possesses the ability to kill immortals. Chen Luo's pupils shrank from the top-quality Emperor level soul technique, and it turned out to be such a powerful mystery technique. As expected of the immortal soul body, it gave such a powerful secret technique. Get up, from now on, you will be my 6th personal disciple. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and helped Zhang Xian in front of him. Yes, Master. Zhang Xian said respectfully. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is the cultivation technique and secret technique I prepared for you. After you practice diligently, you will definitely be able to kill Xiao Fan in the future. Chen Luo then passed on to Zhang Xian both the Immortal Soul Sutra and the 9 Cycles Exterminating God Art that he had just obtained. Feeling the mysterious and obscure information in his mind, Zhang Xian only felt his head buzzing, the Emperor's cultivation technique, and the secret technique. The Immortal Soul Sutra is simply a cultivation technique tailor-made for oneself, which can increase the speed of own cultivation. Not to mention the 9 Cycles God Extermination Art. If he really cultivated to the 9 cycles great completion state, he would have a great chance to kill Xiao Fan. Thank you, Master. Xian will serve Master wholeheartedly in the future. Zhang Xian then said gratefully, looking at Chen Luo very firmly. Just practice hard in the future. Chen Luo stroked Zhang Xian's hair, and continued. Master, I will. Zhang Xian nodded heavily. Now that she has such a top-notch cultivation technique and secret technique, she must practice hard. Next, let me help you increase your soul power. Chen Luo then said slowly, looking at Zhang Xian in front of him with clear eyes. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Helping me to increase my soul power is a fusion of spirit and soul. Zhang Xian's face was reddish, and he remembered the last time he was in Zhuyang Supreme Secret Realm in his mind. The thing that stirred her heart, recalling it now, still makes her delicate body tremble slightly. Master, here, no. Not good. There was anticipation in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he said in a hoarse voice. It's okay, I'll lay down the formation. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then arranged a powerful concealment formation, blocking all surrounding detection. Master, please take pity on me. A delicate voice came from the formation. Soon, imaginative voices resounded in the formation. On the other side of Mingzhen Lake, Mu Luli in a green dress widened her eyes, looking at the formation in the distance, her eyes were full of anger. Damn it, this fox spirit knows how to pretend to be weak to attract Master. Mu Luli clenched her teeth and murmured in a low voice, her back molars were about to be crushed. No, even if I can't participate, I still want to hear if this fox spirit has resorted to despicable means against Master. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli suppressed the thoughts in her heart, walked slowly to the edge of the formation, and began to listen to the miraculous movement in the formation. 3 days later, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. My name is Li Wengxuan, I am 19 years old, and I have been in Heavenly Bamboo Peak for almost 3 months. Since I joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I have worked hard to practice, and I dare not slack off for a day, diligently improving my own cultivation base. After 3 months of practice, I am already in the 9th stage of Nirvana, only 1 step away from the good fortune realm. The 19-year-old Nirvana 9th stage is a genius everywhere, which I couldn't imagine before. I never thought that I could reach the pinnacle of Nirvana at the age of 19. However, in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, this is nothing, only winning the cultivation competition and transforming the qualifications of the holy rank is the dream of all disciples. Since the start of the cultivation competition, 10 brothers and sisters have won the competition and have successfully transformed and landed. They are role models for all of our Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples, and their diligence and hard work are worth learning for all of our disciples. The cultivation atmosphere of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is unique, and every disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is practicing hard. The unlimited supply of the ultimate spiritual Qi Dan allows everyone to quickly upgrade their own qualifications. Seeing the hard work of my colleagues, I am very relieved, but the pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Since the first session when the ancestor of the Duanmei practice method came ashore, I seem to have been cursed. Every subsequent practice competition, I always got 2nd place. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the reward for the 2nd place is already very generous, but, in my opinion, the 2nd place is a naked shame. Only number 1 is my pursuit. I am tired of being called Li's 2nd child. I want to get rid of this title. There is only one way, and that is to get the 1st place in the cultivation competition and successfully go ashore. Now Heavenly Bamboo Peak has more than 3,000 disciples. The follow-up disciples of Mingxia Peak and the disciples who will join later are not to be feared. After all, they are new and do not pose much threat. Only the first batch of 300 disciples are the most threatening. After a long period of practice, these disciples have their own unique understanding of practice, and both the pulse-breaking practice method and the self-mutilation practice method have reached a very high level. Previously, due to the medicine pill update, the self-mutilation practice reoccupied the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Some disciples' self-mutilation cultivation method has even been updated to the 20th version. These animals simply don't regard themselves as human beings. However, after many times of practice, I also have a new breakthrough. From the self-harm practice method to the pulse-breaking practice method, I have already achieved great completion. Now, I have mastered the core practice methods of the 2 Heavenly Bamboo Peak to a certain degree, and I can switch seamlessly. First, use the self-injury practice method to practice, and when recovering from the injury, use the broken pulse practice method. The 2 methods can be used alternately, which can greatly improve the efficiency. I have tested it, and although the 2 are used alternately, the efficiency is at least 1.5 times that of the self-harm practice method. In addition, I have asked Zhang Guang to help me check the cultivation progress of the other first batch of disciples. The other disciples did not have a substantial breakthrough, but only I have mastered this new trick. Tomorrow is the settlement day of this cultivation competition, and I, Li Wengxuan, am already ready to reach the top. Patriarch Dalong, Patriarch Xiaocheng, please bless me, I will win this battle. Chapter 166 Daily Life of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Li Wengxuan made the last stroke, then put away his pen and ink, and closed the record. Immediately afterwards, Li Wengxuan took out a sharp dagger, and savagely struck On's thigh 6 times. Immediately, bursts of blood spattered out, and the speed of the spirit power in the body suddenly accelerated. There was nothing abnormal in Li Wengxuan's expression, as if it was just an insignificant matter. Everything depends on tomorrow. While practicing, Li Wengxuan picked up other notebooks beside him, and examined them carefully. These notebooks all recorded Li Wengxuan's cultivation experience, as well as the knack of blending the cultivation method of breaking the veins and the cultivation method of self-mutilation. Recording is what Li Wengxuan likes to do. Li Wengsuan feels that checking for gaps and filling in gaps every time he practices is a very effective means of improving efficiency. This is also one of the reasons why he was not outstanding as a talent in Lihokan, but he could really stand out in Lihokan and become one of the 4 outstanding talents of Lihokan. Moreover, now that Li Wengsuan is extremely proficient in self-mutilation practice and pulse-breaking practice, even if he records and fills in gaps while practicing, it will not have any impact on Li Wengsuan's cultivation efficiency. After a long while, Li Wengsuan finished checking, and made up his mind that there was no problem anymore. Go and see the disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the future, don't overturn those disciples who just joined. Li Wengsuan murmured in a low voice. After the disciples of Mingxia Peak joined, the disciples from all sides recommended many disciples to join, and now the number of disciples in Heavenly Bamboo Peak is close to 4,000. Li Wengsuan then left the room while practicing, and began to stroll around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Along the way, Li Wengsuan saw many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples. Most of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples had dark circles under their eyes, and looked weak and spiritless. Li Wengsuan knew that this was the reason why he hadn't mastered the self-mutilation practice. If the self-mutilation cultivation method has been practiced to a high-level realm, it can be retracted freely, and there will be no abnormalities at all except for a little mental fatigue. As for the dark circles under the eyes, there's nothing to do about it, it's something Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples can't change. After all, if you practice continuously for 12 hours a day, if you don't stop for several months, you will have ghosts if you don't have dark circles. If it weren't for Chen Luo's thoughtful preparation of various medicine pills, most of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples would have died suddenly while practicing. In the pill refining hall of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Li Wengsuan also saw a black dog teaching some disciples pill refining, and various skills. This black dog is Biao, and Biao has completely integrated into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, teaching many disciples with all his strength to learn various refining techniques and pill refining methods. Originally, few disciples were willing to come and learn various pill refining medicines and weapons with Biao, but Chen Luo gave a lot of subsidies. Shenpin's mental energy cultivation method, as well as various medicine pills and spiritual fruits. Under the temptation of many resources, many disciples resolutely started practicing with Biao. Afterwards, Chen Luo promised again that if any disciple could raise the level of pill refining to the holy rank, then Chen Luo would also help him to upgrade to the cultivation qualification of the holy rank. The appearance of this news immediately ignited the enthusiasm of many hopeless disciples. They decided to go ashore by means of pill refining or refining tools. You idiot, can Yen Yuanko and Huimiazi be put together? Is your mind full of shit? I usually teach you the same way, haven't you read the Taishian Danjing? And you, who taught you that amethyst crystals can be directly burned with fire, please donate your brains to useful people. You are really the worst class I have ever led. Bai Yao kept gesticulating with his paws in the pill refining hall, exhaling fragrance, spitting flying, extremely excited, and from time to time ejected a spirit power to hit those disciples. Many disciples trembled and did not dare to refute in the slightest. They knew that although this black dog looked unremarkable, his pill refining and various means were perfect, and he was a well-deserved Grand Great Master. They have never seen such a powerful and knowledgeable person, and studying under him is definitely a great opportunity in their lives. As long as you can learn a little bit of its essence, you can become a powerful pill refining master and refining master. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is getting better and better. Li Wengsuan is relieved to see so many disciplines who practice hard and are still humble and eager to learn despite being sprayed with blood. He is one of the earliest disciples, watching Heavenly Bamboo Peak expand step by step, and has a deep affection for Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After Li Wengsuan stopped for a while, he left and went to check on other disciples. Brother Li, good evening. Brother Li, give me a few knives, I'm always wrong. Senior Brother Li, is it true that the method of breaking the veins is not enough? I really don't want to give up the practice of breaking the veins. When Li Wengsuan was traveling, he met many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and many disciples asked Li Wengsuan for advice on cultivation methods. Although Li Wengsuan was ranked second, in the eyes of many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples, he was an extremely terrifying existence. After all, Heavenly Bamboo Peak now has nearly 4,000 disciples, and it is extremely difficult to get the top 300. Not to mention, Li Wengsuan has won the second place in a row, and he is an idol in the hearts of countless disciples. Li Wengsuan didn't put on airs at all, and helped his own colleagues solve various problems. Not only Li Wengsuan, the first batch of disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak were basically extremely enthusiastic, and helping them would not affect their own cultivation efficiency. Soon, Li Wengsuan solved the problems of many disciples, and continued to check around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Although many of these disciples who later joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak were extremely talented, they were under Heavenly Bamboo Peak's top-level cultivation environment and countless resources. The gap in cultivation qualifications below the holy grade can be smoothed out with own efforts. I don't know how many disciples who are astonishingly talented, they sneered at the self-mutilation cultivation method and the pulse-breaking cultivation method, so that they were defeated in the cultivation competition, and they couldn't even enter the top 300. In the end, I could only pick up the Mensin initiation manual in despair and study it with all my strength. No problem, although these disciples are now completely accustomed to the cultivation environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, they haven't found any outstanding ones yet. I am sure that I will win this training competition. Li Wengsuan's heart is determined, and he is already 99% sure. Immediately afterwards, Li Wengsuan was about to leave, and went back to the own practice room to continue practicing, to welcome tomorrow's smooth ascent to the summit. Hoo! 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 At this moment, Li Wengsuan suddenly heard a long snoring sound. Li Wengsuan was stunned. This voice, is someone sleeping? It can't be my delusion, but in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the cultivation sacred land, there are people who can resist not practicing and go to sleep. Chapter 167 Lu Pan's Ambition. Driven by curiosity, Li Wengsuan searched for the source of this voice. Following the voice, Li Wengsuan walked slowly towards the other side. Soon, Li Wengsuan found the source of the sound. In a mountain forest with dense spiritual qi in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a burly young man was lying on a hammock between two spiritual trees, soundly asleep. The snoring sound was extremely loud, and seemed to have a rhythmic rhythm. Beside the hammock, sitting cross-legged on a spirit power futon, a young man with dark circles and bloodshot eyes is practicing self-harm. Li Wengsuan ignored the disciple who was practicing, but looked at the burly disciple on the hammock. It's not my illusion, someone is actually sleeping. Li Wengsuan rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that he read correctly, he was shocked. Where did the god of sleep come from, to be able to sleep in Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Senior brother Li, you are here, I just have a question to ask you for advice. Yang Chengwang, who was beside the hammock, showed a joyful smile when he saw Li Wengsuan coming. Li Wengsuan also carefully solved Yang Chengwang's problem. Who is this junior brother? After solving the problem, Li Wengsuan looked at the young man who was sleeping next to him. Brother Li, this is my cousin, Lu Pan, he has narcolepsy and has to sleep every day. Yang Chengwang scratched his head and continued. Narcolepsy. Li Wengsuan's brows were furrowed, and he still had such symptoms. However, Li Wengsuan didn't pay too much attention to it. Ancient Desolate Continent is full of wonders, and it's normal to have these strange illnesses. I can check with Bao Elder. Li Wengsuan continued to ask. After Bao was integrated into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, due to its outstanding ability, it took up many positions concurrently. Treating various ailments is also Bao Elder's forte. Brother Li, Bao Elder saw it, his lethargy has penetrated the bone, and there is no cure. Yang Chengwang said honestly. Li Wengsuan sighed, looking at Lu Pan with a little pity. In such a good cultivation environment, but can only be immersed in the pain of sleeping, it is really pitiful. Immediately afterwards, Li Wengxuan left after leaving some medicine pills. Cousin, who is that? Not long after Li Wengxuan left, Lu Pan yawned and woke up from his lethargy. That is our heavenly bamboo peak, Li Wengxuan, senior brother Li. Yang Chengwang looked at Li Wengxuan's back, his eyes were full of admiration. Oh, that famous second child. Lu Pan rubbed On's eyes, and then said. How can you call senior brother Li like that? Bah, no, how can you call senior brother Li like that? Do you have to respect and understand? Senior brother Li is the second, but he is also the senior we can only look up to. The corners of Yang Chengguang's mouth twitched slightly, and he continued. Lu Pan pursed his lips. Indeed, it can be said that it is luck to be second once, and second every time. That is really awesome, a proper control of points. I see, I will respect senior brother Li when I see him in the future. Lu Pan continued honestly. Well, second brother Li is a very good person, we must always respect him. Yang Chengwang continued. Lu Pan nodded. Lu Pan also liked this kind of hard-working senior brother who was so kind to his fellow students. By the way, you've had enough sleep and practice quickly. You sleep every day, and I'm too embarrassed to say that I brought you here. You'll lose all my old face. Yang Chengwang continued to say with hatred. Yang Chengwang was also the first batch to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and he has a certain prestige in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Many people knew that Yang Chengwang had found a cousin who slept every day. Although everyone didn't say much, Yang Chengwang still felt uncomfortable. He always felt that his own cousin was wasting his time and wasting such a good cultivation environment. Cousin, didn't I say that? I'm not sleeping, I'm practicing in my dream. Lu Pan retorted. Okay, let's put away your tricks, god damn you practice in your dreams, do you really think of yourself as a god of sleep? Tomorrow's practice competition will be settled, if you can't enter the top 3000, the next 7 days, every day will be the same. Don't want to sleep. Yang Chengwang then interrupted Lu Pan. Don't worry, my practice in the dream is fine, the top 3000 is definitely fine, my goal is the top 3. Lu Pan's eyes ignited a fierce fire. After a long period of practice, Lu Pan is quite familiar with the practice method in Own Dream. Although it has not been formally compared with Heavenly Bamboo Peak's current self-mutilation cultivation method, Lu Pan feels that the Own method is not weaker than this, and in some respects, it is even stronger. Come on, cousin, the dream has woken up, now is not the time for fantasy, if you can take the top 3, I will recognize you as my father. Yang Chengwang said with a look of disdain. Yang Cheng saw a lot of arrogant men sin, each with his eyes above the top, and wanted to create a new way to break the monopoly of self-harm cultivation methods. However, they all failed without exception, and were finally convinced by the self-harm practice method, and practiced the self-mutilation practice method with all their strength. Perhaps such a peerless genius will really appear in the future, but it is absolutely impossible to be my cousin who sleeps every day, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Northern Demon State. In a palace with extremely abundant spirit power in the territory of the Spirit Fox clan. In the depths of the palace, bursts of terrifying spirit power surged toward the center of a young man in the middle of the depths. The majestic spiritual chi almost overwhelms the entire great hall. In the young man's body, the golden holy acupoints are constantly absorbing spirit power. With the influx of spirit power, the holy acupoints seem to be filled. Boom! After a while, there was a violent roar, and the first holy acupoints in the young man's body was completely filled. An air mechanism that suppresses the world circulates around the young man. The entire great hall trembled unceasingly, as if it couldn't bear this terrifying aura at all. Breakthrough, Great Saint, Second Stage Day. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and the aura of the Great Saint second stage appeared on Chen Luo's body. The spirit power in the body has already begun to surge towards the second holy acupoints. Originally, Chen Luo needed at least 10 days to break through. However, due to the inclusion of many top experts of the Spirit Fox clan and talent clansmen, after their cultivation effects returned, Chen Luo's cultivation speed skyrocketed again, reaching an abnormally perverted point. In just 3 days, he broke through the bottleneck and reached the second stage of the Great Saint state. This speed shocked Chen Luo himself. Master, the people of the Spirit Fox clan have assembled and are ready to leave at any time. At this moment, a cool and pleasant voice sounded. Wearing a white flowing fairy dress, Zhang Xian, with a slim figure and a radiant face, walked in slowly. At this time, Zhang Xian's body has extremely powerful fluctuations in soul power, and it is obvious that the soul power has reached a very strong level. In the past few days, Chen Luo has basically been enthusiastically helping Zhang Xian improve his soul power, and Zhang Xian's soul power has also improved a lot because of this. Xian, has your soul power reached the peak of the Saint Realm? Chen Luo felt the fluctuation of Zhang Xian's soul power, and then asked. Yes, we have already reached the peak of Saint level. Zhang Xian said with a smile. In this case, let's help you improve a little more, let's break through to the Saint King level. Chen Luo then looked at Zhang Xian, with a little burning in his eyes. Now? Senior Sister Mu is outside the palace. Zhang Xian's cold cheeks were flushed, and she looked extremely charming. It's okay, this is not the first time this little girl has eavesdropped. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then unfolded the concealment circle. Chapter 168 Leaving the Spirit Fox Clan. Zhang Xian bit her red lips slightly, looking charming and charming. Chen Luo's words made her heart more complicated, and there was also a trace of inexplicable pleasure in it. With her and Chen Luo's strong soul power, they naturally sensed Mu Luli's small movements outside. However, since Chen Luo didn't stop her, Zhang Xian didn't have much to say. Soon, the formation was laid down, and a mysterious qi enveloped the palace. Looking at the formations arranged around her, Zhang Xian's body trembled, although the two of them are not physically fused yet. However, the beauty of the fusion of soul and soul far exceeds the beauty of the physical body. The high-intensity blending of mind and soul for several consecutive days, coupled with the rapid growth of soul power, made Zhang Xian a little addicted. Master, we have to hurry up this time, everyone in the Spirit Fox clan has assembled. Zhang Xian continued softly. Don't worry, it will be very fast this time, just to help you advance grade. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then waved his right hand. A mysterious spirit power brought Zhang Xian to the opposite of own. Master, then, let's start. Zhang Xian said with flushed cheeks, then closed her eyes and let out her own soul. Chen Luo also released his soul. After the souls of the two came out, they began to merge and improve. A moment later, an extremely strange sound sounded in the palace. Damn it, this little elf is too damn it. These days, he has occupied Master every day, and Master has no time to help me awaken the bloodline. Mu Luli's cheeks were so red at the gate of the palace that she almost dripped water. The strange movement inside made Mu Luli's footsteps a little unsteady. Mu Luli really wanted to leave here, but the voice inside haunted her mind, so she stayed honestly. Soon, trembling breathing sounded from the gate of the palace. The next day, in a gigantic spiritual land of the Spirit Fox clan, there are many spirit gathering arrays and many spiritual plants in the spirit land, exuding extremely strong spirit power. A large number of Spirit Fox clan members are cultivating here, absorbing the spirit power around them. Patriarch, why hasn't the Peak Master come here yet? In the center of the spiritual land, Hu Meyer asked suspiciously. Yesterday Zhang Xian said to invite the Peak Master to come over, but he still hasn't come after inviting him for a whole day. Just wait patiently. Hu Mian beside her said slowly. Beside the two of them, there are quite a few seniors of the Spirit Fox clan, all of whom are extremely powerful great saint-level experts. With Xiao Bai's coercion and Hu Mian's full cooperation, all the top powerhouses of the Spirit Fox clan decided to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The same is true for many talented juniors. The number of all joined is close to 1,000, there are 100 top experts above the Saint level, and there are as many as 30 top experts at the Saint King level and Great Saint level. These are the background and future of the Spirit Fox clan. Hu Mian's move has put the entire Spirit Fox clan on Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo did not disappoint Fox Mian, and gave a large number of training resources, so that all the fox spirits who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak have sufficient training resources. Chen Luo also accepted all those members of the Spirit Fox tribe who possessed holy grade qualifications as formal disciples, and bestowed them with top-level cultivation technique. As for those who were not selected, Chen Luo also left a lot of resources and arranged a lot of top-level formations around them to protect their safety. Luo Li, why, who bullied you, tell me. Now that I am in charge of the entire Spirit Fox clan, there is nothing I can't handle. On the other side of the Spirit Land, Xiao Bai lined up with his own breasts facing Mu, who was sullen beside him. Luo Li said. Not long ago, Mu Luli walked out from the outside with resentful eyes, and her steps were a little vain. Humph, Master and Zhang Xian bullied me, you go and beat them up. Mu Luli curled her lips and said. Luo Li, what are you talking about? Why can't I hear you? I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Xiao Bai quickly turned around and slipped away. Xiao Bai didn't want to get involved with Chen Luo and these women. Mu Luli bit her red lips slightly, and didn't say much, as if she knew that Xiao Bai didn't dare to join in. Hey, Luo Li is so childish, isn't the master just fighting with Shi Han? What's there to be angry about? Xiao Bai muttered in his heart, and then ran to the other side to find a maid from the Spirit Fox clan to find something delicious for him. Chen Luo and Zhang Xian left the palace refreshed. In Zhang Xian's mind, mental energy was extremely majestic, and it had already been promoted to the Saint King level. Thank you, Master. The radiant Zhang Xian thanked Chen Luo. Now, Zhang Xian is completely convinced by Chen Luo, and the rapid improvement of mental energy has given Zhang Xian a lot of confidence to seek revenge on Xiao Fan in the future. It's okay, I'm your master, I should help you. Chen Luo stroked Zhang Xian's hair. The improvement of Zhang Xian's soul power will also provide Chen Luo with a large amount of cultivation effect return. After several days of practicing day and night, Chen Luo's mental energy has also reached a very advanced level. The two then walked side by side towards the square of the Spirit Fox clan. Master, you finally came out. Not long after the two approached the square, Chen Luo heard a crisp and pleasant voice. Wearing a light green long dress, the smaller Mu Luli walked quickly to Chen Luo's side. Mu Luli stared at Zhang Xian next to Chen Luo quietly, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Zhang Xian turned a blind eye and just continued walking forward with Chen Luo. Seeing Zhang Xian completely ignoring her, Mu Luli gritted her teeth with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. Master, I haven't awakened bloodline for a long time, awaken bloodline for me soon. Mu Luli then slowly said to Chen Luo, looking straight at Chen Luo. Hey, I'll help you after the things about the Fox clan are arranged. Chen Luo touched the girl's head and said. Mu Luli's eyes were full of disappointment, but she still nodded obediently. Then they hugged Chen Luo's arm and walked towards the square together. Peak Master, the people of our Spirit Fox clan have assembled and are ready to leave at any time. Hu Mian, who was not far away, saw Chen Luo approaching, and came to Chen Luo's side respectfully. There were also many high-ranking members of the Spirit Fox clan who saluted Chen Luo respectfully. Then let's leave the Spirit Fox clan and go to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo nodded and continued. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo took out a huge flying boat. This flying boat is the top-level holy grade large flying boat, enough to accommodate a team of thousands of people. Moreover, there are extremely powerful formations carved around it, which can well protect the flying boat. Everyone board the flying boat and prepare to leave. Chen Luo continued. Immediately afterwards, under the arrangement of Hu Mian, a member of the Linghu tribe began to board the flying boat. By the way, Peak Master, the person with divine qualifications you want me to look for has disappeared. At this moment, Hu Mian seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Chen Luo. Chapter 169 The Result. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and someone with supernatural qualifications had been found. After receiving the advanced task of cultivating fetters, it was for Hu Mian to help her find it. After all, it is still a bit difficult to get 10 disciples who are divine grades to practice talent. It must be more efficient to have someone else help you find it. It's just that she didn't expect that Hu Mian would have a clue so soon. Tell me, where is that person with divine qualification? Chen Luo continued to ask. Peak Lord, they are the 2 young masters of the Qin family in the central region. They are both divinely qualified, and their talents are extremely powerful. Hu Mian continued with her cherry lips parted. 2. Chen Luo's pupil shrank. The Qin family still produced 2 god-level qualifications at once. The Qin family, is that the Qin family from the imperial family? Chen Luo then asked. There is a Qin family in the central region, which is the imperial family. It used to have a great reputation in the ancient desolate continent, and it was the most powerful imperial family. However, due to some changes in the Qin family, the latter declined. It is said that even the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon was taken away. Now, although they have the name of the imperial clan, they no longer have the strength of the imperial clan. That's right, it's the fallen emperor clan. Hu Mian continued to explain. In a declining imperial family, there are actually 2 juniors with divine cultivation qualifications. It seems that this Qin family is about to take off. What kind of physique are those 2 guys? Chen Luo then asked. The cultivation of divine rank talent means that they all have incomparably strong physiques. After all, the Qin family is already in decline, without the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon to suppress the clan. It is impossible to have an existence like Wang Tong, who is born with strong imperial blood. Hui Fengzhu, both of them have unparalleled physiques. One is named Qin Feng, who was born with supreme bones, and the other is named Qin Yi, who awakened the Emperor Luo double pupils the day after tomorrow. Hu Mian slowly. Supreme Bone and Emperor Fall double pupils. Chen Luo froze for a moment. These 2 things felt inexplicably familiar. Could it be that Qin Yi dug up Qin Feng's supreme bone? Chen Luo then asked with a strange expression. No. Hu Mian replied. It's good if it's not. Chen Luo was inexplicably relieved. In this way, there is no need to worry about the 2 facing each other in life and death, and both of them can be accepted. Qin Feng dug up Qin Yi's Emperor Luo double pupils. Hu Mian continued. Chen Luo. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the bright moonlight lights up the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak. On the square of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a large number of disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak gathered. They were cultivating while waiting for the settlement of the cultivation competition. I'm so excited. It's the closing day of the practice competition once every 7 days. I don't know who can climb to the top today and successfully go ashore. Compared with who can climb to the top, I'm more curious about whether the broken vessel cultivation method can regain its glory. The self-harm practice method has suppressed Heavenly Bamboo Peak for so long. I don't know when the broken pulse cultivation method will rise. I heard that this time a senior brother has a new breakthrough in the practice of breaking the veins. I don't know if he can break the haze of the self-injury practice. On the other side of the square, many people who practiced the pulse-breaking cultivation method were chirping and discussing. Although the self-mutilation cultivation method is now in full swing, there are still people who insist on the broken veins cultivation method hard, thinking that the broken veins cultivation method can regain their vitality, and when the time comes, they will regain everything they once had. New breakthrough, how is it possible? Next to a spiritual tree in the square, Li Wengxuan, who was practicing, shook his head. He knew that disciple had made some adjustments to the pulse-breaking practice method, but just a little bit of improvement would not be able to break the dominance of the self-mutilation practice method. Wengxuan, I've already read it. Among the first batch of disciples, your cultivation efficiency is the highest. This time your first place is absolutely guaranteed. A voice sounded. He Zhongguang walked slowly from not far away, his eyes were full of smiles. He Zhongguang felt a little guilty towards Li Wengxuan because he used some small tricks to get the first place, so he gave him a lot of help. 9 times out of 10. Li Wengxuan frowned slightly, isn't there another instability? However, thinking of his hard work these days, Li Wengxuan still didn't say much. He was not afraid of anything and would definitely reach the top. Immediately afterwards, Li Wengxuan waited beside the spirit tree for the settlement to begin. Cousin, don't sleep. There are so many people watching. In the corner on the other side of the square, Yang Chengwang pulled Lu Pandao who was sleeping next to him. Many people around were staring at Lu Pan who was sleeping in amazement. Is that brother Yang's cousin? As expected, like the rumors, he likes to sleep. Oh, I really envy him, he can still sleep, daddy hasn't closed his eyes for 2 months. Yeah, I'm envious of my real name, I can sleep at a time like this, I have to admit that senior brother Yang's cousin is also talented. People around whispered, feeling very surprised by Lu Pan's sleep. Yang Chenguang's face turned black, daddy's face was completely lost by this amazing cousin. Forget it, anyway, let him continue to sleep. Yang Chengwang sighed and stopped worrying about Lu Pan sleeping. What do you know, I am practicing in a dream, not sleeping. Not long after, Lu Pan woke up from his sleep and yawned. Practice in a dream? This guy is not awake. I guess it's because I sleep every day, thinking I'm dreaming. Hey, senior brother Yang is fine, why do you have such a cousin? Maybe he can really open his own way like Dalong Patriarch and Shaocheng Patriarch. The people around listened to Lu Pan's words and discussed in a low voice, and didn't pay much attention to it. Some people also say that Lu Pan really has the attitude of pioneering new methods, but most of them are in regular script. Yang Chenguang's face became even darker, he practiced in his dream, you just need to tell me what you said, in this kind of place, it's like. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chengwang glared at Lu Pan, telling him not to be ashamed. But, what I said is true, Lu Pan muttered in his heart. Lu Pan was about to refute, but seeing his cousin's almost cannibalistic eyes, he closed his mouth. What are you discussing over there? Why is it so lively? Li Wengxuan beside the spirit tree in the distance frowned slightly, always feeling a little restless. Oh, there's a Mensin over there who fell asleep and said he wanted to practice in his dream. Said a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak next to him. Li Wengxuan frowned, practicing in a dream, can he still practice like this? Senior brother Li, Patriarch Dalong is here and has started announcing the results of the cultivation competition. Just as Li Wengxuan was about to continue asking questions, the disciple went on to say excitedly. Li Wengxuan then restrained his own thoughts and looked towards the top of the square. Above the square, Li Dalong has already counted all the information, holding a booklet in his hand. Ahem, be quiet, the result of this cultivation competition will be announced next. Li Dalong said in a deep voice. Immediately afterwards, the thousands of disciples in the square all held their breath, staring straight at Li Dalong above the square. In this training competition, the first place, Lu Pan, increased the number of spirit power by 28,535 strands, and the second place, Li Wengxuan, increased the number of spirit power by 15,000. The second place was Li Wengxuan. Li Wengxuan's head was buzzing, and the words second place kept echoing in his mind. Second place, I'm second again. Chapter 170 Great Dream Cultivation Method. Li Wengxuan only felt that bloodline was a bit against the current, and he wanted to die. Second place, why is it second again, what went wrong? He Zhongguang next to him was also stunned, his face full of astonishment. He had already investigated clearly, no one could compare to Wengxuan. Li Wengxuan is actually the second place again, this is too unbelievable. What the hell is that Lu Pan? Is it Mensin? There is such a powerful Meng Xin. Ah, I%, Yuan%. He Zhongguang was about to comfort Li Wengxuan when he heard a magical spell. Li Wengxuan next to him was hysterical and roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the square. What's wrong with senior brother Li? Why are you so excited? It's the first time I've seen senior brother Li so excited. Senior brother Li won the second place again, I'm so excited, I should. Ha, what do you know, what is the second place? I heard that senior brother Li was very sure this time. I thought I would get the first place, but I didn't expect it to be the second. Nobody remembers being number 2 unless that person has always been number 2. No, unless that person is brother Li. The people around saw Li Wengxuan who was hysterical not far away, and they all commented. Many people were puzzled why they collapsed after winning the second place. However, those first batch of people know very well that the feeling of being one step away from success is too uncomfortable. Not to mention, Li Wengxuan has already done it many times, and it would have collapsed a long time ago. Soon, Li Wengxuan adjusted his own mood, but his breathing was still heavy, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Obviously, this result is still not acceptable. Hey, that number 1 is called Lu Pan, who seems to be brother Yang Qingguang's cousin who sleeps every day. What, isn't Lu Pan the slacker who talked about the cultivation method in the dream just now? Could it really make him succeed? The cultivation method in the dream, F***ck, there is a new method. What kind of slacker, what do you say again, what is a slacker, and now I want to call it Patriarch Sleeping God. Woo, teary eyes, finally came up with a practice method that is not so underworld. I haven't closed my eyes for a month, and my head is going to be bald. Hurry up, the practice method in the dream comes out quickly, I want to learn. Me too. +1. Soon, the target of everyone's discussion was transferred to Lu Pan. Although the practice of self-mutilation is very powerful, there are still some newcomers who have not fully adapted. The emergence of Lu Pan's new method made them all see the dawn. Moreover, Lu Pan's new method's spirit power increases nearly twice that of Li Wengxuan's. Obviously, it has great potential. If they can seize the opportunity, then, in the future, these newcomers might also have a chance to reach the top. Cousin, the cultivation method in your dream is actually real. Not far from the square, Yang Chengwang was dumbfounded, looking at his cousin in disbelief. He didn't expect that his cousin won the first place, and he was so much ahead of the second place, it was really terrifying. Is this really my cousin who sleeps every day? Sleeping can improve spirit power, so what's the point of practicing hard every day? Letting you enter the top 3000, but not letting you directly win the first place. Yang Chengwang was speechless for a while, is this a genius? However, Yang Chengwang was also happy that his own cousin won the first place. Of course it's true. When did I lie to you? By the way, I won the first place. What should you call me? Lu Pan smiled slightly and continued. Father, please call me Zinfa. I am your father, no, you are my father, my own father. Yang Chengwang then shouted without hesitation. The corner of Lu Pan's mouth twitched slightly, he really screamed, I was just joking. Ahem, no problem, I'll teach you later. Lu Pan continued in a low voice. Now, junior brother Lu Pan, please come up and tell us about your cultivation experience. At this moment, Li Dalong said at the top of the square, looking straight at Lu Pan in the distance. The other people next to him were also staring at Lu Pan, looking at this Mensin who had pioneered a new method. Their eyes were full of fanaticism. There were also people talking in low voices, their words were filled with admiration for Lu Pan. Lu Pan then went to Li Dalong's side with his head held high, ready to share the new method of owning. Ahem, big guy, I'm Lu Pan. The reason why I won the first place is because I accidentally created a new method. This new method, I call it the Great Dream Cultivation Method. Not far away, Li Wengxuan stared fixedly at Lu Pan in the square, feeling like his brain was going to pump. It was that junior brother Lu Pan who was sleeping that day. It's really him, I should have thought of it a long time ago. How can anyone sleep in such a place? I should have thought of it a long time ago. Li Wengxuan only felt a 10,000 point blow in his heart. I practiced diligently, and was about to win the first place, when a new method emerged, the Great Dream Cultivation Method. However, out of the desire to be number one, Li Wengxuan suppressed the thoughts in his heart and listened carefully to Lu Pan's experience sharing. The Great Dream Cultivation Method, as the name suggests, is a method of cultivation in a dream. I have also studied the cultivation methods of Dalong Patriarch and Shaocheng Patriarch before. It is indeed a top-level practice method. My Great Dream Cultivation Method is also from them the enlightenment I got from my practice method. The core of the self-injury practice method is to stimulate the potential of our human body through self-injury, so that our practice speed can be rapidly increased. So is there a way to increase the practice speed without hurting ourselves? I slept for a long time, and finally thought of it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Now, why can't we deceive our own brain and body, let our brain and body think that we are peerless geniuses, and let our practice speed be improved? And to deceive your own brain and body, it is most suitable in a dream, so the Great Dream Cultivation Method was born. Lu Pan at the top of the square was eloquent, talking endlessly about his cultivation experience of the Great Dream Cultivation Method. Many disciples below were stunned when they heard this. And this kind of method, this sleeping god patriarch is really AFG genius. Not far away, Mo Shaocheng, Wang Feng and many other official disciples also looked at Lu Pan on the stage in shock. To deceive own brain and body, it turns out, can one still cultivate in this way? Dream Cultivation Method, junior brother Lu Pan is really a great talent, he can come up with such a practice method. Lin Shuiyu, who was a little haggard beside him, said slowly, with a look of emotion in his eyes. The long-term use of self-injury practice, coupled with non-stop practice, made Lin Shuiyu, who was originally stunning and tender, haggard a lot, with dark circles under her eyes. Chapter 171 Scarlet Moon City. Although it has the nourishment of the elixir, but if you boil it without sleep, no amount of it can completely cure it. Moreover, the long-term use of self-mutilation practice has made Lin Shuiyu a little addicted, and she will give herself a few knives at every turn. Although this kind of practice is very cool, it can't be cool all the time. I can't practice while letting others kill yourself, everyone is very busy, no time to serve her. Now with the emergence of new laws, this problem may be changed. Yet, it seems that the layout of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is going to change a lot. Zhang Rongsheng next to him continued. All the formal disciples nodded in agreement. Every time a new method appears, it is a big change, especially this brand new method. I don't know what the future of Heavenly Bamboo Peak will be. However, they all know that the future of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is getting better and better. The Great Dream Cultivation Method doesn't look very good for cultivation, I don't like it. I don't like it either, I'd better use the self-harm practice method honestly, the self-harm practice method is the most powerful practice method. That's right, the self-injury practice method is still safe. The pulse-breaking practice method was born before, and it was suppressed by the self-injury practice method in a short time. The self-injury practice method is still the strongest practice method. Hey, I believe you ghost, you said the same thing last time when the self-harm practice method appeared, and then you used it backhanded to betray our self-harm party. It was an accident last time, what do you know? The Great Dream Cultivation Method, I will switch to practice now, I will follow the will of the Patriarch Sleeping God, and go ashore together. I really envy Patriarch Lu Pan. Not long after he joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he created a new law. He didn't have to get involved with us to death. He successfully landed so quickly and became a high-ranking official disciple. Envy +1. Many disciples around are talking about this new law. There are also people who are very envious of Lu Pan. They don't have to compete in the cultivation competition, and they go ashore directly. They are simply the most adorable newcomers. When Wang Feng and other formal disciples heard their envious words, they all showed wry smiles. Envious, high above, don't need to study hard, think too much, become a formal disciple, but just go to a more sophisticated place. Although they have become official disciples, they don't have to compete with other disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. However, these official disciples also have competition. Moreover, the competition frequency is even more terrifying, reaching once a day. Their competition is not only the direction of spirit power, but also other aspects of assessment, soul power, physical body. However, spirit power is still the most important metric. At the same time, the rewards for the winners are beyond the imagination of other disciples. Therefore, the competition between these official disciples is even more terrifying. Every minute and every second cannot be delayed. Every time you fail, you want to catch up again. Need to put in more effort. Okay, the results of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak training competition are over. Now, let's start the final training for today's official disciples. At this moment, a stunning woman in a purple dress floated from the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yes, Senior Sister Li. There was a trace of fear and expectation in the eyes of many official disciples, and then said respectfully. Immediately afterwards, many official disciples followed Li Yan'er to the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. North Territory. In the sky. A gigantic black kunpeng was moving extremely fast in the sky. Like a black cloud, it sprints forward at an extremely fast speed. Where the black cloud flew past, bursts of swift airflow appeared, like rays of light. As expected of kunpeng, the cultivation base of the Saint Realm is no slower than the Blood Devil Dragon of the Great Saint class. On kunpeng's back, sitting on the spiritual jade seat, was a young man who looked like an exile. In the arms of the young man lay a milky white little fox. The little fox lay lazily in the arms of the young man, half closed his eyes, extremely comfortable. On both sides of the young man are two stunning and moving women. One of them had twin ponytails, a pure face, and a sly look in his eyes. The other has an outstanding temperament, wearing a long white dress with fluttering sleeves, like a stunning goddess. Master, of course, Kunpeng is the overlord demonic beasts in ancient times, even our Phoenix clan was severely suppressed in front of the Kunpeng clan. Mu Luli next to him gently kneaded Chen Luo's shoulder and said. Chen Luo nodded. Kunpeng's potential is much stronger than those of the top monster races in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Even the current overlords of the Monster Clan, the True Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, are no match for Kunpeng. The group of people was Chen Luo and others. After leaving the Spirit Fox Clan, Chen Luo decided to go to the Tianji Pavilion in the Northern Territory to investigate some news about the qualifications of the Qin family's double gods. The people of the Spirit Fox clan went to Heavenly Bamboo Peak to practice in a flying boat. Master, Chiyu City is ahead, and there happens to be a branch of Tianji Pavilion in Chiyu City. Zhang Xian next to him said softly with his eyes shining. Chen Luo frowned. Have you arrived at Chiyu City? Chiyu City is a super city under the rule of the Chiyu God dynasty in the Northern Territory, and there is a branch of Tianji Pavilion in it. The Scarlet Moon God dynasty is the top God dynasty in the Northern Territory, with a powerful force. It is considered one of the best forces in the Northern Territory. The patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan is a monster clan after all, and he is not very clear about some information about the Qin family, so Chen Luo decided to find out by himself. Although the Qin family is already in decline, it's better to be cautious. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo told Xiao He to stop, and the group quickly entered Chiyu City. Chiyu City is a top super city, full of traffic and extremely lively. Master, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten for 2.5 days. In the bustling streets of Chiyu City, Xiao He, who was on Zhang Xian's shoulder, said to Chen Luo aggrievedly. There are a lot of delicious food around, and the strong fragrance tantalizes Xiao He's taste buds. Snapped. Chicken, eat and eat, you will know how to eat, don't think I didn't see it, you secretly ate several elixir plants last night. As soon as Xiao He's voice fell, Xiao Bai on Chen Luo's shoulder was eating the spiritual fruit, jumped to Xiao He's side, and directly gave Xiao He a paw. Xiao He was directly stunned by this claw, only feeling his head buzzing. I'm from the Kunpeng family, and I'm a little chick, this wild fox is too damn it. Wild fox, if you call me little chick again, I will fight with you. I have a name. My name is Xiao Hezi, no, Xiao He. Xiao He then flapped his own wings, wanting to teach this Xiao Bai a good lesson and let him know how powerful the Kunpeng tribe is. Okay, you two stop fighting, if you fight again, you will be included in the life and death map. Chen Luo then stopped the two little guys. Master, this little black lied first. He obviously ate something last night, but he also said that he hadn't eaten for 2.5 days. Xiao Bai continued to defend. Enough, Xiao Bai, if you bully Xiao He again, I won't take you when you come out. Chen Luo then said to Xiao Bai. Chen Luo knew that Xiao He's potential was too great, and Xiao Bai was now consciously suppressing Xiao He, wanting to completely subdue Xiao He before he grew up. However, Chen Luo didn't care too much, the two little pets can play casually, don't go too far. Xiao Bai pouted, said nothing more, and returned to Chen Luo's shoulder. Woohoo, master, you are so kind. Xiao He threw himself into Chen Luo's arms aggrieved, seeking comfort. Seeing Xiao He who pretended to be so wronged, Xiao Bai's heart sank. Xiao Bai knows his strength, and Xiao He's physical body is so strong, even if he gives him 100 claws, it won't be a problem, this guy. This little chick pretends to be wronged and wins sympathy, damn it. If this continues, I will really fall out of favor in the future, thinking of the scene where this little chick wins Chen Luo's favor in the future, and then easily suppresses himself. A sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Xiao Bai's heart. No, you can't let this happen. I heard that the people from the Heavenly Devil Sect were trapped in the cold Jade Mountain. This time, the people from the Heavenly Devil Sect should be doomed. At this moment, there was a rush of discussion not far away. Chapter 172 Heavenly Devil Sect. Danger. Really? People from the Heavenly Devil Sect are trapped in the cold Jade Mountain. It's impossible. The Heavenly Devil Sect is the top Devil Dao force. The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is even more capable of rivaling the ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor. It can't be. Really, my second uncle works in Chiyu Tianwei. I heard from him that the Heavenly Devil sect leader seems to have been plotted against. Now he can only use the strength of Saint Realm. The news should spread soon. Here, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect only has Saint-level strength left, so why don't you hurry to Hanyu Mountain to pick up the leak? Grabbing one arm of the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect can be exchanged for a top-quality holy weapon. Yet, we have to hurry up, even if we can't find the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, ordinary members can still exchange for ordinary holy soldiers. Change the hammer, if I can catch the Heavenly Devil sect leader, I will post it directly, those bounties are for nothing. Not far from the street, a group of cultivators gathered and discussed with an extremely enthusiastic tone. They were discussing the matter of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and the discussions attracted quite a few people. Recently, the popularity of the Heavenly Devil Sect is too high, especially the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, who robbed the little princess of the Zhang family, and not long ago, beheaded someone from the Fire Spirit clan. Not long ago, many powerful forces in the Northern Territory were attacked by the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Many Mountain Gate treasure houses were stolen and the losses were extremely heavy. Even several top Sacred Land Emperor soldiers were snatched by Heavenly Devil Sect's sect leader. The current Heavenly Devil Sect's sect leader is simply a humanoid treasure trove. If he can be revealed, he will not need to worry about training resources until he reaches the Emperor level. Moreover, now that the Heavenly Devil Sect leader's strength has weakened to the Saint level, this is a huge opportunity that everyone can strive for. Soon, as the news spread, a large number of cultivators left Chiyu City and started heading to Hanyu Mountain. The members of the Heavenly Devil Sect were trapped in the cold Jade Mountain, and they recently robbed the treasure houses of many top forces, including the Imperial soldiers. Chen Luo was stunned. This Heavenly Devil Sect is too bold, even dare to snatch top Sacred Land's Imperial soldiers. No, how could the Heavenly Devil Sect have this ability? Could it be Senior Brother Li and the others? Chen Luo knew that no one would do this kind of thing except Senior Brother Li and the others. However, Senior Brother Li just broke through the Great Saint Realm not long ago. How could he snatch the top Sacred Land's Imperial soldiers? Doubts arose in Chen Luo's heart. Sacred Land also has levels. The weak Sacred Land is like the Zhuyang Sacred Land that Chen Luo killed before. The Blood Spirit Sacred Land that was destroyed by Chen Luo, the strongest is just an ordinary Great Saint, and its strength is mediocre. There are also stronger Overlord level forces such as Chaos Sacred Land, and there are quasi-emperor level ancestors inside the gate, overwhelming the entire central domain. Although the top-level Sacred Land is not comparable to the Overlord level forces, it still has the existence of the Great Saint, and the background of ordinary Emperor soldiers suppressing the Sacred Land should not be underestimated. Master, the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect are trapped, should we go and take a look? Mu Luli asked Chen Luo in a low voice. Mu Luli next to her felt her heart skip a beat. Naturally, she knew the strength of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and it was absolutely impossible for her to do those things. Moreover, she has been with Chen Luo all the time, except for the matters of the Fire Spirit clan and the Wang family. Chen Luo did not do anything else. Mu Luli was also quite curious about who it was. Now the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect are actually trapped. I don't know what will happen to them. Let me go and have a look. You guys go to inquire about the information about the cultivation qualifications of the two gods of the Qin family. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. There are so many people in Hanyu Mountain now, with Mu Luli and others, fearing that something will happen. Be safe by yourself. Mu Luli pouted, but still agreed. Zhang Xian next to her didn't have any objections either. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to help much if they went there. Master, I'm going too. Xiaobai said softly at this time, looking at Chen Luo with bright eyes. Xiao He, come with me, Xiaobai, follow Shihan and Luo Li. Chen Luo ignored Xiaobai's words, and then said to Xiao He next to him. After speaking, without waiting for Xiaobai to answer, he took Xia He and left directly. Seeing Chen Luo leaving with Xiao He, Xiaobai suddenly felt a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and his milky white ears suddenly drooped. It's over, I'm out of favor, the master is beating me. Xiaobai, what's the matter with you? You were fine just now. Seeing that Xiaobai was depressed, Mu Luli asked curiously. It's okay, I want to be quiet. Xiaobai sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. Who is Jing Jing? Zhang Xian asked beside him. Noob. Cold Yushan. Hanyu Mountain is an incomparably huge mountain range more than 2,000 miles north of Chiyu City. The mountains stretch for thousands of miles, and there are towering trees and all kinds of strange spiritual plants everywhere. The area where Hanyu Mountain is located is an extremely rare cold area. The cold wind covers the entire Hanyu Mountain. The howling cold wind is like a beast, constantly raging in Hanyu Mountain. Looking down from a high altitude, the whole Hanyu Mountain looks like a piece of white jade, which is why Hanyu Mountain got its name. In a cold mountain forest in the depths of Hanyu Mountain. In the mountains and forests, the cold wind kept raging, seeming to freeze everything. A group of cultivators in black robes were slowly moving forward in the forest. These cultivators all have sad faces, their eyes are full of decadence, and the cold wind around them makes them shiver. Sect leader, we're really going to end this game. Are those fellows in Chaiyu Shen Chao sick? Isn't it just that an emperor's soldier was stolen? There is a need to be so crazy. A black-robed cultivator sighed. Yeah, this Chaiyu dynasty is too stingy. Fiheng sacred land was stolen by 2 emperor's soldiers and didn't say anything. This Chaiyu dynasty is so crazy without 1 emperor's soldier, the layout is too small. That's right, it's not just a small layout, it's simply no layout. It's no wonder that the wife of the God Lord of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty ran away with someone, so stingy, it's no wonder his wife doesn't run away. The other cultivators also talked one after another, belittling the Red Moon God dynasty in their words. These cultivators are people from the Heavenly Devil Sect, and they have already found a suitable place to practice. However, I didn't expect that in less than 10 days, many forces in the Northern Territory started to arrest the Heavenly Devil Sect. It turned out that their forces were all attacked by the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, who robbed the treasures, and even many top Sacred Land Emperor's soldiers were taken away. Moreover, they also consciously searched for cultivators in the Saint Realm. Under the many arrests, although the members of the Heavenly Devil Sect have rich anti-want experience, they were still found by the Red Moon God dynasty. Some clues. Heavenly Devil Zong and others had no choice but to enter the Cold Jade Mountain. Chapter 173 Entering Cold Jade Mountain. However, the people of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty persisted and continued to follow in the footsteps of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Due to its unique geographical environment, Hanyu Mountain is extremely cold, which can block the flow of spiritual thoughts. Coupled with a large area of mountains and forests, it is very suitable for hiding. However, the people of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty were so crazy that they mobilized most of the high-level and top-level powerhouses to surround the entire 3 floors of Hanyushan. There are hundreds of formations around, and not a single mosquito can fly. There are also a large number of other cultivators coming, it seems that they must kill the Heavenly Devil Sect. They also released the news that the Heavenly Devil Sect leader was seriously injured, leaving only the Saint Realm in strength. Now many cultivators have entered Hanyu Mountain, wanting to find the Heavenly Devil Sect leader. If it wasn't for their Heavenly Devil Sect, who picked up a lot of treasures, it would have been completely cold. However, it was these treasures that confirmed the fact that they robbed them. These treasures are the treasures of the stolen forces, and the treasures are in their hands. Even if they say they were picked up, no one will believe them. Now they are the equivalent of yellow mud falling into the crotch, not end. Okay, let's move on and see if there is any way to hide. A middle-aged man in a black robe at the front said wearily. I thought that after arriving in the Northern Territory, everything would be fine, but I didn't expect to be targeted by Chuan Yu soon. Which faction is it that wants me to take the blame? F***ck, that's not the way to squeeze wool, right? In less than half a month, it's too damn it for me to have no foothold in the Northern Territory. Lin Yuanhong felt aggrieved in his heart, but he couldn't change any of the status quo. Everyone nodded with bitter faces. It is useless to say anything now, the right way is to find a way out, and then they walked towards the depths of Hanyu Mountain. Sect leader, look, there is a cave over there, is there a place to go out there? At this moment, a subordinate of the Heavenly Devil Sect looked towards a hidden cave ahead. Lin Yuanhong froze for a moment, the cave. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuanhong looked in the direction his subordinate said. The moment Lin Yuanhong saw the cave, his body froze, as if he had been frozen. finally waiting for a destined person. At the same time, a voice of cold vicissitudes rang in Lin Yuanhong's mind. Is this the cold Jade Mountain? It really lives up to its name, it's very cold, but the people from the Scarlet Moon God dynasty are so crazy that they actually surrounded the entire cold Jade Mountain. In a forest not far from Hanyu Mountain, a young man wearing a silver mask looked at Hanyu Mountain and murmured in a low voice. I saw that around Hanyu Mountain, there are a large number of holy-level magic circles densely arranged, ranging from low grade to top grade, and the number can add up to no less than 100. In the center of these holy rank formations, there are also several emperor rank formations that contain emperor power, as if they want to suppress the world. With so many formations, it is estimated that the background of the entire Shen dynasty has been moved out. Not only that, Chen Luo also found a large number of warriors from the Chayu dynasty around Hanyu Mountain, and they were staring at every exit of Hanyu Mountain. In the core area of the formation, there are still many great saint powerhouses from the Scarlet Moon God dynasty staring at them. It can be said that the Scarlet Moon God dynasty almost really came out in full force. What exactly did the Chayu God throw away, so crazy? Chen Luo had some doubts in his heart. If it was just an ordinary imperial weapon, it would not be so crazy at all. Could it be that the Emperor's soldier has other secrets? Hanyu Mountain has been taken over by our Chayu God dynasty. Those who want to enter Hanyu Mountain must pay 1,000 top-grade spirit stones before they can enter. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded at the entrance of Hanyu Mountain. At the entrance of Hanyu Mountain, many top powerhouses of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty are guarding, and only those who have paid the top quality spirit stones can enter. Is there any mistake? I'm here to slay demons. To enter and slay demons, you have to pay spirit stones, 1,000 top quality spirit stones. The Red Moon God is going crazy. You are really right. The Chayu dynasty is really poor and crazy. I heard that the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect used methods to stun everyone in the imperial city of the Chayu dynasty and ransacked the entire treasury of the dynasty. And even looted all the precious things from everyone in the imperial city. FK, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect is so good, no wonder the Red Moon God dynasty is so crazy, almost using all the power of the God dynasty to deal with the Heavenly Devil sect. Hey, I heard, didn't they just lose an imperial weapon? Why didn't news of such a big thing come out? Hey, I'm just a gossip, and there are even more explosive ones. The whole body of the God Lord Chayu dynasty was stripped off, even the underpants were gone, and those harem beauties of the God Lord Chayu, you know, I still have a top secret photo of Jade Slip here, do you want a copy? Hiss, so it's like this. The beauties of the harem of the God Lord, I understand, HXD, I want a copy. I want a copy too. Me too. +1. Many cultivators not far away discussed one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. The eyes looking at Chayu Shenchao are also somewhat complicated. There are also many people rushing to buy the top secret photo file. At the entrance, there are also many people paying the top quality spirit stones and preparing to enter it. After all, the Heavenly Devil sect has done so many things, they must be fat and oily, not to mention capturing the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect, it is considered to be an ordinary member. Go to the Scarlet Moon God dynasty or the Wang family and Zhang family to get rewards. Of course, there are only a few who are willing to buy spirit stones, and most of them are self-aware of their own strength and watch the fun outside. Is that so? Chen Luo frowned. However, in this case, senior brother Li shouldn't have done this, right? Chen Luo and Li Wudao are already quite familiar with each other. The looting may be the style of senior brother Li, but Li Wudao should not have done this kind of operation to pick up the Red Moon God Lord and those harem beauties. Forget it, don't care. Since it's all here, let's go in and take a look, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo launched the Ondian Divine Art, and quietly brought Xiao He into the Hanyu Mountain. After entering the cold Jade Mountain, Chen Luo felt the icy air around him become deeper. The air was filled with an extremely icy atmosphere, and the qi and blood in Chen Luo's body circulated slightly, dispelling the surrounding ice cold. Chen Luo then unfolded his majestic soul power, and began to investigate the surrounding situation. Although the surrounding is extremely cold, Chen Luo's mental energy has reached a very exaggerated level, completely unable to stop Chen Luo's exploration. Soon, Chen Luo's soul power drifted away, rushing towards the surroundings. This breath, this is. Not long after, Chen Luo's mental energy suddenly sensed a familiar aura fluctuating in a forest far away from Hanyu Mountain. Chapter 174, Previous Generation Sect Leader. A forest on the west side of Hanyu Mountain. The cold wind is also howling here, and the cold wind is constantly raging. Under the cold wind, the surrounding vegetation swayed with a woo-woo-woo. Old sect leader, why do we have to spend so much time to help this heavenly devil sect? It's so cold here, my mother's skin is going to be stiff. On the side of the mountain forest, a tall man wearing a light blue dress, the fiery stunning woman muttered. The surrounding cold wind blew on the stunning woman's skin, causing a slight chill. Beside the stunning woman, there was an old man with thinning hair in Taoist robes. The old man had a majestic aura, exuding a very mysterious aura, as if it contained the laws of heaven and earth, and the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted. Shu girl, that kid Li Wudao said that he finally found a force that can handle things like this. We can't just let them cool off so quickly. I think those guys from the Heavenly Devil Sect are also very clever and easy to use. Help them out. No problem. The old man stroked his grey beard, then said slowly. Seeing the performance and encounters of the Heavenly Devil Sect entering the cold Jade Mountain, the old man also felt a little admiration in his heart. So many forces chased him down, but they escaped him. Although they made a little effort secretly, everyone in the Heavenly Devil Sect was also extremely clever. Especially the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, obviously weak and pitiful, but the skill of leading his companions to escape is so powerful that even he is ashamed of himself. Moreover, their luck is also good, and they always escaped many crises inexplicably. If it weren't for the old man who could feel their cultivation base, they would have thought they were old monsters who were good at calculating. As he said that, the old man looked at a feng shui compass in his hand, and there was a cloud of spiritual light in the center of the feng shui compass, which was fixed in place. This feng shui compass is a locating treasure that can locate the Heavenly Devil Sect in case they get lost. The stunning woman next to her pursed her lips and said nothing. Those guys from the Heavenly Devil Sect were really hardworking and clever. They survived almost all enemies in the eastern and central regions. Their escape skills were top-notch. It's a pity that they disappeared like this. Moreover, they will not be able to find someone as powerful as the Heavenly Devil Sect to take the blame for. However, even with our help, the Heavenly Devil Sect can't help it this time. There are so many people trying to deal with them, we can't expose ourselves just to help them. The stunning woman next to him continued. Along the way, the Heavenly Devil Sect encountered many crises, most of which were resolved. However, the stunning girl knew that this was just the beginning, so many people wanted to deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect in the future. If there was no particularly big turning point, there was a high probability that the Heavenly Devil Sect would die here. Don't worry, I'm sensible. When I was in the Ancient Desolate Continent, your mother wasn't even born. The old man continued slowly, his eyes full of contempt. The stunning woman just wanted to refute, but, thinking of the identity of the old man, she suppressed the thoughts in her heart and continued to wait by the side. Okay, Heavenly Devil Zong and the others have moved on, let's continue to follow them, pay attention to concealment. After a while, the aura of the feng shui compass in the old man's hand suddenly started to move. The stunning woman nodded, and then prepared to move on. Senior Sister Shu, why are you here? Just then, a clear voice sounded. The stunning woman's eyes lit up, this voice is... Shu Yuo, who turned her head suddenly, and found a man wearing a mask, with a dusty temperament, walking towards her slowly. Although she was wearing a mask, Shu Yuo would not mistake her temperament and voice. It's Chen Luo. Shu Yuo hurriedly greeted Chen Luo with a smile in her eyes. Junior brother Chen Luo, I didn't expect that you were also in the Northern Territory. You couldn't be the one who took the little princess of the Zhang family away. Shu Yuo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked Chen Luo. Except for Heavenly Dao Sect, no one else will use this method of dumping blame. And now that Chen Luo is here, it must have something to do with Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Shu girl, is this little guy the new Heavenly Bamboo Peak Master you always talk about? The old man next to him said softly. That's right, this is the new Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, how can I always talk about him? Shu Yuo next to him gave the old man a white look. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuo introduced their identities to the two of them. Name, Wei is who? Age, 2633 years old. Realm, half-step quasi-emperor. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect's previous generation sect leader. It turned out to be Heavenly Dao Sect's last sect leader, but Cultivation Base actually reached half-step quasi-emperor. Chen Luo's pupil shrank. Half-step quasi-emperor is the pinnacle great saint who has comprehended the power of law, only half-step away from quasi-emperor. As long as the body of the quasi-emperor is condensed, the quasi-emperor can be completely broken through. However, why did the sect leader of the previous generation abdicate at the age of just over 2000 years? According to this age, there is nothing wrong with being 2000 years longer. Why did he abdicate so early? Doubts arose in Chen Luo's heart. Sure enough, he is a dragon and a phoenix among people. The old man Wang Lixuan has found a good seedling. Wei Zhou patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, his eyes were full of tenderness. Does the old sect leader know my master? Chen Luo then asked. As for the memory of Master Wang Lixuan, Chen Luo only has a few days when he first arrived in this world, and he doesn't have much memory. However, Chen Luo was still very grateful to Wang Lixuan. If he hadn't brought him to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the system might not have been activated. Of course, I will never forget that old fox Wang Lixuan. Wei Zhou stroked his beard and continued. The old fox? Chen Luo's heart froze. Is Master Owen an old fox? It doesn't look like it, he is obviously a bad old man who likes to brag. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look, don't let Heavenly Devil Sect guys get killed. Just when Chen Luo was about to ask something more, Wei Zhou continued. After finishing speaking, he showed the power of gentle law, and galloped forward with Shu Yuo and Chen Luo. In the depths of Hanyu Mountain. Secret and cold forest. There is white snow falling in the sky, and the ground in the forest is already covered with white snow. Lin Yuanhong led many members of the Heavenly Devil Sect and walked forward slowly, leaving deep footprints. At the end of the team, there is a special cultivator that handles those footprints, making them dissipate or point to other places. The depression that Heavenly Devil Sect people used to hang on their faces has disappeared, replaced by longing and hope for the future. Among the Heavenly Devil Sect people, there were several powerful and burly cultivators, who were slowly moving forward carrying a black jade crystal coffin. At this time, Lin Yuanhong was surrounded by a strong ghost power, as if it wanted to tear the entire space apart. However, these strong ghost powers seemed to be completely controlled by Lin Yuanhong. Driven by Lin Yuanhong, the power of the Netherworld formed a Netherworld shield around many Heavenly Devil Sect people, resisting the surrounding cold wind. Congratulations Sect Leader, this time he has obtained the inheritance of Nether Devil Emperor, and he will definitely lead our Heavenly Devil Sect to the top of the continent in the future. Lin Yuanhong, a subordinate of the Heavenly Devil Sect, said excitedly. Lin Yuanhong nodded lightly, his eyes also filled with joy. Chapter 175 The Spiritual Body of Fortune. The power of the netherworld around him gave Lin Yuanhong a strong sense of security, and at the same time, it gave Lin Yuanhong more hope for the future. After the voice appeared in Lin Yuanhong's mind, Lin Yuanhong was drawn into the cave by an inexplicable force. It turned out that there was a ghost in that cave whose lifespan was about to reach its limit, and that ghost gave Lin Yuanhong an inheritance of the Ghost Emperor, and at the same time pointed Lin Yuanhong to a secret way out of Hanyu Mountain. However, the spirit has a request, and it will ask Lin Yuanhong to take a black jade crystal coffin away from Hanyu Mountain as well. Lin Yuanhong agreed without hesitation. He was already at the end of his rope. Now, there was a way out, and he would never let it go. So the strange spirit handed over the inheritance to Lin Yuanhong, and at the same time handed over the Swanyu Crystal Pavilion to Lin Yuanhong. In Lin Yuanhong's mind, the foreign spirit arranged a set of restrictions in the inheritance of the Nether Devil Emperor. Only after taking out the black jade crystal coffin, the restrictions will be eliminated, and the complete inheritance will emerge in Lin Yuanhong's mind. Lin Yuanhong couldn't help thinking about what was in this black jade crystal coffin. This black jade coffin has mysterious power all over its body, and with Lin Yuanhong's cultivation base, it is completely impossible to see what is inside. However, around the Swanyu coffin, there are a series of spirit lines, which seem to contain extremely mysterious power. However, Lin Yuanhong didn't care too much, as long as he could get out alive, no matter what kind of monster it was. The top of the continent, isn't our heavenly devil sect the top of the continent now? At this moment, one of his subordinates asked quietly. As soon as the subordinate's words came out, everyone was stunned and their faces collapsed. That said, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Now whoever mentions the heavenly devil sect thinks that it is the number one devil Dao, comparable to the sacred land of chaos, and overwhelming the old forces such as the Seoul Yuan Temple. Their heavenly devil sect claims to be the second devil Dao, no one dares to call it the first. You're the only one who can say it. The corner of Lin Yuanhong's subordinate's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave that subordinate a hard look. I'm not wrong. The subordinate muttered softly. Okay, stop talking, hurry up and get out of this damn place. Lin Yuanhong's mouth twitched slightly, and he said seriously. Everyone didn't speak anymore, and continued to walk towards the hidden path pointed by the ghost ahead. I knew it, it's not like Li sect leader did this. In another jungle of Hanyu Mountain, several people from Weizhou were slowly walking towards the heavenly devil sect. Chen Luo and Shu Yuo were talking quietly. During the conversation, Chen Luo knew that it was the old sect leader of Weizhou who looted many top forces in the northern territory and a few people from sacred land. As for the embarrassing things about the harem concubines and the god masters of the Chayu dynasty, it was Shu Yuo who did it. However, senior sister, it's nothing more than looting those things, why did you take off their clothes? Chen Luo then said with a strange expression. Chen Luo wondered if this Shu Yuo had any special hobbies to do such things. Bah, I didn't do it on purpose, I absorbed the power of the sun from them, and their clothes were corroded by the power of the sun. Shu Yuo continued with a shyness flashing across her face. As it turned out, Chen Luo's heart suddenly brightened. In order to improve the own cultivation base, that old god Lord Chayu found so many yin attribute female cultivators, all of which are cheap to me. I think he will be depressed for several years. Shu Yuo continued with her eyebrows curved. After absorbing a large amount of lunar power, Shu Yuo's cultivation base has improved a lot, reaching Saint King 4th stage days. Moreover, the Taiyin body has also been enhanced a lot, not to mention, there are also treasures in the treasure house, which can be said to be full of harvest. Why do they have an extra coffin for the members of the heavenly devil sect? At this time, Wei Zhou who was next to him continued to ask doubtfully. Chen Luo and Shu Yuo heard the words and used their majestic soul power to look into the distance. Sure enough, they discovered that there was an extra black jade crystal coffin in the team of heavenly devil sect. In this black jade crystal coffin, Chen Luo's eyes are small, and with Chen Luo's soul power, he still can't see through what's inside. The black power on Lin Yuanhong's body is so strong, this guy must have some adventures. Xu Yuohu seemed to have discovered something, and then whispered. Chen Luo then looked at the middle-aged man at the front, and then turned on the system detection function. Name, Lin Yuanhong. Age, 336 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 5th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Devil Sect Leader. Physique, Fortune Spirit Body. The Spirit of Fortune, Chen Luo was stunned, this Heavenly Devil Sect leader turned out to have this physique. Tianyun Spirit Body is a spirit body favored by God. If you are lucky, you can turn bad luck into good fortune. However, it is also a legendary physique, Ancient Desolate Continent rarely appears. Chen Luo didn't know the specific effect of this physique either. This Heavenly Devil Sect leader doesn't seem to be very lucky, Chen Luo thought to himself. Inexplicably, he has taken so many blames. If he is lucky, he will be the enemy of the world and become the #1 blamer in their Heavenly Dao Sect. However, nothing happened for so long, it seems that luck is quite good. For other sects, even sacred land has already been wiped out hundreds of times. It seems that this sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is indeed a person with good luck. You can find treasures in this kind of place and get the Devil Dao inheritance. Weizhu next to him continued with a strange light in his eyes. With Weizhu's eyes, he could see that the power on Lin Yuanhong's body was quite mysterious, which was not there before. Obviously, not long ago, he got an unknown inheritance. Look, there seems to be another way ahead. They won't find another exit. These guys are so lucky that they can find another way in Hanyu Mountain. It seems that they are safe. Xu Yuohu who was next to him noticed that they seemed to be moving towards a road away from Hanyu Mountain. There were no people on this road, not even any beasts. People from the Heavenly Devil Sect, finally found you, you can't escape. As soon as Xu Yuohu's words fell, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded in the distance. In the distance, a group of cultivators wearing white Taoist robes suddenly appeared, surrounding Heavenly Devil Zong and others who were advancing. Your mouth must be open, isn't it? Chen Luo glanced at Xu Yuohu's ruddy lips and murmured to himself. Chapter 176 I didn't do it. Xu Yuohu was also stunned, she didn't expect such a change just after she said the words. It's from Fiheng Sacred Land. The old Weizhu sect leader next to him continued, looking straight at the scene ahead. Chen Luo and Xu Yuohu then looked forward. In the forest ahead, those cultivators wearing white Taoist robes surged with majestic spirit power. In the sky, there is also a circular magic circle, the pattern fluctuates, releasing bursts of mysterious energy, which seems to block the surrounding space. Heavenly Devil Sect leader, you are surrounded by our people, you have nowhere to go. The leader, a middle-aged man wearing a white Taoist robe, said slowly, his voice was like a wave, sweeping the entire forest. Name, Lu Chenjua. Age, 3,645 years old. Realm, Great Saint Realm 8th Stage Days. Identity, Fiheng Sacred Land Saint Lord. As expected, the strength of the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect has dropped to the saint level. Our Fiheng Sacred Land is really going to make a name for the entire continent this time. A young man next to the middle-aged man said frantically. This young man is Zhao Chuan, the holy son of Fiheng Sacred Land, who is a well-known arrogance in the Northern Territory. The eyes of the other Fiheng Sacred Land disciples around them also lit up, and their breathing became short of breath. They naturally also discovered that although the Heavenly Devil Sect leader has extremely terrifying power, the realm is a real saint realm. If they can take down the Heavenly Devil Sect, they will not only gain a lot of treasures. At the same time, their prestigious reputation in the sacred land will also resound throughout the ancient desolate continent. Everyone in the Heavenly Devil Sect not far away felt their scalps tingling and their bodies trembling unceasingly. The breaths of everyone in Fiheng Sacred Land kept surging. Even if the ghost power of the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect blocked those terrifying auras, it still made their hearts tremble. As the tyrannical aura surged, many disciples of the Heavenly Devil Sect suffered some injuries, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. "You're looking for the wrong person, I didn't plunder your Fiheng sacred land." Lin Yuanhong's expression became extremely ugly, and he said heavily. Although Lin Yuanhong now has the inheritance of the Nether Devil Emperor, but if it has not been transformed into strength, everything is useless. It is useless to meet such a top powerhouse. Humph, do you think we are fools? You didn't do it. The treasure armor you're wearing and the spirit treasure in your hands don't belong to our Fiheng sacred land. Zhao Chuan continued coldly. That's right, the dignified Heavenly Devil Sect leader, do you dare to do it or not? The disciple on the other side also spoke out, and quickly shrank back after speaking. Everyone in the Heavenly Devil Sect stared at the treasure armor with the white feather logo on their body and the spirit treasure in their hands, and were stunned. These things are actually from Fiheng sacred land, no wonder they are so easy to use. In addition to being extremely powerful, Fiheng sacred land is also quite accomplished in refining weapons, and has produced many kinds of spiritual treasures. I said, we picked it up, do you believe it? A disciple of the Heavenly Devil Sect continued weakly. Hey, I picked it up, where can I pick it up? If I can get one, can I use my brains if I'm talking nonsense? A disciple of Fiheng sacred land then said disdainfully. The spirit treasures refined by Fiheng sacred land are well known throughout the Northern Territory. It is possible to pick up one or two, but it is absolutely impossible to pick up so many. Really, we picked it up, and I'll give it back to you. A disciple then took off his armor and threw it directly to Zhao Chuan in the distance. Zhao Chuan was stunned, and looked at the treasure armor in his hand. This is really the Heavenly Devil Sect who did all kinds of evil. That's enough, Lin Yuanhong, for the sake of you being a cultivator senior, I can give you a chance, as long as you return the imperial soldiers belonging to our Fiheng sacred land, we will turn around and leave. Fiheng sacred land, said Saint Lord Lu Chenjue, then spoke slowly, looking at Lin Yuanhong with a little fear in his eyes. After all, even though the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is not in good condition, Lu Chenjue would feel a little guilty if he really tried his best. In case the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect went crazy and fought against them, they would also suffer heavy losses. Although it is important to become famous, life is still more important. As long as they get back the Emperor armament, as for other things, they are harmless to Fiheng sacred land. Saint Lord, we finally found them, why? Zhao Chuan next to him continued holding the treasure armor in his hand. However, before Zhao Chuan finished speaking, he felt Fiheng Saint Lord's cold gaze, so he could only shut his mouth quickly. Let us go. After handing over the imperial soldiers, Lin Yuanhong was taken aback. This old guy is so easy to talk to. Maybe, I can explain myself again. I want to hand it over, too, but I didn't get your imperial armament. If I had imperial armament, I would have used it long ago. Lin Yuanhong continued to explain, his eyes full of sincerity. Clang clang clang. Before Lin Yuanhong finished speaking, there was a sudden violent shaking sound in the forest. This swaying sound echoed in the mountains and forests with the power to shock everything. Wherever the sound went, there was a storm-like impact, and the surrounding mountains and forests were shattered in large areas and turned into dust. Everyone in Fiheng sacred land felt that their souls were shocked, and this voice caused them extreme pain. However, these voices seemed to have spirituality, and did not have any influence on the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect. F***CK% Yuan. This is our Fiheng sacred land purple extreme soul shocking bell, and he said it wasn't on you. Not far away, Fiheng sacred land Saint Lord, who was suffering from severe pain, yelled. Just now he really thought for a moment that the Heavenly Devil Sect was wronged, but unexpectedly, that guy used their Fiheng sacred land's imperial soldiers to attack backhandedly. The large formation next to it was also completely shattered under the bombardment of Ziji's soul-shocking bell. Everyone in the Heavenly Devil Sect was dumbfounded. What happened? Why did such a terrifying ringtone suddenly appear, helping them solve the crisis? The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect was also stunned, and it was such a strange thing again, it was inexplicable. However, in this way, I don't have to wash. Lin Yuanhong was speechless for a while. The other Fiheng Sacred Land disciples around were all suffering from severe pain, and some disciples were completely killed by this terrifying force. Damn it, Heavenly Devil Sect leader, this time I underestimated the enemy, next time I'm ready, I'll capture you again. Fiheng Sacred Land Saint Lord shouted angrily, then rolled up the surrounding Fiheng Sacred Land disciples, and ran away. Only the unscathed Heavenly Devil Sect remained in the entire mountain forest. Sect leader, you are too powerful, you can easily solve the problem in Sacred Land. Yet, Sect leader, lucky to have you. Sect leader is invincible. After Fiheng Sacred Land's people left, many disciples of Heavenly Devil Sect discussed one after another, looking at Lin Yuanhong with extremely fiery eyes. Sect leader is always like this, turning the tide and solving all problems without a sound. Chapter 177 Spirit Patterns and Heavy Treasures. Okay, let's run quickly, someone will come later. Lin Yuanhong continued with his mouth twitching slightly. Immediately afterwards, everyone did not dare to delay any longer, and hurried away carrying the Swanyu ice crystal coffin. Only a messy forest was left. It's finally resolved, it should be fine now. Far away in the forest, Weizhu put away the Ziji soul-shaking bell, and heaved a sigh of relief. The timing of the shot just now was just right, the people of Heavenly Devil Sect did not have any problems, nor did they expose them. Shu Yuowu and Chen Luo next to each other nodded, and even the people from Fiheng Sacred Land were repelled. Moreover, the crucible has been nailed to Heavenly Devil Zong's body. It should be no big problem. Even the people from Fiheng Sacred Land have returned home, and the others should not dare to mess around again. They have sensed that following this secret road, they will be able to leave Hanyu Mountain directly. As long as they leave Cold Jade Mountain, with Heavenly Devil Zong's ability to escape, there shouldn't be any problems. Old sect leader, do you know the spirit pattern on the black jade crystal coffin they are carrying? Shu Yuowu next to her seemed to think of something, her eyes lit up, and she asked. The spirit pattern on the coffin. Wei Zhou frowned, revealing a thoughtful look. The person from Fiheng Sacred Land appeared too suddenly just now, he hadn't carefully observed the black jade crystal coffin. Senior Sister Shu, do you know what that is? Chen Luo who was next to him looked at Shu Yuo with curvy brows and asked. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Since you asked, let me tell you mercifully that the spirit pattern is from the ancient race of the Protoss. Shu Yuo continued with her cherry lips parted. The spirit patterns of the Protoss. Both Chen Luo and Wei Zhou next to him shrank their pupils, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The Protoss is a very mysterious race that appeared in ancient times, and no one knows where they came from. They hold the power of the Protoss, and in a period of time, a terrifying and unparalleled supreme powerhouse from the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage appeared, suppressing the entire Ancient Desolate Continent. Although the Supreme did not have the breakthrough Great Emperor, but at that time, the Supreme of the Protoss defeated the Yellow Springs Great Emperor who was in full swing at that time. With the Supreme body, he defeated the Extreme Great Emperor, and that level of power was considered very dazzling in the countless years of the Ancient Desolate Continent. However, the Protoss only existed for a few hundred years, and then disappeared, seemingly disappearing into the Ancient Desolate Continent. Only a few small clan branches remained. Even so, the Protoss are an ancient, mysterious race of unusually strong power. Shu girl, you mean that the coffin is something from the Star Spirit clan, guarded by spirit patterns, and it is very likely that it contains the secrets of the Star Spirit clan. Wei Zhou next to him said with fiery eyes. After the Protoss disappeared, many people also investigated the races left by the Protoss. But, to no avail, the ordinary Protoss left behind did not hold the secrets of the Protoss. There are only some powerful secret techniques, but those secret techniques are not enough to be relied upon by the Protoss Supreme to defeat the Great Emperor. Later, the matter was over. Others don't dare to intimidate the Protoss people too much, after all, they don't know when the Protoss will appear mysterious again. No one can bear the wrath of the Protoss. That's right, that's what I mean. Shu Yuo smiled slightly and continued. Chen Luo frowned, the secret of the Protoss. I don't know what's inside that, so just go and have a look. Several people looked at each other in the same way, they all saw a little emotion and curiosity in each other's eyes, and then they followed the footsteps of Heavenly Devil Sect tacitly. Cold Yushan. On a cold and windy mountain peak. The cold wind kept howling, and the big trees on the mountain stood firm in the cold wind, without any shaking, as if they had long been used to this kind of wind. A group of cultivators in white Taoist robes were panting among the mountain peaks, their eyes full of fear. There are also quite a few cultivators who have completely lost their breath of life, and the air is filled with the smell of blood and sadness. Sant, that Heavenly Devil Sect is really damn it. They used our Fihung Sacred Land's imperial soldiers to deal with us, and Suhun said shamelessly that they didn't do it. I'm so pd off. Among the many cultivators, there was a slender young man holding a treasure armor in his hand, and said angrily. Didn't it mean that the Heavenly Devil Sect leader's strength has plummeted, and even the Emperor's soldiers can't be mobilized? Why can they use our sacred land's purple extreme soul-shaking bell? That's right, the people of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty must be responsible for this, the information is not accurate. That's right, they have suffered such a huge loss themselves, insisting on releasing such fake news will cause us to suffer heavy losses too. The other phenomenal sacred land cultivators around were also resentful. It was precisely because they had received accurate information that they dared to come in with such great fanfare to deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect. Unexpectedly, although the Heavenly Devil Sect leader's realm had declined due to some reasons, he was still able to use the Emperor Weapon, which caught them by surprise. Fihung Sacred Land Saint Lord on the side also had a cold face, feeling extremely unhappy, feeling like he was being swayed. However, Fihung Sacred Land Saint Lord was still a little lucky, fortunately he didn't act rashly, otherwise, if he really wanted to fight, that Heavenly Devil Sect leader might really use his trump card to destroy himself. Swish swish swish! At this moment, a messenger talisman flew from the sky and landed in the hands of the son of Fihung Sacred Land. Saint Lord, it is the messenger of Guanzhou Sacred Land, asking if we have found any traces of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Fihung Sacred Land's holy son opened the messenger talisman, and then said. Guanzhou Sacred Land is an inquiry talisman sent by Guanzhou Sacred Land. Fihung Sacred Land Saint Lord is deep in thought, tell the truth? No, I have to polish the facts a bit and let them have a taste of the methods of the Heavenly Devil Sect. The Guanzhou Sacred Land was also looted by the Heavenly Devil Sect. It lost a lot of treasures, and also lost an imperial soldier. Reply, we found the Heavenly Devil Sect and fought fiercely with the Heavenly Devil Sect. After a hard fight, all the members of the Heavenly Devil Sect were seriously injured by us. However, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is very cunning and used tricks to attack. We fled in embarrassment, but we took back the very important treasure of our Fihung Sacred Land. Fihung Sacred Land Saint Lord pondered for a moment, then continued. As soon as Fihung Sacred Land Saint Lord's words came out, many Fihung Sacred Land cultivators present were stunned. Fierce fighting, hard fighting, serious injuries, sneak attack, escape, regaining the treasure. Is this really what we did? Everyone is a little confused. Is our Fihung Sacred Land already so awesome? Saint Lord, the fierce fighting and fleeing in front of us can still be involved, but when will we regain the treasure? The son of Fihung Sacred Land next to him asked in a low voice. Humph! Isn't the treasure armor in your hand the treasure armor that our Fiheng sacred land has worked so hard to develop? This is not a heavy treasure. Fiheng sacred land Saint Lord snorted coldly. Fiheng sacred land Chenzi looked at the earth-level treasure armor in his hand, and fell silent. Chapter 178 Trial. Zhao Chuan, practice is not about fighting and killing, we have to be flexible and use our brains. Seeing that the son was a little dazed, Fiheng Saint Lord continued to say meaningfully. Saint Lord, I still don't understand. Zhao Chuan took a deep breath and continued to ask. That heavenly devil sect is so cunning. Even though they can use the imperial soldiers, they still have to pretend to be weak. They paralyze us and cause us heavy losses. They are not easy to deal with. We spread the news that we seriously injured the heavenly devil sect and regained the treasure. The reputation of our Fiheng sacred land will definitely increase a lot. At the same time, more people will deal with the heavenly devil section. When they go to deal with the heavenly devil sect, they will suffer heavy losses, and they will not even be able to get them. Not only will it weaken their power, but at the same time, on the other hand, it will also set off our strength. Fiheng Saint Lord stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, his eyes flashed with wisdom. Saint Lord is wise, I understand. Zhao Chuan took a deep breath, his eyes full of admiration. In this way, not only can the prestige of ON be enhanced, but also the strength of other forces can be weakened. As expected of Saint Lord, ON realm is still far behind. By the way, try to describe the fiasco of the heavenly devil sect as miserable as possible, send out more forces, and let as many forces as possible participate. Fiheng Saint Lord continued. Saint Lord, if this is the case, what if they really capture the heavenly devil sect leader? The Holy Sun continued to ask. It doesn't matter, that heavenly devil sect leader can also activate our Ziji soul shocking bell. That thing is a powerful weapon for group battles. It will deliver food wherever it goes. The more people die, the more it can set off our strength. Fiheng Saint Lord continued. Yes, Saint Lord, I will arrange it. Middle domain. In a forest full of vitality. There are big green trees all over the forest, some are low and winding, and some are towering. There are misty and meandering rivers all over the forest, adding a lot of watery color to this huge forest. Ho 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 ho! In a valley in the forest, a resolute young man, holding a spiritual sword with white aura in his hand, was fighting fiercely with a group of ferocious beasts with bloodthirsty eyes. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, and the smell of blood filled the entire valley, making the originally vibrant valley extremely horrifying. After a long while, the boy used a terrifying and unparalleled sword technique, secret technique, and a sword ray that rips everything was cut out, and all the surrounding beasts were killed in an instant. Looking at all the ferocious beasts around him that had been wiped out, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Although these ferocious beasts are not particularly strong, they are numerous in number. It is still a little difficult to use your own combat power without using your whole cards. That's right, I killed hundreds of Nirvana beasts in a quarter of an hour, and I should be able to pass that test next. A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and Yao Xi in a red dress looked at the boy with a smile in her eyes. Yaoxi Elder, since this is the case, let's start. I hope this trial will not disappoint me. Wang Xian then said slowly, his eyes full of anticipation. After leaving Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Yaoxi took Wang Xian with him and gave Wang Xian several times of special training. Coupled with the large amount of various treasures provided by Chen Luo, Wang Xian's strength has improved a lot, and now he has reached the Nirvana state, and his combat effectiveness has reached a very exaggerated level. In the early stage of Nirvana, a quarter of an hour is the same rank that can kill hundreds of heads. Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. Yaoxi smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xi took out the token controlling the Blood Devil Dragon and summoned the Blood Devil Dragon. The blood devil dragon then led the two of them galloping towards the depths of the forest. After a long while, the two reached the depths of the forest together. The depths of the forest are full of extremely rich spirit power, and there are also a large number of top-level beasts around, making fierce roars. It's just ahead. Not long after, Yaoxi brought Wang Xin to a huge mountain. The stone wall of this mountain peak is engraved with mysterious lines. The lines are crisscrossed, exuding an incomparable atmosphere of vicissitudes. Put your hands on the stone wall, feel the lines, and you can start the trial if you pass the test. Yaoxi continued slowly. Wang Xin nodded, stood in front of the stone wall, put his palm on the stone wall, closed his eyes slightly, and felt the breath on the stone wall. This is a holy martial art. Half a quarter of an hour later, Wang Xin opened his eyes, and there were bursts of strange light in his eyes, and a holy level of martial arts surged in Wang Xin's mind. Your talent is really excellent. When I first felt the texture of the stone wall, it took me 3 days to comprehend it successfully. Yao Xi next to him continued to praise. You let me toss for so long just a rubbish holy rank martial arts. After a while, Wang Xin continued, with a little helplessness in his eyes. Now in the hands of Wang Xin, there are a lot of martial arts of the holy rank, even those of the emperor rank. Wouldn't it be a waste of my time to do this kind of trial? If I practiced at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I would definitely improve even more. This Yaoxi elder is a little unreliable, Wang Xin couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that it was a mistake to come out with her? Rubbish martial arts, Yaoxi was stunned. She remembered that Wang Xin told her before that this martial arts is very powerful, and it helped Wang Xin solve many problems. Now, how can it be said to be garbage martial arts? Yaoxi just feels that the melon seeds are a little hard to turn around. You'll know later, this is just the beginning. Yaoxi took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and continued. Immediately afterwards, a stream of light appeared on the stone wall, and the stream of light enveloped both Yao Xi and Wang Xin. When Wang Xin came back to his senses, he found that he was already in another strange space. This is a huge plain with almost no edge to see. The breeze blew, and there were gusts of breeze. Trialists, next, there will be 10 waves of fierce beasts attacking. If you can survive after 10 waves of fierce beasts attack, you will be considered as having passed the trial. A vicious and vicissitudes of life sounded. Wang Xin's eyes dimmed, and he tried to persist in 10 waves of fierce beast attacks. No wonder, Yaoxi elder wants to give me special training, so it turns out. Ho 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 ho. After a while, violent roars sounded from the surrounding plains. Around the plain, a large number of wolf-shaped beasts with bloodthirsty eyes appeared. They stared straight at Wang Xin in the middle of the plain. The tyrannical light in his eyes almost tore Wang Xin into pieces. Wang Xin, big brother, although I don't want you to suffer so much, but this is what you have to go through. I will correct everything that has deviated step by step. I will also change that future with you. Above the plain, Yaoxi looked at Wang Xin, who was surrounded by a large number of beasts, with a look of pity on his face. After a while, a burst of tyrannical energy suddenly appeared below, the pity on Yaoxi's face suddenly froze, and her pupils were full of shock. Chapter 179, Yao Xi's Shock. Roar. With a more violent roar sounded. I saw a thunder dragon exuding a majestic and terrifying momentum appearing beside Wang Xin. This thunder dragon was shining with blue-purple lightning, wrapping around Wang Xin's body, almost destroying everything. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the thunder dragon around Wang Xin spit out a purple lightning light, instantly obliterating all the surrounding beasts. Great saint-level thunder dragon soul. Yaoxi above was stunned. Why does this Wang Xin still have such a thing? No, doesn't this trial mean that you can't use external force? Can only use own strength and will? Yaoxi's heart is a little messy. In the previous life, Wang Xian's big brother didn't pass the test after exhausting all kinds of hardships, almost exhausting all the energy. Why, now, this is unreasonable. Yaoxi's heart was in turmoil. When she returned to the current timeline, she also participated in this trial. At that time, she also tried her best and almost failed. Where is the problem? Yaoxi murmured in her heart. Yaoxi then unfolded her own soul power, and suddenly discovered that this Thunder Dragon soul was refined into Wang Xian's body by a special technique, and it completely belonged to Wang Xian's own power. It was Chen Luo, a man like a banished fairy appeared in Yaoxi's mind. It must be him. The second wave. Boom. The third wave. Boom. The 10th wave. Boom. Under the absolute suppression of Wang Xian's great saint-level Thunder Dragon soul, all the beasts were wiped out soon. Yaoxi is completely numb. If she knew Wang Xian had this method, what kind of trial is needed? Just be reckless and it will be over. However, no matter what, it is enough to pass the test. Trialist, congratulations, your strength and tenacity have allowed you to pass the test perfectly. After 10 waves of ferocious beasts, there was an incomparable voice on the plain. As soon as the words fell, a huge vortex appeared not far from the plain, and bursts of terrifying spiritual chi surged out of it, almost condensing into substance. Phew, I finally passed it. This test is really a test of will. The thunderbolt from Thunder Dragon Soul made my body numb. Wang Xian exhaled, then murmured. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xian took the Thunder Dragon Soul into own's body. After what happened with Hua Yuntian, for the safety of his own disciples, Chen Luo arranged a Thunder Dragon Soul of great saint rank for his own disciples to protect their safety. Wang Xian, congratulations, you passed. Yao Xi in a red dress came down from the plane and looked at Wang Xian with complicated eyes. I would also like to thank Yaoxi Elder. If it wasn't for Yaoxi Elder's special training, I would have been stunned by the lightning strike of Thunder Dragon Soul. Wang Xian then said seriously. Yaoxi's heart froze. Is this kid thanking me or hurting me? Okay, let's get the customs clearance reward now. Yaoxi continued. Wang Xian nodded, and then walked towards the vortex ahead. After the two entered the vortex, they appeared in a cave, and the cave was filled with almost condensed spirit power. That's the reward for the trial. Yao Xi said, looking at a pool in the center of the cave exuding strong spirit power. Wang Xian looked forward and saw a small pool of milky white liquid in the pool. The rich fragrance and spirit power are continuously exuded from the milky white liquid, refreshing the heart. This is the reward for this trial, 1000-year spiritual milk. 1000-year spiritual milk is an extremely rare spiritual substance. This thing is spiritually mild, can improve your physique, and has some miraculous effects on breakthrough bottlenecks. Yao Xi looked away the 1000-year spiritual milk. It showed a smile. That's it. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. It was special training and trial again. You gave me these things? Yaoxi? This 1000-year spiritual milk. That's it? What do you mean, kid? This is 1000-year spiritual milk. Yaoxi Elder, if you want to drink spiritual milk, tell me earlier, I also have it here. Wang Xian then took out a big bottle from his own interspatial ring. After opening the bottle cap, a burst of more intense fragrance and spirit power comes out. This terrifying spirit power made Yaoxi feel terrified. 10,000-year spiritual milk. Yaoxi was startled. This Wang Xian actually has 10,000-year spiritual milk, and there are so many of them. No wonder this Wang Xian doesn't like 1000-year spiritual milk. It turns out that there is 10,000-year spiritual milk. Wait, this thing belongs to Chen Luo again. Yaoxi thought in her heart, if it wasn't for Chen Luo, Yaoxi wouldn't know where Wang Xian could get so many things. Besides this, what else does Chen Luo give you? Yao Xi took a deep breath and continued. Unexpectedly, This Chen Luo is so generous, the Thunder Dragon soul of the Great Saint level, directly given by 10,000-year spiritual milk, then his arrangement for Wang Xin, isn't it? Let me see, there are a lot of things, but I didn't pay attention. Wang Xin murmured softly. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin took out various heavenly and mortal treasures, 10,000-year spiritual fruits, 1,000-year elixir, holy level weapons and imperial level secret techniques from Chen Luo's own interspatial ring, all kinds of various medicine pills. There were a lot of miscellaneous things, which almost blinded Yao Xi's eyes. It should be that much. Wang Xin scratched his head and continued. If it was someone else, Wang Xin would naturally not show it, but after being with Yaoxi for so long, Wang Xin knew that Yaoxi would not have any ill intentions towards him, so it would be alright to show her these things. Seeing all kinds of top-quality treasures piled up in front of him, Yaoxi's heart was pounding, and her breathing was a little short. This Chen Luo really had nothing to say to Wang Xin, so many treasures. Okay, I see, you put it away. Yaoxi sighed softly, never thought that after working for so long, it is not as good as Chen Luo's casual things. Who the hell is this Chen Luo? I haven't heard of such a character before. However, with Chen Luo's help, that future can definitely be changed. Yaoxi Elder, since the trial has been completed, let's go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wang Xin then put away the treasures and said slowly. It's been so long since I've been out, but I haven't gained much. Why don't I go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak and practice honestly? I haven't practiced self-harm for a long time, and my body is itchy. Wang Xin couldn't help thinking. No, I can't go back so early. Yao Xi hurriedly said when she heard that Wang Xin intended to go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. What a joke, finally came out, and let Wang Xin go back. However, our special training has been completed, and the trial has also passed. Didn't you say that if you pass the trial, you will return to Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Wang Xin continued. Ahem, who told you that the trial is over? No, you don't think that I have trained you for so long just for these rubbish 1,000-year spiritual milk? Yao Xi then blushed. Do not jump the road. Isn't it? Wang Xin muttered softly. Humph, how is it possible? How could I go to war for such a little 1,000-year spiritual milk? This trial is just for you to exercise your muscles and get acquainted with the outside world. The next thing is the highlight. You will definitely not be disappointed. Yao Xi then patted his chest and said. The corners of Wang Xin's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Yaoxi Elder's tone was a little weak. Since Wang Xin's methods are so fierce, maybe he can be a little more daring in his next actions. Yao Xi's eyes flashed with determination, and she murmured in her heart. Chapter 180 Decision. A hidden mountain path in Hanyu Mountain. There is a mess everywhere in the mountain road, and various corpses are scattered in all directions. The cold wind was constantly churning, causing waves of frost and a strong smell of blood. From time to time, there were painful wailing sounds and bursts of happy laughter in the mountain road. In the middle of the mountain path, a stunning woman holding a spiked whip is engaged in a fierce battle with a group of cultivators wearing azure Taoist robes. The stunning woman waved the whip in her hand. The leather whip in her hand was already stained black with blood. The whip whipped in the air, and there were bursts of breaking wind. As the whip was whipped hard, countless blood and minced meat splashed everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. The orange woman had a crazy smile on her face, her black hair fluttered in the wind, and a tyrannical aura hovered around her, like a crazy witch. Damn it, who are you? We are from the Scarlet Moon God Dynasty. A survivor of the Red Moon God Dynasty asked with a look of horror on his face. The surrounding scene made his scalp tingle. Although this woman's cultivation base is not perfect, but it gives people the feeling of being too terrifying. She is a complete lunatic. Obviously there were so many of them, but they couldn't get half a penny from this crazy woman. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Ha ha ha, remember my name, Heavenly Devil Sect, Dancing Goddess, it's your honor to die in my hands. Shu Yuohu said sharply with a fierce light in her eyes. In other words, even more terrifying methods were used to eliminate these cultivators of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty. I knew, senior sister Shu, that she shouldn't be considered normal. Alas, not far away, Chen Luo sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness. Shu Yuohu's cleverness all the way made Chen Luo almost forget her attribute. Unexpectedly, she suddenly had a seizure, and this seizure was completely recognized by Chen Luo. Shu Yuohu was still the same Shu Yuohu, she hadn't changed. The old sect leader of Weizhu stood aside silently, with a little pity in his eyes. Old sect leader, these people are too crazy, are they really desperate for treasure? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then whispered. After repelling Fiheng's sacred land, they continued to follow the people of Heavenly Devil Sect. I thought that after repelling Fiheng's sacred land, there should not be too many forces daring to chase them. Unexpectedly, the fact is exactly the opposite. As the crowd of Fiheng's sacred land was repelled, more people came to stop them. Even some low-level saint-level cultivators dared to take the lead. Along the way, Chen Luo didn't know how many miscellaneous fish were solved. It doesn't matter, anyway, it doesn't matter if there are more of these miscellaneous fish, we can get more. Weizhu old sect leader said with a slight smile. These people who came to deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect were well prepared, with a lot of treasures and various resources on them. After they were killed, Chen Luo and the others didn't waste anything, so they collected them and divided them up. In a short period of time, a lot of various treasures were harvested. Soon, Shu Yuohu also got rid of those guys from the Scarlet Moon God dynasty, and everyone then packed up the spoils. Okay, let's go on, dancing girl. After tidying up, Chen Luo smiled and said to Shu Yuohu. Shu Yuohu's face froze, damn it, I heard it. Junior brother Chen Luo, it seems that you really want me to bite there. Shu Yuohu continued quietly, staring directly at Chen Luo's bottom. Seeing Shu Yuohu's gaze, Chen Luo's heart froze. This dancing girl, if she said bite, maybe she really bite. Ahem, senior sister Shu, let's go, they will be gone after Heavenly Devil Sect. Chen Luo continued. Shu Yuohu glanced down at Chen Luo again and said nothing. Immediately afterwards, several people continued to gallop towards the direction where the Heavenly Devil Sect was heading. In a deep jungle outside Hanyu Mountain. It's finally out, it's not easy, I didn't expect that we actually came out alive. Yet, God bless me, Heavenly Devil Sect, I'm safe. Where is God bless, it is sect leader who is wise, sect leader can always lead us to the right path, sect leader is awesome. Around the jungle, many members of the Heavenly Devil Sect had tears in their eyes, and felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Lin Yuanhong next to him also took a deep breath, and his heart was relieved. Since it's out, let's leave as soon as possible, the Northern Territory can't stay here anymore. Lin Yuanhong continued, his eyes were extremely firm. Now in the Northern Territory, the Heavenly Devil Sect is already the enemy of all regions, and its reputation has far surpassed those in the Eastern and Central Territories. If he continued to stay in the Northern Territory, Lin Yuanhong would be terrified to think about the densely packed enemies, and he was determined not to stay any longer. As soon as Lin Yuanhong's words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. This place is too dangerous and they really can't stay here. Hey, how long have we been in the Northern Territory, and we are leaving? One of his subordinates sighed. The other members of the Heavenly Devil Sect also sighed. This trip to the Northern Territory was really too short. He was wanted when he first arrived in the Northern Territory, and then he started hiding, traveling all the way to Tibet. Unexpectedly, he was caught in the end and was almost wiped out in Hanyu Mountain. Sect leader, where are we going? We can't go back to the central and eastern regions. Asked one of his men. Let's go to the western regions. The western regions are definitely fine. Although it's a bit remote there, it's better because there are fewer forces. It won't be as embarrassing as it is in the northern regions. Where is that place in the western regions? They are all bald donkeys. I heard that they will arrest people to become monks. I won't go. I haven't played enough with women yet. Hey, I let you become a monk, but I didn't let you become a eunuch. Whoever said that a monk can't? Come on, with our ability, so many forces in the Northern Territory can't catch us, just rely on those bald donkeys who want to catch us, let's spend the next life. Let's go to the southern region, it's good there, I still have a friend there. Hello, the western regions. Although there are bald donkeys in the western regions, there are really many beauties in the western regions. There are so many styles. I like it. The subordinates chattered about where to go next. Enough, I've made a decision, let's leave here first. Lin Yuanhong, who was next to him, saw the discussion among his subordinates, and suddenly felt dizzy. Seeing that the sect leader had made a decision, everyone stopped discussing. No matter what, as long as they follow the sect leader, it will be fine. Sect leader, after we leave the Northern Territory and go to a new place, we won't continue the days of being chased and moved, right? I've really had enough of these days. A senior elder of the Heavenly Devil sect went on, asked tremblingly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 181, Changes in the Crystal Coffin. The others also stared at Lin Yuanhong with sparkling eyes. Although those days were exciting, they really didn't want to do this anymore. They just want to find a place to practice quietly and peacefully. Don't worry, no one will dare to chase and kill us in the place I chose this time, I promise. Lin Yuanhong then patted On's chest and said. Then I don't worry, as long as I don't get hunted down by others, everything is fine. The elder said with a sigh of relief. Everyone nodded in agreement. Moving actually is not a big deal. After all, after so many moves, the proficiency is already very high, so it doesn't matter. As long as you are not being chased and killed, everything is easy to say. Immediately afterwards, everyone was ready to leave the Northern Territory. Sect leader, what about this coffin? A Heavenly Devil sect disciple who was guarding the Swanyo crystal coffin asked next to him. Lin Yuanhong frowned slightly. This black jade crystal coffin. The strange spirit said that he only needed to take the Swanyo crystal coffin away from Hanyu Mountain, and didn't say anything else. By the way, he didn't mean that after leaving Hanyu Mountain, the inheritance restrictions in his mind were lifted. Lin Yuanhong's heart skipped a beat, and he felt the inheritance of the Nether Devil Emperor in his mind. It was lifted, the restrictions in his mind were lifted, and Lin Yuanhong felt excited. With the legacy of the Devil Emperor, next, who can stop me? Open it and have a look, I'd like to see what's inside this coffin. Lin Yuanhong continued, it's definitely not something simple that can make that strange spirit care so much. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lin Yuanhong's words fell, the Swanyo crystal coffin not far away suddenly trembled unceasingly, and the spirit pattern on it bloomed wave after wave. Faint spiritual qi surged towards the surroundings, and everyone in the Heavenly Devil sect felt a faint sense of oppression. This crystal coffin made Lin Yuanhong's heart stagnate. That strange spirit really had no good intentions. No, he had to leave. Lin Yuanhong then prepared to run away with many Heavenly Devil sect members. It's dangerous, run, run quickly. At this moment, someone shouted, and everyone in the Heavenly Devil sect immediately displayed their supernatural power, launched various powerful evasion techniques, and all ran away in a flash. This group of guys don't know how to wait for me. Seeing the crowd so quickly, Lin Yuanhong froze in his heart, and then hurriedly cast his escapism and left. After a while, there were no more members of the Heavenly Devil sect in the entire jungle, only the black jade and crystal coffin that kept humming. No wonder they can live for so long, this escape skill is really unique. Shu Yuou, who was wearing a light blue dress, came from not far away, looked at the empty jungle, and said in a low voice. Chen Luo and Wei Zhou next to him are also deeply convinced that this speed is indeed a bit exaggerated. Obviously realm is pitifully low, but that speed is simply outrageous. Never mind, let's take a look at this Suanyo crystal coffin first. Wei continued. The Heavenly Devil Sect is a small problem, and this black jade crystal with the spirit pattern of the Protoss is what they need to pay attention to. Chen Luo nodded, and then looked at the black jade and crystal coffin in the middle of the jungle, which was releasing fierce energy. The spirit patterns around the Suanyo crystal coffin shone with streamers of various colors, bursts of streamers rippling around, like a perfect musical note. The surrounding jungle trembled under this musical note-like streamer, and the space began to become distorted. What's more, the musical note swaying from the streamer became clearer and clearer, like a seal, about to be engraved into their souls. With the clarity of the surrounding notes, Chen Luo and others felt a slight sense of oppression. Even the Wei of half-step quasi-emperor is the same. Pretending to be a ghost. Seeing that the movement of the Suanyo coffin became more and more intense, Wei's eyes flashed a stern look. With a thought in Wei's mind, a spirit knife exuding terrifying imperial power appeared on Wei's head. A force of suppressing heaven and earth diffused from Wei's body and swung towards the surroundings. The trembling sound of the Suanyo crystal coffin not far away became even more terrifying. It's another imperial soldier from Fiheng sacred land. Shu Yuohu next to him said. It turned out that the spirit knife on Wei's head was Fiheng sacred land's other middle-grade imperial weapon, which contained incomparably terrifying power. A moment later, Wei's mobilized the emperor's soldiers on his head, and a burst of saber light bombarded towards the Suanyo crystal coffin. Boom boom boom! With the offensive of tearing everything apart, the knife light collided with the whole body of the Suanyo crystal coffin, and an extremely violent roar erupted. Wave after wave of violent energy rippled towards the surroundings. Under the ravages of this terrifying aura, Shu Yuohu felt her scalp tingling and her soul trembling. Seeing this, Chen Luo hugged Shu Yuohu in his arms, protecting Shu Yuohu with his soft spirit power. Feeling the strong sense of security in Chen Luo's body, Shu Yuohu's heart gradually calmed down, but there seemed to be some ripples in that peaceful heart. Crack! After a while, bursts of shattering appeared on the Suanyo crystal coffin, as if the entire crystal coffin began to shatter and disintegrate. Boom! After a while, the shattering continued to expand, the crystal coffin was completely shattered, and a burst of strong Protoss power surged out from inside. This, it turned out to be. Wei's pupils shrank, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. Chen Luo and Shu Yuohu beside them also raised their heads, looking straight at the scene in front of them. Middle Domain. Seoul Yuan Temple. In the extremely luxurious and magnificent Great Hall of Seoul Cloud Temple. The Great Hall is filled with a strong black aura, which is like a python, constantly surging around, making the entire Great Hall look extremely strange. In the depths of the Great Hall, a black-haired young man in a blue robe hugged a sweet and charming girl, tasting mellow wine. The rich aroma of wine is overflowing, fascinated the hearts of young people. Tang Qi big brother, you are drunk, Xiao Xian will sleep with you. After a while, the sweet girl said softly to the young man. Servant, what nonsense are you talking about? As soon as the sweet girl's voice fell, Tang Qi came back to his senses in an instant, and slapped the sweet girl directly, and the girl's face became bloody. My lord, forgive me, my lord. The girl quickly knelt down, kowtowing and pleading guilty. BCH, how could Xiao Xian say such things? BCH, you are not Xiao Xian, you don't look like that at all, Tang Qi looked crazy, and then burst out the spirit on his body. Power, instantly blasted the sweet girl into dregs. I want Xiao Xian, ah! After blasting the girl to death, Tang Qi crouched in the corner of the Great Hall, holding his head, and let out a crazy roar. Tang Qi, Didn't you want your Xiaoxian? Now is the chance to revive your Xiaoxian. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice sounded. As soon as the words fell, Tang Qi suddenly raised his head, and the madness on his face suddenly subsided. Chapter 182 The Chance of Resurrection. Yun Qingxiu, come out and explain clearly, what do you mean by the chance to revive Xiaoxian? Tang Qi body trembled, and he slowly got up from the corner with anticipation and fear in his eyes. Ever since he was caught in the Temple of Soul Origin, Tang Qi has been sinking in pain and unable to extricate himself. Even if the Temple of Soul Essence resorted to various methods, it still couldn't revive Tang's 7th stage, and could only let him degenerate and immerse himself in the own world every day. Ha ha ha! There was a wave of fluctuation in the deep space, and an alluring woman wearing a light white dress with aloof temperament slowly appeared. It was Yun Qingxiu. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Yun Qingxiu said lightly, her charming eyes shone with golden light, giving people a feeling that sacred was inviolable. As I told me before, Tang Qi frowned. After Xiaoxian used the Star Spirit secret technique to bless Tang Qi gained the mysterious power from the Star Spirit family. At the same time, the bloodline belonging to another peak powerhouse in his body was activated. With the addition of the two, Tang Qi's strength soared, reaching the peak of the Great Saint Realm in just a short moment. It was easy to suppress Du Wuxuan of the Soul Yuan Temple, and blast him to the point of being seriously injured and hammered to death. Finally, just when Tang Qi was about to kill Du Wuxuan, Yun Qingxiu appeared and stopped Tang Qi. Moreover, Yun Qingxiu promised to give Tang's 7th stage a new chance to meet Xiaoxian. Tang Qi was completely hopeless at the time, and would not give up even a little hope, so he followed Yun Qingxiu to the Soul Cloud Temple, just to see Xiaoxian again. I told you that the sacrificial method Xiaoxian used was to sacrifice everything about herself to the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit race. Although Xiaoxian has been completely annihilated, her soul and even everything is on the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit race. Yun Qingxiu then said calmly, her tone neither sad nor happy. You mean, as long as you find the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit race, you can retrieve everything about Xiaoxian and revive her? Tang Qi then asked after taking a deep breath. That's right, you have been blessed by Xiaoxuan's secret technique, and you have personally experienced the power of that secret technique. You should know that I am not lying. Yun Qingxiu continued. As soon as Yun Qingxiu's words came out, Tang Qi was silent. He had felt that power, and it really belonged to a supreme terrifying existence. It was Xiaoxuan's sacrifice, and that terrifying existence, in exchange for own vitality. However, the Protoss has long since disappeared in the Ancient Desolate Continent. I have searched countless classics, but I have not found anything. To find the ancient emperor of the Protoss is simply a fantasy. Tang Qi clenched his fists slightly. After arriving at the Soul Cloud Temple, when he was sober occasionally, he would try his best to find everything about the Star Spirit clan, but he found nothing. Although the Protoss had a very glorious history, it was too short, like a speck of dust in the endless history, disappearing into the Ancient Desolate Continent. Let's sense the remaining star power in your body. Yun Qingxiu continued, ignoring Tang Qi depression. Tang Qi frowned slightly, the remaining stars in my body. Immediately afterwards, Tang Qi calmed down, feeling the soft power in his body. How is it possible, this power? Tang Qi's pupil shrank, and he lost his voice. He felt that the star power in his body seemed to become a little active and growing, it had been silent and weak before. The Protoss are going back to the Ancient Desolate Continent. Yun Qingxiu continued, a cold light flashed in her eyes. They are going back to the Ancient Desolate Continent? In this way, I can find the ancient emperor of the Protoss clan and revive my Xiaoxian. Tang Qi's face burst into ecstasy, his body trembled constantly, and his mood quickly recovered from the trough. Xiaoxian, I will definitely resurrect you, Tang Qi thought firmly in his heart. However, your strength is too weak, why would the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit clan pay attention to the thoughts of an ant like you? Yun Kyungsu continued to say disdainfully. Tang Qi delighted heart was extinguished again. The ancient emperor of the Star Spirit race, how could he let such a terrifying existence give up everything he wanted? Your strength needs to be improved. Also, you have to have a bargaining chip that the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit race cannot refuse. Yun Kyungsu's cold and gentle voice sounded again in the great hall. You, who are you? In the jungle outside Hanyu Mountain. A stunning woman full of strong star power said timidly. The stunning girl has exquisite facial features, delicate skin, slender figure, and silver white hair fluttering in the wind. The big watery eyes were full of vigilance and fear, and the pure and pitiful demeanor was extremely pitiful. There are 4 Protoss with a terrifying aura beside the girl. These Protoss are like loyal guards, guarding the girl. Weizhu and Shu Yu on the opposite side were shocked. They didn't expect that there was a living and beautiful girl in the black jade crystal coffin protected by the spirit patterns of the Star Spirit race. Moreover, the auras of the Protoss around this girl are extremely majestic, already surpassing Weizhu at the half-step quasi-emperor level. Obviously, those Protoss are all quasi-emperor level terrifying existences. Girl, we are not bad people. Shu Yuohu next to her thought for a while, and then said very seriously. Chen Luo next to him was stunned. This senior sister Shu, this answer is very spiritual. You lied, my father said it. Bad people will say that they are not bad people, you must be a bad person. The girl bit her red lips slightly, with a look of fear on her face. As soon as the girl's words came out, Shu Yuohu's heart froze. What kind of logic is this? At this time, several quasi-emperor level Protoss beside the girl erupted with even more terrifying auras, as if they were going to destroy the entire space. Weizhu next to him frowned, and then activated the power of his own law to resist this terrifying air mechanism. Let's retreat quickly. This guy is not simple. Not only are the 4 Protoss around her, but there is also a more terrifying power in her body, which we cannot resist. Weizhu then sent a voice transmission to Chen Luo and Shu Yuohu. Weizhu's soul power clearly sensed that apart from the surrounding Protoss, this girl also had a very strong terrifying power in her body. Ahem, little girl, we are here to help you, you must really want to go home, we can help you. At this moment, Chen Luo next to him smiled and said. Chapter 183, Xuexing Tong. Can you take me home? Is it true? I really want to go home. The girl then looked at Chen Luo in front of her with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation and surprise. Name, Xuexing Tong. Age, 18. Realm, Saint King Realm 8th Stage Days. Identity, Princess of the Star Spirit Race. Physique, Celestial Spirit Physique. Qualification, Divine Grade. Of course, I can help you go home, but can you let your spirit guard calm down first? Chen Luo continued slowly. Xuexing Tong bit her red lips slightly, and then waved her right hand lightly. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding Protoss restrained their aura, and the surrounding atmosphere became softer. Shu Yuohu and Wei Zhou next to her felt astonished. Unexpectedly, just a few words from Chen Luo made the little girl restrain her hostility. Your father has been away for 10,000 years. We need time to find your way home. Before that, you should follow me. Chen Luo then said to Xuexing Tong. But, didn't they just leave yesterday? Xuexing Tong's eyes were full of confusion, as if she couldn't believe what Chen Luo said. You can ask your spiritual guard. Chen Luo continued. Xuexing Tong heard this, then closed her eyes, and communicated with Ong Lingwei. Master, I'm right, this princess of the Protoss clan will definitely be able to fool her with the reason of going home. At this moment, a voice of surprise sounded in Chen Luo's mind. It was the golden inheritance spirit in the Zhuyang Supreme Secret Realm. Just after the Swanyo crystal coffin was broken, the Golden Inheritance Spirit began to communicate with Chen Luo. He told Chen Luo the identity of the Protoss Princess, and how to stabilize her. It turned out that the Spirit of Golden Inheritance and Nine Sons Supreme had entered an ancient secret storehouse and learned some secrets of the Protoss race. Well, you have made a great contribution, and I will give you a 10,000-year elixir later. Chen Luo then sent a sound transmission to the spiritual path of the Golden Inheritance. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. The Spirit of Golden Inheritance said happily. Shu Yuowu and Wei Zhou beside him waited quietly, not daring to act rashly. Although this little girl has been stabilized by Chen Luo's words for the time being, if something happens again, the 4 Protoss at the quasi-emperor level will not be easy to deal with. You didn't lie to me, you are a good person, I am willing to be with you. After a while, Xuexing Tong said in a daze, with a look of loneliness in his eyes. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Yes, he was really fooled. However, it's not good for you, a little girl, to follow me without a name, why not? Chen Luo continued slowly. Shu Yuowu next to her was stunned. What kind of plane is this Chen Luo doing? Is it time to talk about this? What will happen when this little girl goes berserk again? Xuexing Tong's eyes were full of doubts, but there was still a look of contemplation. How about it? Xuexing Tong asked, staring at Chen Luo with big pure eyes. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this little girl has been sealed for too long, now is the time when her brain is not working well, so let's fool around first. Why don't you take me as your teacher, so that you can find your way home better? Chen Luo then said seriously. Xuexing Tong was silent for a while, and then showed a dazed look. You are right. I want to worship you as my teacher. Disciple Xuexing Tong pays respects to master. After a while, Xuexing Tong made up his mind, knelt down on the ground, and bowed down. Shu Yuowu, this is not a fool, is it? Wei Zhou next to her was also a little speechless, this little girl might have some problem with her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the 6th disciple with divine qualification. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice Xuexing Tong for breaking through to the good fortune realm, rewarding a gift bag for the god-level apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple Xuexing Tong for breaking through the saint realm, the return effect of disciple Xuexing Tong's practice has increased to 20 times. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Not bad, there are 6 people, and the completion of the advanced task is just around the corner. Old sect leader, senior sister, let's leave quickly, and people from other forces will come over later. After accepting Xuexing Tong, Chen Luo then said to Wei Zhou and Shu Yuowu. The two nodded. The explosion of the Swanyo crystal coffin just now caused quite a commotion, and there must be a lot of people coming. Immediately afterwards, the group left the jungle quickly. The entrance to Hanya Mountain. At this time, the entrance of Hanya Mountain is still extremely noisy, and there are many cultivators waiting at the entrance. The many top-level formations around are still filled with bursts of killing intent, extremely cold. Heavenly Devil Zone is too awesome, killing crazy. I heard that the people in several major sacred lands were all killed, and one of them didn't come out. Yeah, the Heavenly Devil Sect is awesome, but luckily Daddy didn't go in, otherwise he might be delivering food. I knew that the Heavenly Devil Sect didn't do it so easily. Everything that fell into the Saint Realm is fake. The Heavenly Devil Sect is definitely fishing for law enforcement. Looking at it this way, Fihung Sacred Land is still very powerful. He has fought back and forth with the Heavenly Devil Sect, and even regained his own imperial soldiers. That's right, those forces are blowing loudly one by one on weekdays. If they meet the Heavenly Devil Sect, they will be killed indiscriminately. It's not as good as Fihung Sacred Land, a refiner sacred land. Many cultivators at the edge of the entrance discussed one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. At the heart of the discussion is the Heavenly Devil Sect. After the Scarlet Moon God dynasty set up many large formations in Hanyu Mountain, coupled with the rumors that the strength of the Heavenly Devil sect leader has declined, many cultivators entered it to deal with the Heavenly Devil sect. However, almost all the people who went in to capture the Heavenly Devil sect were lost. Many top forces in the entire northern region lost a lot of their strength during this encirclement and suppression. Only Fihung Sacred Land regained its own heavy treasure. It is obviously a sacred land that mainly refines weapons, and it has indeed become the only one among many forces that can get cheap from the Heavenly Devil sect. Not far away, Fihung Sacred Land and others were waiting in high spirits, like a victorious general. There are quite a few cultivators around, and their words are all flattering. Sure enough, what Saint Lord said is true, practice is not fighting, as long as we are flexible, our failure is a huge success. The son of Fihung next to him was full of admiration, and his admiration for Fihung Saint Lord had reached the extreme. It was obviously a failed operation, but after being polished by Fihung Saint Lord, it gained a huge reputation, and its status in the Northern Territory was greatly improved. The elder of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty in the distance had an extremely gloomy expression, and the words of the surrounding cultivators scratched his heart like knives. However, with so many people, it is not easy for him to have a seizure, so he can only wait quietly, hoping for good news. Elder, there is news from the Heavenly Devil sect. After a while, a cultivator from the Scarlet Moon God dynasty came galloping from the entrance of Hanyu Mountain. The Red Moon God's eyes lit up at Elder, and his heart was full of anticipation and fear. Quickly tell me, what news? Qi Yueshan asked Elder hastily. Back to Elder, the Heavenly Devil sect seems to have found a secret exit in Hanyu Mountain, and has already left Hanyu Mountain. The cultivator continued in a low voice. After leaving Hanyu Mountain, Qi Yueshan Chao Elder's mind went blank. They paid so much, but they still let Heavenly Devil sect leave. It's okay to leave, it's okay to leave. After a while, the elder of the Scarlet Moon God muttered in a low voice, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 184 Triumph and Situation. In order to encircle and suppress the Heavenly Devil sect this time, their Scarlet Moon God dynasty paid too much. Coupled with some previous losses, as well as the loss of manpower after entering Hanyu Mountain, the entire Chayu dynasty is almost completely exhausted. The strength of the Heavenly Devil sect is so strong, if the siege continues and the Heavenly Devil sect is not destroyed, they themselves will be grinned to death. Now that the Heavenly Devil sect left, it undoubtedly gave them a good step forward for the Scarlet Moon God. I see, let's stop here, send the news back to the gods, we have triumphantly, let's prepare the celebration banquet. After a long while, the Red Moon God continued slowly to Elder. Triumph? When did we triumph, Elder? Did you say something wrong? The cultivator froze for a moment, thinking the elder had made a slip of the tongue. It's impossible for the Red Moon God dynasty to return victorious after such a huge loss. Elder must have made a slip of the tongue. Heavenly Devil sect has a terrifying conspiracy in Hanyu Mountain. They want to seize the Daoyun of the entire Northern Territory. We defeated their plot and drove them out of Hanyu Mountain. This is not a triumph, but what it is. Qi Yueshan Chao Elder continued coldly, staring straight at the cultivator. Good guy, no wonder you are elder and I am not. The cultivator was speechless for a while. Immediately understood why there were so many top powerhouses in the Scarlet Moon God dynasty, but this elder was the only one to take care of the overall situation. Yes, elder is wise, I will arrange it right away. The cultivator continued respectfully. Red Moon City. In the center of the bustling city. The central area is extremely lively, with endless noises and people coming and going everywhere. On the street in the central area, two stunning women wearing masks slowly came out from the door of Tianji Pavilion, with the little complicated things in their eyes. There is a milky white fox on the shoulder of the young girl, who is eating the spiritual fruit that exudes a strong fragrance, and the fragrance is overflowing. This Tianji pavilion is really a Tongtian with hands and ears, and it can even inquire about such secrets. Mu Luli whispered. It's not that you gave too much, you spent so much spirit stones, it's enough to buy a lot of delicacies, said Xiaobai on Mu Luli's shoulder quietly. Mu Luli curled her lips, not thinking about it in her heart. According to the words of the master, the problems that can be solved with spirit stones are not problems. Several people then walked forward slowly. There are quite a few pedestrians around who are looking at this strange combination. Although the two women are wearing masks to conceal their appearance, the aura exuded by the two women is extremely attractive, and Duan Yi's body is first class. Obviously, they are two extremely outstanding and beautiful women. Some people also recognized that the little fox on Mu Luli's shoulder was of an extraordinary variety, with eyes revealing a fiery color. Boom! Sensing the malicious gazes around her, Zhang Xian on the side burst into a slightly own aura, and the aura belonging to Saint Realm drifted out. A sense of terrifying oppression made the surrounding atmosphere a little depressing, and under Zhang Xian's aura, the surrounding eyes suddenly shrank a lot. Saint Realm's cultivator is quite intimidating in Chiyu City. Senior Sister Mu, don't worry if I'm here. Zhang Xian said to Mu Luli with a smile after shocking the people around her. Who is worried? I have the protection of the Thunder Dragon Soul that my master gave me, so I am not afraid. Mu Luli raised her small hand, and there was a purple Thunder Dragon pattern on the back of her hand. Looking at the Thunder Dragon Soul in her hand, Mu Luli's eyes were full of joy, and she looked at Zhang Xian with a little show-off, as if the winning streak looked like you didn't have it. This one, I have it too. Zhang Xian next to her raised her white palm and said softly. You actually have it too. Seeing the Thunder Dragon pattern on the back of Zhang Xian's hand, Mu Luli's pure eyes widened. Originally, Mu Luli thought that Chen Luo just gave it to herself, but she didn't expect that Zhang Xian, who had just apprenticed as a teacher, also had it. Mu Luli's delicate face collapsed in an instant, she bit her lip lightly with her white teeth, and walked forward sullenly. Damn its master, I have decided to reduce your backbeating time to 1 hour in the future. No, in this case, master will be seduced by these fox spirits, Mu Luli couldn't help but think in her heart. Zhang Xian silently followed behind Mu Luli, walking forward together, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. It was quite fun to bicker with this little girl's senior sister. Luo Li, the master is back, let's go find him outside Chiyu City. At this moment, Xiao Bai on Mu Luli's shoulder said excitedly. As soon as Xiao Bai's words came out, both Mu Luli and Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and the master came back. Immediately afterwards, several people quickly quickened their pace and galloped towards the outside of Chiyu City. Are you sure you read it right? It's the nine-tailed sky fox. Not long after they left, a young man wearing a golden brocade robe slowly appeared at the position where Mu Luli and the others had just stopped, looking straight at the direction in which they left. Beside the young man in the golden brocade robe were two old men with extremely deep aura. Third Prince, I'm sure I won't admit it wrong. I had dealt with those wild foxes when I was in Biyazu. This aura is definitely the purest nine-tailed sky fox of the Spirit Fox clan. One of them was wearing the old man in the black robe said slowly. The young man's brows were tightly furrowed, and a trace of fiery color flashed in his heart, but he was quickly suppressed by it. Forget it, those two female cultivators are not simple people at first glance. Now that the Shen Chao is in troubled times, it's better not to make extra troubles. After a long while, the young man sighed softly. This young man is the third prince of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty. Too many things have happened in the Red Moon God dynasty recently, which has already caused turmoil in the God dynasty and made people panic. The lord of the Chiyu dynasty asked many princes to go to various cities to calm people's hearts and stabilize order. The third prince was in charge of the largest city of the Chiyu dynasty, Chiyu City. That's right, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. What we need now is to stabilize the situation and wait for other princes to make mistakes. Another white-haired old man then agreed. There are more than a dozen princes in the Chayu dynasty, all of whom have ideals and ambitions. In order to compete for the crown prince, they have used all their own means. The third prince is now arranged in Chayu city, which shows that he holds a lot of weight in the heart of the Chayu God Lord. At a time like this, if the situation can be stabilized, it is already a good achievement. If we follow the line of this little fox of the nine-tailed sky fox, and find the clues of the immortal world relics and dedicate them to the messenger, the crown prince is not a matter of a word from the messenger. The black-robed old man continued firmly. As soon as the words of the old man in black came out, the eyes of the third prince and the other old man were full of emotion. If we can find the clues of the immortal world relic, maybe we can really accomplish the whole thing in one battle. Forget it, it's not right, we can fight steadily, and we can win the final victory. The third prince then took a deep breath and said, he has a great advantage now, so there is no need to take too many risks. Third prince, I heard that the sixth prince is already an elder in the sacred land of chaos. If we let go of this opportunity before us, we will be afraid of the situation. The black-robed old man continued slowly. Chapter 185 The Destined Person. What you said is true, that trash of the sixth son can catch up with the elder of chaos sacred land. The third prince then frowned, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. The subordinates dare not lie to the third prince. If the third prince doesn't believe me, you can ask Aragonite elder. The black-robed old man continued. The third prince then looked at the white-haired old man next to him. The white-haired old man was silent for a moment, then nodded. Third prince, it's not that I deliberately concealed it, it's this matter. Aragonite elder showed hesitation. Needless to say, I understand. The third prince sighed and rubbed the center of On's eyebrows, feeling a little tired. Third prince, we, the Black Wolf lineage of the Demon Wolf clan, are willing to help the third prince with all our strength, and we will definitely be able to find clues to the immortal world relic. The black-robed old man then said respectfully, with an extremely firm tone. On the outskirts of Chayu city, next to a towering tree, a stunning woman in a light blue long dress is sitting cross-legged on a spirit jade futon, practicing with all her strength, and the rich spirit power is constantly drifting away. Junior brother Chen, is it necessary? I finally came out, and you want me to practice. You, the peak master, are really qualified. Shu Yuohu muttered, while constantly absorbing the essence of the Emperor Spirit Pill in her body. Spiritual Qi. I'm doing this for your own good, and you know that your talent is too bad. If you don't work hard, you can't even compare with my disciples. How can you convince everyone in the future and become the elder of our heavenly bamboo peak? Chen Luo, who was on the side, then he said righteously and sternly. The talent is poor. Shu Yuohu was stunned. The old lady has unparalleled aptitude. You tell me the talent is poor, fooling. Shu Yuohu just wanted to refute, but when she saw Xue Xingtong, who was distracted not far away, she seemed to be choked up. This silly girl, talent is indeed stronger than my mother. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuohu thought of Chen Luo's monster apprentices at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Each one was more ruthless than the other, and she seemed to. I know, I will work hard to cultivate. Shu Yuohu gritted her teeth, then closed her eyes and started practicing with her own cultivation technique with all her strength. You can't lose to disciples like Chen Luo, Shu Yuohu thought in her heart. Seeing Shu Yuohu, who was practicing with all her strength, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. Tool man, hurry up and practice. After leaving Hanyu Mountain, the old sect leader of Weizhu parted ways with Chen Luo and the others. He had found enough resources and was ready to practice Breakthrough Realm. Xingtong, this is the cultivation technique and secret technique I prepared for you, see if it suits you. Chen Luo seemed to think of something, and then looked at the silver-haired Xue Xingtong next to him. Xing Tong came back to his senses, tilted his head, and looked at Chen Luo with big watery eyes in doubt. Cultivation technique, secret technique? Master, Xing Tong already has a cultivation technique. Xing Tong said timidly, biting her red lips slightly. Shua. Chen Luo ignored Xing Tong's words, but tapped Xing Tong's forehead with his fingertips, and passed the Xingling Shanai Yuanjing and Great Star Spiritual Art to Xing Tong. These two cultivation technique secret techniques are exactly in Xing Tong's divine gift package. The two high-grade cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the Emperor rank are top-level scriptures that are extremely suitable for the Protoss. With the influx of two cultivation technique secret techniques, Xing Tong's body seemed to freeze, and a burst of extremely bright star power flowed in his pupils. A terrifying aura spread around Xing Tong's body, and the whole space seemed to be broken for a while. Xing Tong's silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, shining with the power of the star spirit, like a nine heavens mysterious girl, extremely moving. Chen Luo looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. This was the first time Chen Luo had seen such a scene. Before, when I gave the cultivation technique to other disciples, there was no such scene. Now, I gave Xing Tong this cultivation technique, unexpectedly. Time passed slowly, Xing Tong's aura became more ethereal, and soon, there was an incomparably bright star mark on his forehead. Master, you. After a while, Xing Tong came out of the mysterious state, her eyes were full of horror, and at the same time there were some complex expressions. She never thought that a master she just worshipped would give herself such a powerful cultivation technique. Is this cultivation technique not suitable for you? Chen Luo smiled slightly and asked Xing Tong next to him. No, master, it's very suitable for me. Xing Tong then stared at Chen Luo with sparkling eyes. At the same time, the words her father said to her a long time ago rang in her mind unconsciously. Tonger, in the future you will meet someone who will help you condense the mark of the star, and that person will be your destined one. Is this master my predestined person? Xing Tong murmured in her heart, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. What's wrong with this silly girl? Chen Luo looked at Xing Tong, who suddenly blushed, and muttered. Thank you, master. Xing's pupils were shallow, and she thanked Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded slightly, but felt that the little girl looked at Owen a little differently. Master, we are back. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from not far away. The pure and charming Mu Loli galloped over and hugged Chen Luo's arm directly, her eyes were full of joy. Zhang Xian saluted Chen Luo respectfully. How's it going? How's the intelligence investigation going? Chen Luo stroked Mu Loli's hair, and then asked softly. Master, who are these two? Just when Mu Loli was about to answer, a timid voice interrupted Mu Loli's thoughts. Mu Loli was stunned for a moment, then looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a pure and charming woman with silver-white hair. This is your seventh junior sister, the disciple I just accepted, Xing Tong. Chen Luo then said to Mu Loli. At the same time, they also introduced the identities of Mu Loli and Zhang Xian to Xing Tong. Looking at the stunning girl with silver-white hair in front of her, Mu Loli could only feel her heart pounding. What a beautiful girl! No, it's only been a long time since we separated, and the master has found another young apprentice, and Mu Loli's heart feels tired for a while. Looking at Xing Tong's reverent eyes with a little strange thought, Mu Loli knew that she had a strong competitor, and Zhang Xian couldn't handle it by herself, so there was another one. Mu Loli then unconsciously looked at the arc in front of Xing Tong, and then looked at herself. Hers seems to be about the same as hers, even slightly smaller. Humph, then I won't be afraid. Mu Loli's heart was filled with joy again. Zhang Xian on the side also stared straight at Xing Tong with silver-white hair. Master, I have already inquired about the Qin family's information, it turns out. Mu Loli restrained her own thoughts, and then said to Chen Luo. I'll talk about it later, it seems that there are a few little tales. At this time, Chen Luo said slowly, looking at the void in front of him. Chapter 186 God Extinguishing Seal. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, there was a violent wave of breath in the void in front of him. An old man in a black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone. Behind the old man was a group of monster warriors who were filled with the power of monstrous sky and blood. Name: Black Jusha. Age: 4,326 years old. Realm: Great Saint Realm 7th Stage Day. Identity: North Demon State, Elder of the Black Wolf lineage of the Demon Wolf clan. It's the Elder of the Demon Wolf clan. Chen Luo frowned slightly. What does this guy feel like? The many fighters behind this Black 9 evil spirits are basically big monsters in the Holy Realm, and their aura is quite powerful. All the girls around Chen Luo looked at He Juesha and the others with flat expressions. Give that little fox to us, and I can give you a way out. He Juesha looked at the little fox on Mu Luli's shoulder, with a fierce look in his eyes, and licked his own lips and said. As He Juesha spoke, he unleashed a terrifying aura of own, and suddenly, a terrifying aura swayed across the entire space, as if to suppress the entire world. It's just that He Juesha didn't feel right. The way these people looked at him didn't seem to have any fear. It's like looking at some idiot. He Juesha's heart skipped a beat. He won't offend any big boss. Impossible, it is impossible to be so unlucky, it is impossible, it should be impossible. No, it doesn't feel good, I have to withdraw first to find out the truth and then say. Evil animal, you want to run away after robbing our Chayu God dynasty. He Juesha hurriedly looked at the birds in the sky, and shouted. After finishing speaking, he wanted to launch the movement technique, and chased after the birds in the sky. It's all here, just stay. Just when He Juesha was about to flee, an indifferent voice sounded. Following that, there was an even more terrifying aura, which quickly enveloped He Juesha and the others. I knew that He Juesha's heart had almost sunk to the bottom of the valley. It was too hasty to come back if I knew that I should have found out. Senior, Junior didn't know that the senior was here, what an offense, please forgive me. He Juesha hurriedly lowered his head, trembling. Chen Luo raised his brows. This elder of the Demon Wolf clan is a bit interesting, he is very knowledgeable about current affairs. Tell me, what do you want to do? Don't try to perfuse me, you only have one chance. Chen Luo then said lightly. Since this guy is so discerning, Chen Luo is willing to give him a chance to speak. Senior, it's like this. I'm elder, guest minister of the third prince of the Chayu God dynasty. When we were in Chayu city, I saw. He Juesha continued to pour beans and told Chen Luo everything. Immortal World Relic. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, maybe it was for Xiao He. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. And that messenger, what is it? Senior, the third prince is now in Yunyang Valley outside Chayu city, I will take you to kill him right now, please spare my life. At this moment, He Juesha continued. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, this Black 9 evil spirits, the seller begged for his life, the third prince had such a guest elder, it was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. What kind of power is that messenger, tell me? Chen Luo ignored He Juesha's words and continued to ask. Back to senior, the messenger claimed to be the messenger from Immortal World. He is very powerful. I don't know it very well. It's just that he stayed in the Scarlet Moon God dynasty for a while, and he seems to be very interested in the Immortal World relics of the Spirit Fox clan. He Juesha continued. Messenger from Immortal World? Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Chen Luo asked some things again, but He Juesha didn't know anything. Senior, that third prince must know more than me, I'll take you to catch him. He Juesha continued. Okay, I see. I'll give you half an hour. Go and catch that third prince. If you can't catch him, then you don't have to come back. Chen Luo then condensed a terrifying aura. The Mi Shen Yin entered He Juxia's mind. This God-extinguishing seal is just a small supernatural power in Zhang Xian's gift bag 9 cycles extinguishing God art, which contains very terrifying destructive power, especially for soul power. A small God-extinguishing mark can easily kill a high-rank great saint-level powerhouse. Feeling the Mi Shen Yin in his mind, He Juxia's soul trembled continuously, and his face was extremely pale. Senior, the third prince has. He Juxia hurriedly said, his body trembling constantly. I'll only give you half an hour. Of course, if you can dissolve the God Mi seal by yourself, you can pretend that you haven't been here before. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, He Juxia's face was cloudy, but he quickly made up his mind that he had no choice. Soon, He Juxia left with many of his men and galloped towards the area where the third prince was. Master, just let him go, what if he runs away? Mu Luli came to Chen Luo's side, hugged Chen Luo's next door and said. It's okay, he doesn't dare to run. Chen Luo then said slowly. The God-extinguishing seal is extremely powerful, unless the mastery 9 cycles extinguishing God art, or the soul realm reaches a level beyond Chen Luo's imagination, otherwise, it is impossible to unlock it. The eyes of Zhang Xian next to her were shining brightly, she recognized that what Chen Luo cast just now was the supernatural power on the cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, Master's practice of that secret technique has reached such a level, it is really incredible. Zhang Xian did some preliminary study by herself, and under the powerful soul power of the immortal soul body, Zhang Xian was only worthy of initiation, but Chen Luo had already reached a quite advanced level. Master is really too strong, Zhang Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. By the way, how is the Qin family's intelligence investigation going? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked Mu Luli next to him. Just now, he wanted to inquire about the Qin family's information, but was interrupted by the Black 9 evil spirits. Master, the Qin family really has 2 juniors with God-level qualifications. However, a few days ago, their Qin family was attacked by a mysterious force and suffered heavy losses. Now they are nowhere to be found. Mu Luo Li then spoke. Mysterious forces attack? Chen Luo asked suspiciously. Although the Qin family has fallen, they were once an imperial family, so they still have some background. Master, it is said that this matter is related to the Temple of Soul Essence, and it is very likely that they did it. Zhang Xian next to him added. Soul Yuan Temple to attack the Qin family? Then are there any clues from the Qin family now? Chen Luo then asked. If he wanted to bring those 2 Qin families' God-level aptitudes to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he had to find them first. Chapter 187 Request. Master, according to the information from Tianji Pavilion, they are most likely hiding in Tianwu Prefecture in the central region. Mu Luli next to him replied. In Tianwu Prefecture, Chen Luo frowned slightly. In Tianwu Prefecture, it's okay if you investigate slowly, but it will take a little time. Junior brother Chen Luo, are you looking for someone from the Qin family? I can help you. At this moment, Shu Yuou, who was practicing not far away, opened her eyes and stared at Chen Luo. Senior sister Shu, do you know anyone from the Qin family? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he asked slowly. I didn't expect Shu Yuou to have a clue here, so it saved a lot of things. Of course I do, my mother belongs to the Qin family. Shu Yuou said with a smile, her brows curved. Yunyang Valley. Yunyang Valley is located in the western area of Chiyu City, where the scenery is pleasant and the fragrance is rippling everywhere. In a pavilion in the middle of Yunyang Valley, the third prince wearing a golden brocade robe was sitting in the pavilion, sipping spirit tea, and beside him were several beautiful maids holding palm leaf fans, bringing him a cool breeze. Why hasn't Elder Juxia come back? There shouldn't be any problem. The third prince frowned after drinking a cup of spiritual tea. Third prince, don't worry, the elder of the 9 demons is astonishingly strong, and with so many elites, he is sure to be foolproof, maybe something has delayed him. The white-haired old man next to him said calmly. I hope so. If we can really find clues to the immortal world relics, and take the immortal world messenger. The third prince seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Third prince, the 9-tailed elder has caught the 9-tailed spirit fox, and found the clue of the immortal world relic. At this moment, a rush of shouts came. Not far away, a monster warrior of the Helang lineage of the demon wolf clan flew over, who was He Juxia's subordinate. What? I found a clue. The third prince stood up from the pavilion, his body trembling slightly, and his breathing became heavy. Unexpectedly, He Juxia actually found it. Hurry up, let the 9 shaky elder come over quickly, and tell me clearly what happened, the third prince said hastily. However, the 9-tailed spirit fox is guarded by an expert, and now the 9-tailed elder is entangled and unable to escape. Please ask the White Cloud Elder for reinforcements. Hey 9 Shadows subordinates hurriedly said. White Cloud Elder, hurry up, please make sure to bring back the 9-tailed elder and the 9-tailed spirit fox. The third prince then said in a deep voice to the white-haired old man next to him. Third prince, I want to protect your safety. Besides, something is wrong. Now that you have found the clue, why don't you give the clue first? White Cloud Elder then frowned, he always felt that something was wrong. He Juxia didn't seem like the kind of person who will be entangled to this point for this matter. Go. Immediately. Immediately. The third prince continued furiously. As soon as the third prince's words came out, White Cloud Elder's face became slightly ugly. White Cloud Elder, this thing is too important to me, please make sure to bring Juxia Elder back, please. The third prince seemed to realize that Owen had lost his composure, then took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. White Cloud Elder took a deep look at the third prince, nodded, and then He Juxia's subordinate rushed to reinforce him. God help me, I actually found it. It seems that destiny is really with me. After the White Cloud Elder left, the third prince couldn't help laughing, his eyes were full of joy. It seemed that he had already seen the scene of himself ascending to the top of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty. Third prince, you are too happy. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the ear of the third prince. The third prince's body froze, and a burst of extreme coldness filled his heart. Then leave this matter to senior sister Shu. Chen Luo said to Shu Yu on the outskirts of Chiyu City. No problem, leave it to me. If junior brother Chen Luo accepts those 2 useless guys as his disciples, it will be their good fortune, and they will definitely not refuse. Shu Yu replied. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian beside him were practicing obediently. Xue Xingtong is studying the cultivation technique gifted by Chen Luo, with a bright aura shining on her body. Then, if I bring both of them to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, how will junior brother Chen Luo plan to thank me? Shu Yuo's eyes flashed a sly look, and she continued to ask. How can I thank you, senior sister? Chen Luo continued helplessly. Just now, Shu Yuo revealed her own identity. It turns out that the 2 God-level qualified Qin Feng and Qin Yi are her 2 cousins. When both Qin Feng and Qin Yi were young, they were bullied by Shu Yuo. Both of them have a lot of shadows in their hearts towards Shu Yuo. After Shu Yuo knew that Chen Luo wanted to take in 2 disciples, she volunteered to bring those 2 guys over to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Well, of course. Shu Yuo licked her alluring red lips, and came to Chen Luo's side. As soon as Shu Yuo's words came out, Mu Luli and Zhang Xian, who were practicing, opened their eyes at the same time. They stared straight at Shu Yuo next to Chen Luo, and their eyes sparkled with splendor. Xue Xingtong next to her also stopped studying, and stared at Shu Yuo with innocent eyes. I haven't made up my mind yet, junior brother Chen Luo promise me a request, and I'll tell you when I think about it. Shu Yuo hooked Chen Luo's chin with her slender fingers, and then said charmingly. Fox spirit, not far away. Mu Luli's eyes widened, and the shallow arc trembled slightly. Zhang Xian also couldn't help clenching her fists, biting her own red lips slightly. Xue Xingtong tilted her head, the scene in front of her made her feel a ripple in her heart. Okay, I promise you. Chen Luo smiled slightly. I have known Shu Yuo for so long, but it is just a request, Chen Luo can still grasp it. It's a deal, wait for my good news. Shu Yuo smiled, then turned around and prepared to return to the Shu family in Zhonggaiu. Wait a minute, prepare something before leaving. Chen Luo spoke, and took Shu Yuo's hand. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A stunning woman in a long blue dress is strolling around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Behind the stunning woman was a burly young man. The two looked around at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Due to the appearance of the Great Dream Practice, many disciples had already started to study the Great Dream Practice with all their strength. Loud snoring can be heard everywhere in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and occasionally a lot of disciples can be seen wandering around with their eyes closed, muttering words. Junior brother Lu Pan, what other tricks does this Great Dream Practice have? The stunning woman looked at the large group of sleeping disciples around her, and said softly. From Li Yan'er's eyes, it is natural to see that these people have not even touched the threshold of the Great Dream Practice, they are just sleeping and have no effect at all. If the master comes back and sees this scene, Li Yan'er will feel a sense of urgency in her heart. No, this problem must be resolved before master comes back, and master must not be disappointed. Chapter 188 Immortal Yuan. In Li Yan'er's view, Chen Luo handing over Heavenly Bamboo Peak to her management is a test for her. No matter what problems arise, she should solve them in time. If everything has to wait for the master to come back to deal with it, then what's the point of own management? Elder sister, I don't have any tricks for the time being. I haven't studied the Great Dream Practice method very deeply. This practice method may have relatively high requirements for talent and soul power, and it is not suitable for everyone. Lu Pan next to him scratching his head, he said in shame. He also didn't expect that the own Great Dream Practice method would bring such a big change to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Let many people fall into the study of this formula. Now this problem has already affected the development of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A large number of people practice this method, but very few people can achieve it. If this continues, the practice of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples will fall into a vicious circle. Is there no trick? Li Yan'er frowned slightly. In this case, it will be more difficult. Due to the uniqueness of the previous self-injury practice method and broken vein practice method, as long as you understand its uniqueness, even beginners can use this practice method to increase the speed of practice. However, the cultivation method of this dream is different. If you cannot enter the threshold of initiation, practice is just a joke. Li Yan'er couldn't force all the disciples to give up this method. After all, this method is indeed useful, but the initiation is extremely difficult. Li Yan'er then continued to parade around Heavenly Bamboo Peak with Lu Pan. Around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, there are still quite a few members of the Spirit Fox clan practicing diligently. These Spirit Fox clan members all joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak not long ago. With the addition of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the number of disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has reached more than 4,000 at this time, and it is extremely lively everywhere. The daemon cultivation method is too difficult. I would have continued to use the self-mutilation cultivation method if I knew it earlier. In this way, I might still have the hope of winning this cultivation competition. There's nothing you can do about it. After the new law comes out, if you don't study, you will always fall behind others. Let's study hard, one day we will be able to thoroughly master the Great Dream Cultivation method. Hey, it would be great if the self-harm cultivation method can be improved a little bit. I won't learn this big dream cultivation method. Come on, if you think so, it's better to pray that the threshold of the Great Dream Practice can be lowered. Not far away, there are still many disciples who are practicing and discussing. Although they are all in good spirits at the moment, and the dark circles under their eyes are gone, it seems that they have lost the passion they had before. Not only here, there are many places in Heavenly Bamboo Peak that have this kind of discussion. The difficulty of the Great Dream cultivation method made many disciples suffer unspeakably. Although they slept very well, the slow speed of cultivation base promotion was really unacceptable to them. However, in order not to fall behind, they continued to study. That's right, I haven't found the secret to the practice of the Great Dream yet. I can first increase the speed of other cultivation methods, such as the speed of the pulse-breaking practice or the self-mutilation practice. In this way, other disciples will temporarily let go of the Great Dream practice the law. An idea flashed in Li Yan'er's mind, and she immediately thought that she could forcibly increase the speed of practice just like changing the medicine pill before. In the words of Master, this, is called version update, forcibly strengthened. Junior brother Lu Pan, I have figured out a solution, you can go back and continue practicing. Li Yan'er stopped and said to Lu Pan behind her. Lu Pan was stunned for a moment, and thought of a way. After a while, he thought of a way. Immediately afterwards, Li Yan'er ignored Lu Pan, but walked briskly towards the depths of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The outskirts of Chiyu City. Beside a towering tree, a man in a golden brocade robe lay on the side like a dead dog. Beside him, there was an old man in a black robe kneeling tremblingly. Just because of a panacea, you are sure that the messenger came from the immortal world? Chen Luo asked, looking at the embarrassed third prince. Yes, former, senior, that messenger is indeed from immortal world. His elixir is a elixir that contains immortal essence. Immortal essence is extinct in the ancient desolate continent, only immortal world can have it, and, with the strength of that envoy, there is no need for him to lie to us. The third prince Zhao Qi continued tremblingly. A panacea that contains immortal essence. Chen Luo's eyes dimmed. Master, the immortal essence has indeed disappeared in the ancient desolate continent. Some treasures with immortal essence retained by our Phoenix clan have all degenerated and become ordinary treasures. Mu Luli, who was beside Chen Luo, was at this moment also opened the mouth. Zhang Xian next to her also nodded, agreeing with Mu Luli's words. What else did that immortal world envoy do? It's not as simple as just coming to save your ancestors from the Chiyu dynasty. Chen Luo continued to ask. After He Zhuosha captured the third prince Zhao Qi, Chen Luo asked the immortal world messenger for information. It turned out that the guy who claimed to be the messenger of the immortal world used a panacea to save a dying ancestor of their Chiyu god dynasty. The immortal world envoy just casually mentioned that the Spirit Fox clan obtained the immortal world relics. Also, she said that the ancient desolate continent will undergo major changes in the future. He came down from the immortal world just to save the ancient desolate continent. Afterwards, the ancestor had a chat and then left. The third prince Zhao Qi continued honestly. To save the ancient desolate continent? Chen Luo's heart was full of doubts. Senior, I think that immortal world envoy's plan is too big, talking about big changes, saving the ancient desolate continent, it's all bullshit. Daddy has lived for so many years, and has never seen such a big-hearted existence. Heiju next to him Sha then said disdainfully. Chen Luo's mind unconsciously rang out that guy Yaoxi, if there was one, only that silly girl Yaoxi would know it. However, Chen Luo was not in a hurry to make a conclusion. No matter what the messenger who claimed to be from immortal world came from, as long as he didn't offend him, Chen Luo didn't care too much. Senior, I still have a celestial elixir exchanged by the ancestor and the envoy here, the senior can take a look, maybe you can get something. After a while, the third prince next to him seemed to think of something, and then took out a jade bottle. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, it contained the elixir of immortality, so let's take a look. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took the panacea from the third prince, directly opened the jade bottle, and took out the medicine pill. There are streaks of purple gold pill lines on this panacea, as if it contains incredible mysterious power. In the power of the medicine pill, there is also a refreshing aura. Under the nourishment of this aura, everyone present can feel the spirit power in their bodies slightly surging. Is this Xian Yuan? Chen Luo stared at the medicine pill in his hand intently. Chapter 189, Jade Lake. Chen Luo's soul power is extremely powerful, and he can clearly feel the immortal essence contained in this medicine pill. This medicine pill is obviously just an ordinary holy medicine pill, but with the blessing of Xian Yuan, the spirit power inside is already comparable to some imperial medicine pills. Master, I want to eat, it smells so good. At this time, Xiao Bai on Mu Luli's shoulder jumped to Chen Luo's side immediately, wanting to swallow this elixir directly. Chen Luo easily slapped Xiao Bai away. How can you just eat his medicine pill without knowing where the immortal world messenger came from? Take it back and let Biao study it. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Biao is a top pill refining master, so he can definitely see the problem. Okay, that's it. Chen Luo then said slowly, putting away the immortal spirit pill. Senior means, can I go? He Zhuxia next to him asked cautiously. The third prince on the side also looked at Chen Luo expectantly, with a lot of horror in his heart. Okay, but before leaving, I need to leave something on you. Chen Luo continued slowly. The hearts of the third prince and He Zhuxia sank, but there was nothing they could do. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo used the top secret method Dao Heart Magic that he had signed in some time ago. This cultivation technique is the top-level Devil Dao mind control method. It is extremely domineering and can condense demon seeds and plant them into the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Chen Luo will control the life and death of the cultivator planted with demon seeds, and will no longer have any intention of betraying Chen Luo. Swish swish swish. A moment later, Chen Luo condensed 2 demon seeds and planted them in their minds. After being planted with the magic seed by Chen Luo, both of them understood their own destiny. Go back to the Chaiyu God dynasty. If you have any information about the immortal world messenger, remember to report it at any time. Chen Luo then said lightly. Yes, Master. The two saluted respectfully. After finishing speaking, the two left the suburbs and galloped towards Chaiyu City. Okay, it's time for us to go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo stretched his waist and said to several disciples beside him. Zhang Xian and Xue Xingtong next to her were extremely calm, both of them recognized Chen Luo. Wherever Chen Luo went, they followed him. Finally we can go back. Mu Luli next to her breathed a sigh of relief, with a little look of anticipation in her eyes. After returning home, she immediately started a plan with the elder sister, Mu Luli thought secretly in her heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took out an incomparably exquisite flying boat, and a group of people boarded the flying boat and flew towards the Heavenly Bamboo Peak area of the eastern region. Middle Domain. Yaoguang Sacred Land. Yaoguang Sacred Land is the top sacred land force of Ancient Desolate Continent, and its strength is extremely powerful. Among the many sacred lands, they all belong to the front ranks of terrifying powers. Yaoguang Sacred Land has an immortal light, like a fairyland Tianqi. The spirit power in the Tianqi is misty, the water is shimmering, and the bright moon in the sky sprinkles the afterglow, making this Tianqi like a dream. On the Tianqi Lake, there are a lot of precious spiritual plants that release rich fragrance and spirit power. There are all kinds of spirit fish at the bottom of the pool, constantly wandering, exuding vitality. Huiyu, Tianqi, spiritual objects, are intertwined with each other, like a perfect picture scroll, extremely moving. In the central area of Tianqi Lake, there is a green lotus blooming endlessly. It's just that this green lotus has no roots, like a rootless duckweed, floating above the Tianqi Lake, independent of the world. The spirit power of the surrounding world surged towards the central Qinglian, nourished by many spirit powers. The aura on Qinglian's body became even brighter. Ha ha ha! After a while, the brilliance on King Lian's body became stronger, and the petals on it seemed to be stretching slightly, as if they were about to bloom. Is the green lotus about to bloom? Not far from the Tianke lake, a stunning woman wearing a white flowing fairy dress with delicate features and a slender figure stared straight at the Qing Lian in the center of the Tianke lake. In this perfect picture scroll, the woman is like a fairy, with a moving appearance and an incomparably glamorous beauty. Beside the stunning woman, there are several beautiful maids in plain clothes. His Royal Highness Holy Maiden, could it be related to the aura some time ago? After absorbing that aura, this rootless green lotus began to change. A maid said slowly. It turned out that this woman was the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang Sacred Land, Lin Qingxian. It should be, I didn't expect that the rootless green lotus left by the Empress would bloom at this time. Lin Qingxian said, staring at the rootless green lotus in the center of Tianke with her clear eyes. Rootless Qinglian is the treasure left by the Empress of Yaokai. It has been staying in Yaoguang Sacred Land, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, waiting for the day when it will bloom. With the absorption of rootless Qinglian, the surrounding spirit power seems to have become much thinner. The petals of the rootless green lotus are already half in bloom, and the fish swimming in the water are constantly jumping and making joyful sounds. Your Highness Holy Maiden, open it, look, there seems to be something inside. The maid looked at the blooming green lotus and said. In the center of the green lotus, a golden aura was constantly circulating, and the mud in the pool seemed to be summoned, and it kept drifting towards the center of the green lotus at high speed. Soon more and more silt gathered towards the central aura. The surrounding spirit power formed a spirit power storm, rushing away quickly. Time passed slowly. Half a quarter of an hour later, a slender, handsome, lifelike clay figurine was formed in the center of the green lotus. After the clay figurine was formed, the aura quickly penetrated into the clay figurine's mind. The rootless green lotus formed a green robe on the clay figurine, protecting the clay figurine's fragile body. With the influx of spirit power and spiritual light, the clay figurine's eyes trembled slightly, and bursts of terrifying energy swayed around the clay figurine. Your Highness Holy Maiden, this clay figurine is about to open its eyes. The maid beside Lin Qingxian covered her mouth and exclaimed. Lin Qingxian didn't speak, but stared straight at the clay figurine above the rootless green lotus. Boom! After a long while, the clay figurine's eyes were completely opened, and the golden light continued to flow in the eyes, and the clay figurine's body also bloomed with incomparable brilliance and brilliance. However, there seemed to be deep confusion and exhaustion in the clay figurine's eyes. Where am I? After a while, the clay figurine's mouth moved slightly, and a small sound came out of the clay figurine's mouth. This is Yaokai. Lin Qingxian looked at the clay figurine in the center of the rootless green lotus, and made a melodious voice. Chapter 193 Stage Day. Yao Qi. The clay figurine's eyes were full of confusion. Yaokai is the pure land of our Yaoguang Sacred Land, the place where the Empress of Yaokai practiced. Lin Qingxian looked at the clay figurine in front of him calmly, and then said slowly. The pure land of Yaoguang Sacred Land, the place where the Empress of Yaokai practiced. The clay figurine only felt that there was chaos in his mind, as if there was a terrifying force churning in his mind. Then who am I? Why am I here? The clay figurine then showed a blank expression, and the surge of power in his mind made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Qingxian didn't speak, but silently looked at the clay figurine in front of him. I remember. I am. Xiao Fan. After a long while, the clay figurine's brain flashed a flash of light, and the brilliance around him became even stronger. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Pill Refining Hall. At this time, the pill refining hall was extremely lively, and many disciples were refining various medicine pills. From time to time, there was a violent sound of the fryer and the sound of the flames surging. After a long period of practice, many of these disciples have been successfully promoted to junior pill refining masters, and can refine some low-level medicine pills. The refining of various magical items has also achieved preliminary results. Beside many disciples, there is also a big black dog, teaching these disciples how to do things crazily. The output of all kinds of sharp words made many disciples pale, but they all looked in awe and did not dare to refute. Some people have already experienced the fate of refutation, and no one wants to experience it. Li Yan'er looked at the thriving scene in the pill refining hall, and felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. Although the refining methods of these disciples are still immature, Heavenly Bamboo Peak will definitely get better and better when all these disciples grow up. Li Yan'er, why are you here? What's the matter? After a while, Biao seemed a little tired from spraying, and then arrived at the door of the pill refining hall. Thanks to Biao Elder for the previous medicine pill, a small gift is not a respect. Li Yan'er smiled slightly, then took out a 10,000-year elixir and handed it to Biao. Bai Yao took the elixir from Li Yan'er with an excited face, and nodded directly. It turned out that not long ago, Li Yan'er asked Biao to refine some high-quality quick recovery meridians medicine pills, which greatly increased the speed of the practice of breaking the pulse. Now, due to the emergence of the high-quality recovery meridians medicine pill, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak have already abandoned the Great Dream practice method and turned to the Broken Vessel practice method one after another. Although there are still a small number of disciples who are still tirelessly studying the Great Dream cultivation method, they are no longer harmful. New formulas also need to be explored and learned by disciples. By the way, Biao Elder, can you refine the medicine pill that can hypnotize your own brain? Li Yan'er seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Since both the pulse-breaking practice method and the self-mutilation practice method are assisted by the medicine pill, then if the Great Dream practice method has the help of the medicine pill, it may lower the threshold for initiation. After all, the Great Dream cultivation method is indeed a method with high potential. If it can be learned successfully, it will be of great help to the improvement of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's many disciples. Li Yan'er, what do you think of me? I'm a dog? Bah, no, I'm a human, not a god. Why don't you tell me to refine the medicine pill that will make people break through the Great Emperor immediately? Li Yan'er said, Biao suddenly said with contempt on his face. The corners of Li Yan'er's mouth twitched slightly, and she also felt that the idea of own was a bit too forced. When junior brother Ye Chen came back last time, he brought some flame demon bulls, and I still have some bones. Li Yan'er pondered for a moment, then said slowly. What do you mean? Bai Yao's eyes widened immediately, with a little desire and anger in them. This guy, what do you mean? Take the bone, what do you think of me? Ahem, I mean, I still have a lot of unfinished meat from the flame demon beef, I can give Biao Elder a taste. Li Yan'er noticed that Biao's mood was not right, and quickly changed her words. How many roots? No, how much meat? Bai Yao continued to ask, with saliva oozing from the corner of his mouth. The flame bull is an extremely rare breed with delicate meat, especially its beef bones, which are very chewy and have a good reputation in the Ancient Desolate Continent. If Biao Elder can develop this medicine pill that hypnotizes the brain, I can give you 2,000 catties of balrog beef with bones. Li Yan'er continued after pondering for a moment. 2,000 catties. Biao's heart felt hot for a while. Okay, since you are so sincere, I can try it, but you have to give me 5 catties of the bones of the balrog bull first, and I have to see if it is the meat of the balrog bull. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he continued. Li Yan'er was stunned. Bone. Could it be that this Biao Elder was really assimilated by this ghost dog's body? Ahem, don't get me wrong, I just want to confirm if it's the flame demon cow, and I'm not trying to chew on the bones, you have to trust me. Bai Yao suddenly realized that On's words were a bit strange, and quickly explained. I understand, no problem. Li Yan'er replied slowly with a sweet smile. Middle domain. In the high sky between white clouds, an exquisite airship is galloping forward. The area where the flying boat passed left behind arcs of light. In an elegant room in Fiashu, sitting cross-legged on the Lingya futon is a young man with a temperament like an exiled fairy. There are a lot of top-quality spirit stones around the young man, and the spirit power in the top-quality spirit stones surges towards the young man rapidly. With the influx of spirit power, the momentum of the youth became more and more majestic, as if they wanted to suppress the entire world. Boom! After a while, a terrifying aura appeared on the young man's body. A violent momentum erupted and swung towards the surroundings. The white cloud around the flying boat was completely blown away and turned into wisps of water mist. Breakthrough, Great Saint is in third stage. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. On the way back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo felt that the cultivation base was about to break through, so he entered the state of closed-door training. Raging power swayed in Chen Luo's body, and the 3 holy acupoints in his body were all filled with golden spirit power. Above the many acupoints, the Holy Spirit Orb is releasing incomparably pure spirit power, continuously irrigating towards the 4th holy acupoints. Days after the breakthrough Great Saint third stage, the number of Chen Luo's spirit power has increased a lot, and the strength of spirit power has also increased a lot. This breakthrough speed is really terrifying. Feeling the continuously growing spirit power in his body, Chen Luo couldn't help sighing. This breakthrough is less than 7 days away from the previous breakthrough. Chapter 191, Nebula Mountain Range. In other words, Chen Luo completed the transformation from the Great Saint's 2nd stage day to the 3rd stage day in less than 7 days. This speed is simply appalling. Even the breakthrough time of the top Tianjiao, the Great Saint realm, is measured in years and months. It seems that these disciplines of Heavenly Bamboo Peak have not relaxed either, Chen Luo thought to himself. According to the improvement of cultivation base from the continuous feedback in his body, Chen Luo can feel that the cultivation base of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has improved a lot. As their cultivation base improves, this speed will get faster and faster. Without the chaos divine body of the cultivation base bottleneck combined with the cultivation return of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's many disciples, coupled with the help of spirit power from the Holy Spirit Orb. Even if Chen Luo doesn't practice, Chen Luo's cultivation base is constantly soaring. Okay, after working so hard for so long, it's time to take a break and go outside to relax. After Chen Luo stabilized his breath, he stretched and walked out of the room. After Chen Luo left the room, his soul power radiated out, and he saw Zhang Xian and Mu Luli in another room, both practicing hard. The vigorous spirit power is constantly rushing towards them. Especially Mu Luli, who seemed to have been stimulated by something, with a serious expression, arranged several spirit gathering arrays around her. At the same time, there are still many wounds on his body, and even some scars appear on his clothes. Under the broken clothes, delicate and crystal clear skin can still be seen. The majestic spirit power surged towards Mu Luli's body in a steady stream, and the momentum was quite huge. What's wrong with Luo Li? Chen Luo was startled. It was the first time he saw Mu Luli using the self-harm cultivation method. Although this method is powerful, Mu Luli has always claimed to be a peerless genius, claiming that her body, hair, and skin should not be easily damaged by her parents. Use self-harm practices. This is really not Luo Li's style. Impossible, I must practice hard, I can't hold on for 3 seconds, it's impossible. Mu Luli muttered while practicing. 3 seconds? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, what does Luo Li mean in 3 seconds? Chen Luo's heart was full of doubts, and he didn't understand what Mu Luli meant by 3 seconds. Forget it, since she is willing to make progress, let her continue to practice. With her own top-grade medicine pill, there will be no problems in using this self-harm practice method. Moreover, the medicine pills that Chen Luo prepared for these personal disciples are all sacred panacea, as long as they don't die on the spot, they can be saved, so there is no need to worry about safety. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo ignored the two people who were practicing hard, and then walked outside. After a while, Chen Luo arrived on the deck of the flying boat. On the deck, a stunning girl with silver-white hair was fascinated by the scenery below the flying boat. The surrounding breeze was blowing the girl's hair and skirt, and the long legs under the skirt were slender and delicate, like precious jade. However, the girl's back gives people an extremely lonely feeling, as if she is out of tune with this world. Xin Tong, what's the matter with you, are you okay? Chen Luo came to Shuazing Tong's side and asked softly. It's nothing, it's just that I'm a little sad to see the former territory of our Protoss. Shuazing Tong said slowly after hearing Chen Luo's voice. Was this the site of your Protoss clan before? Chen Luo looked down. Below the flying boat is the Nebula Mountains. The Nebula Mountains are a huge mountain range in the Central Territory. There are stretches of mountains and stubbles of tall vegetation that are full of vitality. Yes, in the past, this place was not a mountain range, but a boundless sea. When I was a child, my friends and I loved playing in the sea. Shuazing Tong looked at the Nebula Mountains below and said softly. There is light flickering in it. Chen Luo silently looked at the large forest below. A young girl had traveled through 10,000 years and came to this brand new era that did not belong to her. Everything that belonged to her has already dissipated, even if she found her group, her former companions and familiar people, perhaps, have long since passed away. Shuazing Tong then chattered about her childhood, sometimes smiling, sometimes melancholy. Chen Luo stood aside silently, listening to the girl's sweet words. A picture seemed to appear in Chen Luo's mind, a carefree girl, leaving footprints and laughter in various places in the ancient desolate continent. Today, the girl is still that girl, but the world is not this world anymore. After a long while, the girl's voice became low, tears flowed from the bottom of her eyes, and the pure and charming cheeks were already full of teardrops. Chen Luo gently wiped the girl's teardrops, and said softly, Xin Tong, don't be afraid, I will take you home. 10,000 years ago, when Shuazing Tong was there, the Protoss clan was shaking the entire ancient desolate continent, although they didn't know why they left. However, Shuazing Tong's father is the ancient emperor of the Star Spirit clan, and the Star Spirit clan's methods are so amazing, maybe he is still alive. As long as I'm with Master, Xin Tong is not afraid of anything. Shuazing Tong then took advantage of the situation and leaned into Chen Luo's arms, saying softly. Chen Luo then didn't speak, just felt the softness in his arms. Master, my father told me that he left some things in Xingyun High. Xingyun Mountain Range, can you go and see with me? After a while, Shuazing Tong seemed to think of something, and then whispered to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's heart moved, something left by the ancient emperor of the Protoss clan. It's in the Nebula Mountains, so go and have a look. Okay, then I'll take a look with you. Chen Luo stroked the girl's silver-white hair and smiled. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo told Xiao Bai to follow Mu Luli and the others, and then he and Shuazing Tong galloped towards the Nebula Mountains below. Nebula Mountains. In a lush forest. In the sky, the scorching sun was shining brightly, and the dazzling sunlight hit the big leafy trees, reflecting countless spots of light. In the Qivai forest, there are many cultivators wearing cloud-patterned robes walking through the forest. While walking through, they searched around, as if they were looking for something. Elder Ma, we have been exploring here for a long time, and we haven't gained anything. The Lord Saint Lord must have miscalculated. A rough voice sounded in the forest. The one who spoke was a tall cultivator, who was searching around while muttering. Impossible, Saint Lord's heavenly mystery technique has already reached the perfection level, it is impossible to make a mistake, look for it carefully. Another middle-aged man wearing a blue Taoist robe frowned. This middle-aged man is the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, who came to the Nebula Mountains to search for things under the order of the Saint Lord. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a violent roar suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountain range. The eyes of many cultivators in the forest lit up, and they all looked towards the depths of the mountains. Heavenly Devil Sect is doing business, everyone who is idle, get the hell out of here. Just when everyone was about to gallop towards the depths of the mountains, a stern voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the forest. Chapter 192 Stargate. This voice carried a domineering and unparalleled power, which made everyone in the forest feel their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble. Even the horse elder was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. Followed by, there are bursts of black devilish chi, as if to cover the entire mountain range, extremely frightening. Elder Ma, he's from the Heavenly Devil Sect, damn it, I have to run quickly. I heard that they have gone crazy in the Northern Territory. Why did these guys return to the Central Territory? Those wastes in the Northern Territory, why didn't they leave the Heavenly Devil Sect there? Yes, yes, they kill people like hemp, we should not provoke them. That's right, I'd rather accept any punishment from sect, let's go. Following the surge of the black devilish chi, many cultivators in the forest spoke one after another, looking anxiously at the horse elder in the middle. The things that the Heavenly Devil Sect did in the Northern Territory have already been passed on. Although the Red Moon God Dynasty and Fihung Sacred Lands people tried their best to whitewash their achievements, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that they had nothing to do with the Heavenly Devil Sect. The encirclement and suppression by most of the forces in the Northern Territory couldn't deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect. Their Tianxian Sacred Land was just an ordinary sacred land, so they definitely couldn't deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect. Seeing that many disciples in front of him were so scared, Ma Elder only felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart, hating Iron for being weak. What are you running for? The face of sacred land has been completely humiliated by you. Is the Heavenly Devil Sect so terrible? Cultivation is to fight against the sky. We retreated this time, next time, and next time, can you give up forever is it? Ma Elder continued with a serious expression. As soon as Ma Elder's words came out, many disciples present lowered their heads one after another, feeling extremely ashamed. Ma Elder, I understand, even if it is the Heavenly Devil Sect, my cultivator is to be fearless of all powerful enemies, said a disciple of Tianxian Sacred Land. The other disciples also agreed one after another, only feeling that their hearts were full of strength. That's right, no matter what time it is, you must have a fearless heart. All right, let's leave here now and investigate the Heavenly Devil Sect's information first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. I will go first. Ma Elder continued. After finishing speaking, it turned into a rainbow and galloped directly towards the outside of the Nebula Mountains. Many disciples. The name of the Heavenly Devil Sect is really useful. In the depths of the Nebula Mountains, Chen Luo felt the emptiness around him and was extremely satisfied. Master, what kind of sect is this Heavenly Devil Sect? Its deterrent power is so powerful. Xuexing Tong next to him also asked curiously. This cultivator, who can disperse the entire mountain range with just one word, has a reputation that is no less than that of their Protoss tribe 10,000 years ago. A very powerful Devil Dao force, it should be strong anyway. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Xuexing Tong nodded half understanding, and obediently followed Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, the two continued to walk forward. According to Xuexing Tong's memory, what her father left her was in Xingyun Sea, which is the extreme north of the current Xingyun mountain range. Along the way, there were still many fierce beasts trying to stop the two of them. Xuexing Tong released the own spirit guard and easily dealt with the blocking beasts. Soon, the two arrived at the extreme north of the Nebula Mountains. The extreme north of the Xingyun Mountains is extremely wide. Unlike the lush and lush mountains outside, this place is a large area of desolation. There are only sparse and lifeless withered trees, and even the ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere outside are extremely rare. Xing Tong, Are you sure it's here? Chen Luo unfolded his own soul power and scanned the surrounding area, but found nothing abnormal. This place seemed to be an ordinary wasteland. Master, this is here, you wait, the entrance has been sealed by my father with the secret method of our Star Spirit clan, I will unlock it now. Xuexing Tong then said slowly. After finishing speaking, Xuexing Tong came to the center of the wasteland, closed his eyes, and activated the power in his body that belonged exclusively to the Protoss. With Xuexing Tong's power from the Star Spirit race, a burst of brilliant starlight swayed around Xuexing Tong's body. Spirit patterns emitting golden light also appeared on the wasteland, as if some power surged beneath the wasteland. The methods of the Protoss clan are quite powerful, and they can actually arrange this kind of sealing circle, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took advantage of Xuexing Tong's release of the seal, and he himself began to arrange a large concealment formation around him. After all, if you don't know what's in there, hide it first. Boom! Soon, Chen Luo's hidden magic circle was set up, and the golden spirit patterns on the wasteland also covered the whole wasteland. The incomparably brilliant golden light was constantly circulating, and a vortex appeared in the center of countless spirit patterns, and a huge golden door containing vicissitudes of life was slowly formed from the vortex. There are many mysterious formations engraved on this golden gate. The formations and vicissitudes of life flow together, filling the gate with the breath of sacred. After the golden gate appeared, Xuexing Tong slowly withdrew his own power, staring straight at the golden gate in the center. Chen Luo also looked at the golden gate. With the appearance of the golden gate, the surrounding spirit patterns were constantly gathering towards the golden gate. The brilliant power of the star makes the already shining area even more brilliant. Is the thing your father left you inside this gate? Chen Luo asked. The golden gate in front of him is incomparably gorgeous and contains extremely mysterious power. Yes, Master, this is a star gate. Only the extremely precious treasures of our Star Spirit clan will be guarded by the Star Gate. Xuexing Tong looked at the Star Gate in front and explained. After Xuexing Tong finished speaking, she recited the ancient sayings of their Protoss clan, raised her right hand lightly, and a golden star pattern appeared on the slender palm. Shua! A moment later, the star pattern on Xuexing Tong's palm flew towards the Star Gate. Boom! After Xingwen entered the Star Gate seemed to be activated. The golden gate slowly opened, and a more vicissitudes of life came from inside. Master, the Star Gate is open, let's go in. Seeing that the Star Gate had opened, Xuexing Tong turned and said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and then he and Xuexing Tong escaped into the Star Gate. After entering the Star Gate, Chen Luo felt the incomparably rich power of the gods around him. These powers of the gods carried a little warm and soft breath, which made Chen Luo feel extremely comfortable. As the power of the surrounding Protoss became stronger, there were still wisps of Protoss power flowing towards Chen Luo's body. Master, you can actually absorb the power of the Star Spirit. At this moment, a pleasant voice rang in Chen Luo's ears. Chapter 193 Snow Spirit Palace. Beside Chen Luo, Xuexing Tong, with silver white hair, slim figure and delicate face, looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Protoss power is a mysterious power different from spirit power. Only people from the Protoss clan can absorb and use it, and Xuexing Tong has never seen anyone who can absorb the power of the Protoss. Sure enough, Master is worthy of being my destined person, it's really amazing. Xuexing Tong said to herself, absorbing the power of the surrounding Protoss. The destined person. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. What a destined person! It's nothing, Master, let's go in quickly and see what treasure my father left for me. Xuexing Tong said with a flushed face, and then took Chen Luo's hand and galloped inside. Feeling the frail and boneless warmth in his hand, Chen Luo didn't think too much, and galloped towards it under the guidance of Xuexing Tong. After leaving the outer area surrounded by the aura of the gods, what came into view was an incomparably huge palace. The palace is resplendent and magnificent, with golden rays of light circulating around it. The ornate walls around the palace are engraved with ancient Protoss scripts, which Chen Luo doesn't recognize. However, Chen Luo could feel the terrifying aura contained in these mysterious ancient prose, which made Chen Luo feel a little startled. Xueling Palace, father actually left my Xueling Palace. Seeing the palace in front of her, Xue Xingtang's eyes lit up, and her delicate cheeks were full of smiles. Snow Spirit Palace? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, Xueling Palace is a palace of high-grade imperial soldiers. It was a gift from my father when I came of age. Xue Xingtang continued to smile. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, as expected of a former overlord power who gave this kind of thing as a gift for adults. Buzz. At this moment, a low trembling sound suddenly came from the Xueling Palace ahead. Those ancient inscriptions around the palace exude a bright streamer. There were waves of ripples in the surrounding space, as if rhythmically moving. What's the matter? Why did Xueling Palace move by itself? Xue Xingtang's pupils shrank, his eyes were full of astonishment. Xue Xingtang didn't activate the Xueling Palace, but the spirit patterns around the Xueling Palace activated on their own, as if some power was brewing. Boom! As soon as Xue Xingtang's words fell, the spirit patterns around Xueling Palace suddenly and rapidly activated, and auras containing tyrannical aura merged with each other, converging into a golden shock wave of star power. The moment the golden star power shock wave was generated, it blasted towards the area where Xue Xingtang and Chen Luo were. Xue Xingtang only felt her body froze, and intense fear quickly permeated her whole body. Why did Xueling Palace attack me? Are you going to die here? How can it be? Xue Xingtang had no time to think, and felt that she was about to be killed by this terrifying shock wave of star power. At this moment, Chen Luo next to him made a move. Chen Luo hugged Xue Xingtang in his arms, and his body flickered away towards the distance. Boom! The shock wave of the power of the gods containing the terrifying energy hit the area where the two were just now. The space in the area was pierced by the violent impact force, and a large area of space collapsed. The violent air wave swayed towards the surroundings, setting off a wave spirit power waves. Master! When Xue Xingtang regained consciousness again, she found that she was already in Chen Luo's warm embrace. Chen Luo's powerful heartbeat and warm embrace gave him a great sense of security, and his frightened heart gradually calmed down, with unprecedented ripples appearing. My good niece, your luck is still as good as ever, and none of this can kill you. At this moment, a hoarse and majestic voice sounded, echoing in the entire area. This voice. Xue Xingtang in Chen Luo's arms suddenly felt her body stiffen, her pretty cheeks turned pale, and endless fear filled her heart again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Middle Domain. Shu Family. The Shu family is a hermit family in the middle domain of the Ancient Desolate Continent. It has been passed down in the Ancient Desolate Continent for a long time and has a very long history. Although the Shu family's reputation is not obvious, everyone who knows the Shu family knows that this is a giant hidden in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Its strength is not inferior to the general imperial clan, and in some respects it is even stronger. In a picturesque secret realm with strong spirit power in the Shu family, a young man in a blue and white brocade robe with sharp eyes was fighting fiercely with a giant python exuding a majestic aura. The giant python beast has sharp teeth and a thick leather armor. It spits out countless black mist, which seems to pollute the surrounding spirit power. The young man in brocade robes was full of brilliance, and there was a golden bone on his chest. Countless Dao aggregates circulated on the young man's body, and the young man's gestures carried the power of destroying heaven and earth, continuously bombarding the body of the giant python and beast. The fight between the two sides was extremely fierce, and fierce collisions sounded from time to time around. As the battle progressed, the young man gradually gained the upper hand, and the thick leather armor on the giant python beast's body was blasted with deep fist marks by the young man's fist. Boom! After a long while, the giant python seized a flaw in the young man, and threw its tail, which contained terrifying power, heavily at the young man. The golden bone on the young man's chest bloomed with even more radiant brilliance, resisting the first stage blow from the giant python beast, but that terrifying blow still knocked the young man into the air, hitting a stone pillar in the distance superior. Hiss! Seeing the young man being knocked into the air by him, the giant python let out a sharp hiss, spit out a snake letter, and looked at the young man sarcastically. It's too much of a stretch to deal with such Saint King level monsters at the Saint level. The young man patted the dust on his chest, and murmured in a low voice. Swish swish swish! The giant python then launched another fierce attack, its body galloping away like a cannonball. The young man slowly raised his head, the golden bone on his chest flashed, and a burst of mysterious power erupted. With the help of this mysterious power, the young man quickly moved away from this area. The giant python beast did not expect the young man's speed to suddenly become so fast. The terrifying attack failed, and his body fell into the forest, causing a huge cloud of dust to fly. Seeing that the attack of the giant python fell through the cracks, the young man felt a little joy in his heart, and unconsciously touched the golden light on his chest. Hiss! The giant python then immediately struggled to get up, a tyrannical scarlet color flashed in its eyes, and then, regardless of the injuries on its body, it released more poisonous mist, trying to turn this area into its main battlefield. Beast, stop here! The young man seemed to be a little crazy when he saw the beast, and then restrained his thoughts, staring at the beast coldly. Double pupils! Open! An extremely indifferent voice came from the young man's throat. Chapter 194 Xiao I asked me to dig. As soon as the words fell, a vertical pupil containing divine light slowly opened on the young man's forehead. With the opening of the vertical pupils, a force of suppressing heaven and earth surged around the young man and swung towards the surroundings. The vertical pupils seem to contain endless laws. The heavens and the earth are mysterious, and the purple gold light is constantly flowing. Not far away, the ferocious python tried to attack again. Its hairs stood on end, and all its weaknesses had been seen through, as if a chi had locked itself firmly. The fear of death made the giant python tremble continuously. He didn't expect that a mere human in the saint realm would have such terrifying means. BD, it is your honor to die under my double pupils. The young man said again. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the double pupils on the youth's forehead burst out a divine light that destroyed everything. With a violent and destructive aura, Shen Guang bombarded the body of the giant python. With an extremely violent roar, this Saint King level ferocious beast was instantly smashed into pieces by the terrifying divine light, blood splashed everywhere, and a huge deep pit blasted out in the area. My little brother's double pupils really work. Looking at the unparalleled destructive power in front of him, the young man muttered in a low voice. At this time, the young man's face was pale, and the spirit power on his body seemed to have been consumed a lot, but his eyes were still full of radiance, immersed in the horrible bad power just now. Qin Feng, you brat, I heard that you borrowed your little brother's double pupils. Just then, a clear and sweet voice sounded. Qin Feng suddenly felt his body go stiff. The voice was so familiar, it reminded him of the humiliating days. It's my cousin is back. No. Cousin, none of my business, it's Xiao Yi. Qin Feng turned around slowly, and what caught his eyes was a stunning woman with a fiery figure in a long red dress. The woman has an exquisite face, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a fiery red dress that perfectly complements her figure. Shu Yuohu stared straight at Qin Feng with an extremely solemn expression. No, I'm already in the sane state now, afraid of what she might do. Just when Qin Feng was about to explain it, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer as weak as he was when he was a child. Humph, Qin Feng, do things, why do I need to explain to others? Qin Feng changed the topic, then raised his head and raised his chest, his eyes were full of disdain. I can even destroy demonic beasts in the Saint King realm now, Sister Yuou, times have changed. Clap clap. Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a whip containing the power of the sun slapped him fiercely. There was a rapid sound of whipping. Qin Feng's face turned green when he saw the whip shadow like a torrential rain, and he felt that he had returned to the days when he was dominated and bullied by his cousin when he was a child. During that time, it was the dark years of Qin Feng and Qin Yi, shivering under the power of Shu Yuou, and now thinking about it, it makes my heart tremble. Hey? I haven't seen you for a long time. The wings have grown hard, right? If you talk to my cousin like this, if you don't convince me today, I think you will be in trouble in the future. Shu Yuou opened her mouth and waved her own small leather whip. With a fierce attack, the small leather whip hit Qin Feng's body heavily. Seeing the distressed look of own cousin, Shu Yuou's eyes flashed a fiery color. Soon, many wounds appeared on Qin Feng's body, and the blue and white brocade robe was broken a lot. Sister Yuou, stop beating, it's really none of my business, you listen to my explanation, After a long while, Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly said, the powerful supreme bone, and the double pupils couldn't give Qin Feng any sense of security at this moment. Explain, I'd like to hear your brat's explanation. Shu Yuou continued, feeling a little sore after beating for a while. Digging out the double pupils of that little guy Qin Yi, it's really damn it. Seeing that Shu Yuou did not whip again, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at Shu Yuou with extreme fear. After many years, times have changed, but my cousin has not changed, she is still the devil. Sister Yuou, Xiao I asked me to dig it. Qin Feng took a deep breath. As soon as Qin Feng's words came out, Shu Yuou was stunned, and Xiao Yi asked him to dig. How could it be, Xiao Yi? Shu Yuou quickly retorted. However, in Shu Yuou's mind, Qin Yi thought of the heavenly horse. This is really a bit like something that fool can do. Did Xiao Yi really ask for it? Shu Yuou couldn't help muttering in her heart. Humph, if Xiao Yi tells you to dig, you can dig, and he tells you to die, why don't you die? Shu Yuou then waved the own small leather whip again, and directed a burst of output at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded, the cousin was still so unreasonable. After a while, Shu Yuou finally stopped whipping, and Qin Feng was also covered with bruises, lying on the wasteland with nothing to love. Here, eat this medicine pill, and take me to see that idiot Xiao I. Shu Yuou then took out a bottle of healing holy pills, and took out a lot of holy pills for cultivation. To Qin Feng. Looking at the panacea given by his cousin, a gleam of joy flashed in Qin Feng's heart. Although my cousin is a devil, she is really willing to give the high-level medicine pill, which is much more generous than those elders. Immediately afterwards, after Qin Feng put away the medicine pill, he took Shu Yuou to look for Qin Yi. Shuling Palace. Above the luxurious palace, a gorgeous power of the star spirit slowly condensed in the space. The power of the star spirit intertwined and fused with each other above, and soon, a black jade crystal coffin exuding an icy aura penetrated from the power of the star spirit. The Swanyo crystal coffin slowly opened, and then, a majestic middle-aged man wearing a golden python robe appeared in the air. The middle-aged man is tall, wearing a jade crown, with a faint smile on his face. Next to him, there were 4 Protoss with majestic breath crawling at his feet, staring at the front with unkind eyes. Uncle, you are still alive? This is impossible. Xue Xingtong in Chen Luo's arms looked at the middle-aged man not far away, and her body became more rigid. It turns out that the middle-aged man is Xue Xingtong's uncle, who is also the royal family of the Protoss clan. Name, Han Xingai. Age, 8,637 years old. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm 2nd Stage Day. Identity, Star Spirit Clan, North Star Spirit King. The old monster of the Quasi-Emperor 2nd Stage, the Biling King of the Protoss clan, and Chen Luo's eyes are tiny. Unexpectedly, there is still a guy hidden in this place. It seems that it has also been sealed up to now with the help of the Swanyo crystal coffin. Chapter 195 The Prestige of Life and Death Diagram. It was Xuexing Tong who used the Swanyo crystal coffin and cooperated with the secret technique of the Protoss to freeze everything in himself, and came to this era. The same is obviously true of the Northern Star Spirit King. Death, of course, how could I die? I will rule over the entire Protoss clan in the future and rule the Ancient Desolate Continent. It's you, my good niece, I didn't die 10,000 years ago, now it's your turn. Han Xingai's voice sounded again, staring fixedly at Xuexing Tong and Chen Luo in front of him. Xuexing Tong bit her red lips and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, her heart felt cold. 10,000 years ago, the Northern Star Spirit King colluded with foreign races and launched a rebellion in the Star Spirit race, trying to seize the throne of the Star Spirit Lord. The two sides fought fiercely. For a time the struggle was at a stalemate. Later, the Northern Star Spirit King wanted to capture Xuexing Tong to threaten the Star Spirit Lord, to increase the odds of winning by 1 point. However, it was precisely because he was too obsessed with Xuexing Tong that the Star Spirit Lord seized the opportunity to break the stalemate, and resolved the rebellion with super strength and decisive means. The Northern Star Spirit King also failed in that rebellion and was killed. Xuexing Tong still remembers that scene now, it was so profound, the overwhelming Protoss power seemed to destroy the entire Ancient Desolate Continent. Xuexing Tong watched the Northern Star Spirit King being wiped out with her own eyes, and now, for some unknown reason, she appeared in Shualing Palace again, and she is now here just like herself. Master, let's go, his target is me, I will hold him back. Xuexing Tong then said to Chen Luo via voice transmission. Xuexing Tong doesn't know why the Northern Star Spirit King is still alive, but everything is not important now. His first target is definitely himself, if not for himself, his rebellion might have succeeded. When it comes to hatred, he hates the Star Spirit Lord the most, followed by himself. Moreover, the strength of the Northern Star Spirit King is too terrifying, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can deal with. Have you finished talking? Unmoved, Chen Luo touched the girl's forehead, and looked at the Han Xingai indifferently. Xuexing Tong felt the generous palm on his forehead, and unconsciously felt a little more secure in his heart. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the North Star Spirit Wang Han Xingai who was not far away was stunned. He didn't expect that Chen Luo, who had just escaped by chance, dared to speak. Our Protoss are talking, when will it be your turn, a lowly human, to intervene? Han Xingai said coldly, the power of the Protoss on his body constantly surging. As soon as he finished speaking, the Protoss power on Han Xingai's body condensed into spears and blasted towards Chen Luo. The atmosphere in the air became more solemn, and the intent to kill almost solidified everything. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xuexing Tong in Chen Luo's arms panicked and broke free from Chen Luo's arms, wanting to help Chen Luo resist the terrifying Protoss spear. Boom! However, Xuexing Tong hadn't unleashed his own power when he saw a terrifying thunder that completely shattered these Protoss spears. It was Chen Luo's Great Thunder Emperor technique. After the breakthrough reached the Great Saint Realm, these terrifying supernatural powers had already begun to show their power, containing the power to destroy the world. Master is here, it's not your turn to block the gun for me. Chen Luo hugged Xuexing Tong into his arms domineeringly again. Xuexing Tong bit her red lips slightly, and leaned into Chen Luo's arms. My heart was pounding, I felt that my heart was in turmoil, and there were countless ripples in my heart. The fear and shadow caused by the Northern Star Spirit King have disappeared. As long as you are by Master's side, nothing seems to matter. Oh, you can resist my attack. It seems that you, a human race, have some strength. Seeing that the own offensive was easily disintegrated, the sarcasm in Han Xingai's eyes dissipated, replaced by a little dignified. Although he didn't use all his strength, it wasn't something that ordinary great saints could easily solve. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a stream of light appeared on Chen Luo's body and shot upwards. The tyrannical qi continuously surged, and a moment later, a large picture of shrouding the heavens covering the sun floated above the Snow Spirit Palace. There are countless Dao accumulations circulating on this big picture, and the terrifying energy strikes downward. That violent aura almost wiped out everything. Xue Xingtong looked at the life and death diagram of samsara above with bright eyes, and unconsciously hugged Master Own tightly. So, is my master so strong? Xue Xingtong murmured in her heart. Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Han Xingai looked at the life and death diagram of samsara in the sky, his face became extremely ugly, and his heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that the person that his niece brought casually would be carrying such terrifying things as the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Fellow Daoist, I was blind just now. Han Xingai then said in a deep voice, without the slightest arrogance in his tone. Boom! Before Han Xingai finished speaking, the life and death map of samsara in the sky erupted with terrifying and unparalleled power, and swords with extreme emperor power were formed one after another, and quickly attacked and killed the area where Han Xingai was located. In an instant, Han Xingai's hairs stood on end, and he quickly launched all his own means to resist the extremely fierce offensive. Chen Luo looked at the scene in front of him calmly, without any fluctuations in his heart. If this guy is only in the Great Saint realm, Chen Luo is still interested in playing with him, but it is better to kill the old monsters at the quasi-emperor level early. Under the urging of Chen Luo, the life and death diagram of samsara in the sky exploded with terrifying and unparalleled destructive power. Countless sharp swords containing extreme imperial prestige continuously exploded above Shualing Palace as if they were about to blast everything. The Northern Star Spirit King then activated the defense methods of Shualing Palace, trying to resist, but it still didn't have a good effect. The reason why the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is called the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is because it is the Great Emperor's natal Emperor Weapon, imbued with the Great Emperor's fearless power, and contains unparalleled power. Ordinary Emperor soldiers, facing the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, have no countermeasures at all. Soon, with the fierce attack of samsara's life and death diagram, the North Star Spirit King had many wounds on his body, and his breath became sluggish. Fellow Daoist, let me go, as long as you let me go, when I rule the Ancient Desolate Continent, I can give half of the Ancient Desolate Continent to rule. After a long while, the Northern Star Spirit King became flustered and said hastily. Give me half of the Ancient Desolate Continent to rule? Is this old guy sleepy and stupid? Is this how you draw big cakes? No, you'd better die early, I'm in a hurry. Chen Luo then said lightly. This old guy obviously doesn't know what era it is now, does he really think it's still the era of their Protoss clan? Damn it, if I was in my heyday, even if I had the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, I could easily crush an ant like you, damn it, shit %, yuan %. The North Star Spirit King, the breath became weaker and weaker, and he was furious, cursing angrily. Chapter 196 The Spirit King of Destroying the North Star. The sealing of the Swanyo crystal coffin and the Protoss secret art is not free. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the cost. The North Star Spirit King was previously the top royal family of the Protoss clan, and his strength was beyond doubt. He was the top powerhouse among the quasi-emperors. However, after hundreds of thousands of storage, the cultivation base has fallen a lot, the soul power has declined, and many of the original top-secret techniques cannot be used, so that under the bombardment of Chen Luo's Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, there is no countermeasure, can only wait to be obliterated by the power of the Extreme Way. Chen Luo looked at the hysterical Northern Star Spirit King blankly, his expression was calm, but the spirit power in his body was being consumed rapidly. The spirit power needed to activate the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is simply too huge. Even with Chen Luo's Chaos Divine body, it is still a little bit reluctant. Xuexing Tong still hugged Chen Luo tightly, staring straight at the terrifying power ahead. The Samsara life and death map continuously releases the terrifying and destructive extreme power of the Emperor. Even this space seems to be unable to bear it, and there is a faint sense of fragmentation. Have you finished? Then I'll see you on your way. After a while, Chen Luo slowly raised his head and said softly. No, don't, I'm not willing. The Beizing Ling Wang, who was in a state of embarrassment and had a weak breath, let out a heart-piercing cry, his eyes full of despair. He didn't expect that he would fall here not long after he woke up. On's grand plan and hegemony hadn't started yet, it was about to end, and he didn't want it to end like this. Boom boom boom. Then, Chen Luo pushed the life and death diagram of Samsara in the sky to the extreme, and the terrifying Jai Dao Emperor Way became more violent like a storm. Chen Luo's spirit power is also passing at a more terrifying speed. The Shuoling Palace below seemed to be crumbling under this terrifying attack. The Northern Star Spirit King went on to use more defensive methods, but they still didn't have a good effect. With a burst of violent roars and painful wailing, the Northern Star Spirit King and the few Protoss were all killed by the Emperor Wei. The breath of life on the North Star Spirit King's body completely dissipated, his eyes became dim, and only a golden body was left, while the surrounding Protoss were completely annihilated. It's finally gone. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and his pale face slowly eased. Promoting the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon consumed a lot of Chen Luo's spirit power. This quasi-emperor level monster is still a bit scary, and it is also the Spirit King of the Protoss clan. Although it has been sealed for many years and the realm is weakened, it is still extremely difficult to deal with. If he was given time to recover, Chen Luo might not be able to take him down so easily. Master, you are really amazing. Xuexing Tong said softly, looking at the messy scene in front of her. Xuexing Tong also didn't expect Master On to be so powerful that he could even wipe out a quasi-emperor level Xingling King. It's just that your Shuoling Palace has been destroyed a lot. Chen Luo then stroked the girl's hair and said slowly. The extreme power of Samsara's life and death map is too terrifying, and the Northern Star Spirit King has activated many defensive circles on the Shuoling Palace. Under the impact of Samsara's life and death map, the magnificent palace became a mess, the magic circle was almost destroyed, and the mysterious ancient writings around the palace also became dim. It's okay, as long as the core is not broken, I can fix it. Xuexing Tong said slowly. Chen Luo nodded, as long as it can be repaired, such a palace comparable to the Emperor's army is quite good. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put away his own Samsara life and death chart and walked forward. Although the Northern Star Spirit King had fallen, he still left behind a body. Chen Luo then checked the Northern Star Spirit King. As a result, there was nothing on this guy, and the defensive armor had already been destroyed. However, this body can withstand the attack of own life and death diagram. Chen Luo's eyes are small. The attack of Samsara's life and death map was extremely powerful, even the Shuoling Palace, which was comparable to the Emperor's soldiers, was bombarded so severely, but the body of the Northern Star Spirit King was still not damaged much. As expected of the royal family of the Protoss clan, the physical body can resist the power of the extreme. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Master, this North Star Spirit King is considered very top-notch among our Protoss clan. Before that, he was an extremely strong man in the Quasi-Emperor 7th stage. Moreover, he has practiced the extremely powerful body refining technique, and his physical body is even comparable to that of the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage. The Supreme of the Stage Day. Xuexing Tong explained while looking at the Northern Star Spirit King who was no longer alive. Is this guy so strong? Quasi-Emperor 7th stage, the physical body is comparable to Supreme, no wonder this guy is so arrogant. Chen Luo's heart twitched. If he was allowed to return to his heyday, he might really have to run away. However, after more than a dozen 10,000 years were sealed, the cultivation base dropped a lot, and the soul power was so weak that even Chen Luo's Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon couldn't hold it. In this case, it can be used to refine a puppet. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Among the previous sign-in rewards, Chen Luo also has a top-level puppet technique with a powerful body, which can completely refine a powerful puppet. The body of the Northern Star Spirit King happens to be an excellent material, which can be used to refine top-quality puppets. Although the puppet doesn't have much wisdom, a puppet with a physical body comparable to Supreme is already enough to crush most quasi-emperor bosses. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put away the body of the Northern Star Spirit King. After the fall of the Northern Star Spirit King, Xuexing Tong successfully took over the Shuoling Palace, mobilized the core strength of the Shuoling Palace, and began to slowly restore the already messed up palace. Master, let's go, let's see what my father left for me. After doing all this, Xuexing Tong then excitedly said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and immediately after that, the two quickly galloped towards the depths of Shuoling Palace. What Xuexing Tong's father left for Xuexing Tong was in the depths of Shuoling Palace. Soon, the two entered the depths of Shuoling Palace. This is a very luxurious great hall, full of brilliance and jewels. Around the great hall, there are many antique calligraphy and paintings, vases, and jades that look extremely precious. Chen Luo and Xuexing Tong walked through the gorgeous great hall, and approached a ceiling circle with golden streamers flowing. The things my father left for me are inside this magic circle. Xuexing Tong blocked the ceiling circle in front of her with high spirits. This ceiling circle is quite similar to the one outside, both of which have mysterious spirit patterns on the ground, and wisps of energy are churning above the circle. Immediately afterwards, Xuexing Tong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to urge his own power to open the ceiling circle. Chapter 197 Harvest. Following the surge of power in Xuexing Tong's body, bursts of bright light burst out from the ceiling circle. A moment later, the ceiling circle was slowly opened, and a majestic qi rushed out of it. The silver threads of Xuexing Tong's pupils fluttered, and her clear eyes stared straight ahead. Soon, the ceiling circle was completely opened. A burst of incomparably rich spirit power spewed out from inside, golden light and rich fragrance rushed towards the face, almost filling the entire great hall. There are a bunch of top-grade spiritual treasures inside the magic circle, there are countless holy rank ones, and there seem to be a few emperor rank ones. Next to the top-grade spirit treasure, there are piles of top-grade spirit stones piled up like a hill, and the coming spirit power is almost condensed into substance. Chen Luo roughly estimated that the top-quality spirit stones here are at least hundreds of millions, which is an unimaginable wealth. Above the magic circle, there is also a fist-sized spar floating. The spar contains extremely strong Protoss power and looks extremely sacred. Good guy, are the Protoss so fat? Looking at the many treasures and countless top-quality spirit stones in front of him, Chen Luo was stunned. I thought that Xuexing Tong's father just left some things for Xuexing Tong, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be hundreds of millions. As expected of the Star Spirit clan, the things left behind are almost comparable to my inventory. I worked so hard to sign in for so long to save a lot of treasures. The treasure house that this little girl casually inherited is almost one-third as rich as her own. It's really unfair, Chen Luo couldn't help thinking in his heart. Xuexing Tong ignored these spirit treasures and a large number of spirit stones, but looked at the spar above. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Master, this is the source crystal of the Star Spirit, which contains the original power of the Star Spirit. Xuexing Tong waved his right hand lightly to hold the source crystal of the Star Spirit in his hand, and continued. Chen Luo nodded. He could feel the strong power of the Star Spirit contained in this source crystal. The power of the Star Spirit emanating from it was only absorbed by Chen Luo a little bit, and Chen Luo could feel a little surge of the cultivation base move. Master, let me use this star source crystal for you. Absorbing this will definitely improve your cultivation base a lot. Xue Xingtong then handed the star source crystal to Chen Luo next to him, explaining at the same time star spirit source crystal. The source crystal of the star spirit is very precious. For the star spirit clan, its preciousness exceeds that of ordinary emperor's soldiers. It contains extremely strong source power of the star spirit, which can cultivate the star spirit, and can quickly improve the own strength. If you absorb a complete star spirit source crystal, you have the opportunity to understand the law of the star spirit. Chen Luo's heart warmed up. This little girl still has a bit of conscience and knows to give herself good things. However, I don't need it, it's best for Xue Xingtong to absorb it. After she absorbs it, she will have 20 times the cultivation base returned, which will definitely increase the cultivation base a lot. As for the law, Chen Luo is not worried anymore. He has the Holy Spirit Orb, which is also a treasure to comprehend the power of the law. No need, Xingtong, you absorb it, you don't need these things as a teacher. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then stroked Xue Xingtong's hair. Xue Xingtong bit her red lips slightly, looking at the sincere Chen Luo in front of her, her heart rippled from time to time. Immediately afterwards, Xue Xingtong didn't refuse anymore, this thing was indeed very important to her. Master, if you have something you fancy, just take it, mine is yours. Xue Xingtong then said with a slightly red face. Chen Luo nodded, indicating that he would not be polite. Xue Xingtong then walked towards the depths of the magic circle while absorbing the power of the star spirit source crystal. In the depths of the magic circle, there is a huge medicine garden, where a large amount of precious elixir grows, and the rich fragrance is wafted from these elixir. These elixir are all extremely precious spiritual plants, and their age has reached more than 10,000 years. Many of them are the extinct elixirs of the ancient desolate continent, but here, they are like Chinese cabbage, crop after crop. The area of the elixir garden is extremely huge, and the rich spirit power made Chen Luo's breathing a little short. Below the elixir garden, there are spirit patterns emitting mysterious light, which seem to be a super large magical item. Swish swish swish! Xue Xingtong at the side waved his right hand, and immediately, the magic circle under the entire elixir garden was activated under the urging of Xue Xingtong, and a moment later, a turquoise interspatial ring appeared in Xue Xingtong's hand. Master, you must accept this elixir garden. Xue Xingtong then handed the ring to Chen Luo and said firmly. Now she has fully recognized Chen Luo and regards Chen Luo as the most important person. Okay, then I'll accept it. Chen Luo didn't refuse, and accepted it directly. These elixirs were of great help to help him improve his heavenly bamboo peak. Immediately afterwards, Xue Xingtong gave Chen Luo all kinds of precious spirit treasures, as well as a large number of top-quality spirit stones. Under Xue Xingtong's kindness, Chen Luo could only reluctantly accept it. After packing up these things, the two made sure that there was nothing missing around them, so they left directly. Middle Domain. In an antique room of the Shu family. There are several incense burners in the corner of the room exuding a strong fragrance, and there are many calligraphy and paintings with true meaning on the walls of the room. Under the rendering of true meaning calligraphy and painting and incense burner, the whole room is filled with a refreshing atmosphere. Has he not woken up? A crisp and pleasant voice sounded. On one side of the room, a stunning woman in a fiery red dress looked worriedly at the bed in the room. All I saw was a handsome young man with a pale face and no blood on the bed in the room. A piece of gauze was draped over the boy's forehead, and there were a lot of treasures around the bed, releasing mysterious energy, nourishing the boy's body. Yes, Sister Yuhu, since I picked Xiao Ai's double pupils, Xiao Ai hasn't woken up. Qin Feng, who was next to Shu Yuhu, said with a guilty expression on his face. It turned out that the boy lying on the bed was Qin Feng's little brother, Qin Yi. Shu Yuhu didn't speak, and walked forward slowly. As Shu Yuo approached, Qin Yi's body seemed to tremble, and there was a look of fear on his face that had not moved at all, as if he had suddenly had a nightmare. Sister Yuo, don't get close, Xiao Ai is most afraid of you. Qin Feng, who was beside him, hurriedly said. The corners of Shu Yuo's mouth twitched slightly. This silly boy is still afraid of me even after he's like this. It seems that he was really bullied by me when he was a child. You serve this to this fool. Shu Yuo then took out a jade bottle and handed it to Qin Feng, who was next to the plate. Sister Yuo, what is this? Qin Feng asked curiously. Just a little nirvana spiritual fluid, let's see if it works. Shu Yuo then said slowly. When parting from Chen Luo gave Shu Yuo many treasures, among them nirvana spiritual fluid. It turned out to be nirvana spiritual fluid. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Nirvana spiritual fluid is a top-level healing spiritual fluid. It is a rare treasure with a very good healing effect. It can be said to be able to save flesh and bones and bring back the dead. As long as there is still a breath, even half-legged people can be rescued. Chapter 198 Opportunity and Return. After Qin Yi fell into a coma, the Qin family went to many famous doctors and pill refiners, but there was nothing they could do. Various treasures are also used a lot, but it is also ineffective. After being attacked by the Seoul Yuan Temple, the Qin family came to the Shu family collectively, and many top powerhouses of the Shu family tried their best to return home in defeat. It can only rely on some treasures to maintain its rare vitality. If it was nirvana spiritual fluid, maybe it could really save Xiao Yi. Qin Feng felt excited. Qin Feng himself felt very guilty about picking up Qin Yi's double pupils. Although Qin Yi strongly asked for it and he had received great benefits, Qin Feng was still very remorseful. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng quickly came to Qin Yi's side with excitement. After helping Qin Yi up, Qin Feng opened the jade bottle containing nirvana spiritual fluid. The moment the jade bottle was opened, a burst of strong inspiration spread from the jade bottle. Under this strong inspiration, Qin Feng felt like he was floating in the sky, and the potential of his body seemed to be developed. What a good thing! Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his thoughts, and gave Qin Yi the nirvana spiritual fluid. After Qin Yi drank the nirvana spiritual fluid, his complexion became a lot ruddy in an instant, and bursts of vitality appeared in his body. As expected of nirvana spiritual fluid, the effect is immediate. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him excitedly. I used other treasures for Qin Yi before, but none of them had any effect. Once I drank this good fortune spiritual fluid, it would have an effect, which is incredible. In this case, own little brother might really be able to save him. Time passed slowly, and as the nirvana spiritual fluid was digested in Qin Yi's body, Qin Yi's face became slightly rosy, and his breathing became more gentle. Obviously, under the effect of nirvana spiritual fluid, Qin Yi's body is much better than before. Sister Yuo, is my little brother getting better soon? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help asking. Shu Yuo frowned slightly, exuding her own soul power to check Qin Yi's physical condition. No, nirvana spiritual fluid only healed his body and soul, his origin was severely damaged, this nirvana spiritual fluid is far from enough. After a while, Shu Yuo shook her head and continued. With Shu Yuo's eyes, it can be seen that although Qin Yi's physical condition has improved somewhat, there has been no substantial transformation, and it is far from achieving the effect of waking up and fully recovering. However, after taking nirvana spiritual fluid, Qin Yi's vitality became much stronger, and it was no longer like a candle in the wind like before. As soon as Shu Yuo's words came out, Qin Feng's fiery heart was extinguished again, and his face became a little ugly, and the nirvana spiritual fluid was useless. Then my little brother, isn't it? Sister Yuo, then, is there any other way? Qin Feng then looked at Shu Yuo expectantly. Although Shu Yuo often bullied them, the best thing for the two brothers was the little witch cousin. Shu Yuou has always been the most thoughtful. If other methods are useless, then you can only rely on Shu Yuou. I can't help it. But, I know someone, he might have a solution. Shu Yuou pondered for a moment, then continued. I can't help it, even Sister Yuou can't help it. Qin Feng felt a sense of loss in his heart. Wait, Sister Yuou, you said that knowing someone can save my little brother. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head when he heard the latter words, and stared at Shu Yuou with fiery eyes. I don't dare to guarantee it, but if he can't do anything, I can't think of anyone else who can save Xiao Yi. Shu Yuou frowned slightly and said softly. Sister Yuou, please take me to find that person, as long as I can save Xiao, I will do anything. Qin Feng then said quickly, looking at Shu Yuou with begging eyes. Now there is hope to save own little brother, even if there is only a little hope, Qin Feng will not give up. Anything is willing. Even if you give up the chance to become the son of Chaos Sacred Land, are you willing? Shu Yuou raised her head slowly, her eyes fixed on Qin Feng in front of her. 7 days later. East Territory. High above the sky, an exquisite airship is heading towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak at high speed. On the deck of the flying boat, a young man in a blue robe was looking into the distance with a peaceful heart. Beside the young man, there was also a girl with silver white hair, standing aside obediently. The two of them just looked at the sky outside quietly, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Master, I'm breaking through, I'm breaking through. At this moment, a rush of pleasant voice came. In a room inside the flying boat, a stunning girl with twin ponytails popped out. The girl excitedly ran to Chen Luo's side, squeezed away Xue Xingtong who was beside Chen Luo, and hugged Chen Luo tightly, her eyes were full of excitement. Humph, are you proud of it in just 1 day? Look at Xingtong, it's great saint first stage now. Chen Luo patted Mu Luli's smooth forehead, curled his lips and said. After leaving the Nebula Mountains, Chen Luo returned to the flying boat and continued to head for Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xue Xingtong was originally the peak Saint King Jiang of the Saint King 8th stage. With the help of the powerful Star Spirit Source Crystal, coupled with the hard work of the past few days, Realm has soared all the way, and now it is the Great Saint first stage. The top powerhouse. At this speed, I don't know how many Tianjiao will be ashamed. With Chen Luo's 20 times the return of Xue Xingtong's practice, plus the return of the practice effects of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Realm has also improved a lot. It has reached the Great Saint 5th stage day, and is moving towards the Great Saint the 6th stage is on the way. What? Xingtong is the Great Saint Realm? After hearing Chen Luo's words, Mu Luli was a little dumbfounded. She covered her smooth forehead and looked at Xue Xingtong in disbelief. She didn't expect that this stunning girl who looked about her own age was already so powerful. The Great Saint Realm, those elders in my family are just this realm. As if to confirm Chen Luo's words, Xue Xingtong on the side then released the Holy Soul of Own Star Spirit. The Holy Soul of the Star Spirit emerged behind Xue Xingtong, and a terrifying breath drifted out from the Holy Spirit of the Star Spirit of Xue Xingtong, and the majestic breath was continuously released. This breath made Mu Luli's scalp feel numb. It's really a holy soul, this little girl actually broke through the Great Saint Realm. At this time, Zhang Xian also came out of the room, seeing the majestic holy soul behind Xue Xingtong, she was also shocked. If I had this cultivation base, I could take revenge on Xiao Fan, Zhang Xian couldn't help thinking. The joy of just breaking through Saint 6th stage days is gone. Chapter 199 Air Combat. After a while, Xue Xingtong restrained his star spirit and holy soul, and continued to stand aside obediently, completely unable to tell that he was an extremely strong man who had already broken through the Great Saint Realm. Master, if Xingtong bullies me, you have to help me. Mu Luli said softly, blinking her big eyes. Fourth senior sister, I will not bully you, I will protect you. Xue Xingtong on the side continued to say seriously, the girl's hair was blown by the breeze, her delicate cheeks were extremely attractive. Who asked you? Mu Loli pursed her lips, didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Luo with aggrieved eyes. How could Xingtong bully you? What are you thinking, you little brain? Chen Luo flicked Mu Loli again, and said softly. Congratulations to junior sister Xue for breaking through the Great Saint Realm. Zhang Xian also came to Chen Luo's side at this time, smiling at Xue Xingtong. Mu Loli looked at the two junior sisters in front of her, one was better than the other, but her own senior sister was the worst, and she immediately became anxious. If this continues, as Zhang Xian said, he won't be able to last for 3 seconds. No, I have to practice quickly, at least to the saint level, Mu Loli then thought firmly in her heart. Immediately afterwards, Mu Loli bid farewell to Chen Luo, entered the room again, and began to practice hard. Is this little girl stimulated by Xingtong? Chen Luo looked at Luo Li who was going away, and muttered to himself. However, Chen Luo didn't stop her. Mu Loli's hard work in cultivation was not only good for her, but also for herself. Master, I'm going into practice too. Zhang Xian next to him also felt the crisis at this time, entered the room again and started to practice. Xue Xingtong looked blankly at the two people who left, why didn't they take a break just after they came out and went into practice again? Master, we're almost at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and we're finally coming back. At this time, Xiao Bai jumped out of the flying boat and jumped into Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo nodded, and his expression softened. After staying outside for so long, it is finally time to return to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo already misses the days of lying flat in Tianzhu very much. Master, look over there, there seem to be many people coming towards us. At this moment, Xue Xingtong tugged at Chen Luo's sleeve. Xue Xingtong's eyes shone with the power of the star spirit, and those moving pupils seemed to be able to see through all illusions. What Xue Xingtong uses is the supernatural power in the high-grade Emperor scripture Xing Ling Shanai Yuan Jing taught to her by Chen Luo. The star pupil can improve eyesight and see through distant areas. Xue Xingtong's line of sight could only see the distant area, a large stream of light that contained a terrifying aura. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and then also used the star pupil, looking at the area Xue Xingtong mentioned. Although Chen Luo did not practice the pupil of the star spirit, Chen Luo's comprehension of the pupil of the star spirit still far surpasses that of the pupil of the star spirit, and has reached a rather advanced level. The point. Chen Luo's star pupils opened, and he saw the distant area in front of him. A group of extremely ferocious giant dragons with a rising terrifying aura galloped towards the direction of Heavenly Dao Sect. These giant dragons were filled with a burst of strong monster power, as if they wanted to devour everything. The violent qi on those giant dragons continued to surge, dispelling the surrounding clouds. True dragon? Chen Luo recognized in a moment that those guys were the real dragons. What are these real dragons coming here for? Their goal is not Heavenly Dao Sect, Chen Luo frowned slightly. The direction they are heading now is exactly where the Heavenly Dao Sect is. Apart from the Heavenly Dao Sect, there is no other force in this direction. What's more, this terrifying and strong monster power, it seems that the comer is not good. Anyway, let's take a look first, Chen Luo thought to himself. Boom! Just when Chen Luo was about to arrange some means to test it, there was a sudden violent roar in the distant area. A terrifying air wave swayed from the direction of the real dragons, as if it wanted to destroy the entire sky. The terrifying air waves kept churning, causing Chen Luo's flying boat to stand still for a moment. Chen Luo was stunned. What happened? Why did such a terrifying blast suddenly appear? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo opened the pupil of the star spirit again, and looked in the direction of the sound waves. Above the high altitude in the distance, one after another violent qi moves towards the surroundings, the sky is shining with endless streamers, and a large amount of scarlet blood and minced meat are constantly splashing, like a rain of flesh and blood. Ho 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 ho! A group of giant dragons exuding a terrifying aura were engaged in an extremely fierce battle with an old man in black robes. The monster power on the giant dragon surged crazily, setting off storms of monster power one after another, mixed with violent roars. The black-robed old man had thinning hair and an incomparably majestic aura. There was a golden bell floating above his head, resounding with a soul-shaking sound. The bell continuously released the sound of the soul, and the sound of the soul surged among the dragons, causing many dragons to suffer great pain. While urging the bell, the old man urges the power of law to continuously slaughter the deterred dragons. Bold, do you know who we are? If you attack us, I will kill your 9 clans. On one side of the battlefield, a golden dragon said with a ferocious face. The incomparably gorgeous spirit power shone all over the golden dragon's body, resisting most of the impact of the soul-shaking sound. However, there were still quite a few soul-shocking sounds that penetrated the spirit power and shocked the golden dragon. Humph, who are they? They're just some loaches. If you dare to trouble us, you have to bear the consequences. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. After finishing speaking, the black-robed old man once again activated the magic circle that had already been arranged around him, and a terrifying magic circle shone with light, blocking all the escape routes of these giant dragons. You belong to Heavenly Dao Sect? How is it possible? How could Heavenly Dao Sect have the ancestor of Quasi-Emperor? This is impossible. The golden dragon said in disbelief, his eyes were extremely shocked, as if he couldn't accept this matter at all. There are still many things you don't know, obediently become my delicacy, this is the first time I have eaten a real dragon of the Quasi-Emperor level. The black-robed old man licked his lips, his eyes burning. As soon as the words of the black-robed old man came out, the golden dragon suddenly felt its scalp go numb, and its huge dragon body trembled continuously. This guy actually wants to eat himself. It seems that those things, really did it by you Heavenly Dao Sect. The golden dragon's face became extremely ugly, and then he asked tremblingly. Chapter 200 Dragon Pearl. Okay, don't babble, the ingredients must have the awareness to make ingredients, die to me. The black-robed old man ignored the words of the golden dragon, and then urged the power of the law, and kept yelling at the golden dragon. Output. The terrifying power of law almost destroyed everything, and the surrounding space continued to tear apart. The golden dragon twisted its own body, avoiding the attack of the power of law of the black-robed old man. However, the golden dragon can hide, but it is not so easy for the ordinary real dragons around to hide. Under the sound of the old man's soul shaking and the power of law, a large number of ordinary true dragons were killed, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire sky. It didn't take long for the entire sky to be stained with blood, and blood was everywhere in the sky. Seeing the mass demise of compatriots around him, the golden dragon's eyes were full of madness. They have always been the real dragons who slaughtered others. Now, they were killed by a human race like this, which made the golden dragon feel extremely cold and angry, as well as the fear that penetrated the bone. Damn it, the damn bell, if it wasn't for that bell, the golden dragon looked at the bell on the old man's head, feeling extremely afraid. Although their real dragons are extremely powerful physically, their soul power is not particularly outstanding. The bell has a very powerful deterrent effect on the mind, making the golden dragon dare not act rashly. After a while, the bell on the head of the old man in black finally stopped ringing. The awful, it's all Quasi-Emperor, you think you're really sure of me, let me show you how powerful our real dragons are. Seeing that the black-robed old man stopped using the bell, the golden dragon immediately became stiff and turned towards the black man. The old man in robe launched a fierce attack. The sharp claws grabbed the black-robed old man with a fierce aura. The fierce eyes almost tore the black-robed old man alive. Boom! However, before the golden dragon's claws caught the black-robed old man, it collided with a spirit knife exuding majestic imperial power. The incomparably sharp claws collided with the emperor-level spirit knife, and there was an even more violent collision sound. Another imperial weapon. The golden dragon looked at the imperial-level spiritual knife that was about to cut off its own claws, and its eyes almost popped out. This guy, why does he still have emperor's soldiers? Clang clang clang. The black-robed old man then activated the Ziji soul-shocking bell again, and a terrifying soul-shocking sound sounded again, causing the body of the golden dragon to tremble. The close-range impact of the soul made the golden dragon's body completely stagnant. Stab! Seeing this, the black-robed old man used the emperor rank spirit saber again, and also pushed the power of the law to the extreme. The heavy bombardment landed on the golden dragon's body. A tragic wound appeared on the golden dragon's body. The old man in black then flashed his body, and continued to launch a terrifying attack on the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon let out a tragic roar, and continued to resist the fierce attack of the black-robed old man with difficulty. As the battle continued, the aura on the golden dragon's body became more and more sluggish, and there were many tragic wounds on his body, and he looked at the old man in black with even more fear. Although the old man in black robe just broke through Quasi-Emperor not long ago, his methods are really terrifying. Not only does he master a lot of top-secret techniques, his spirit power and power of law are also extremely powerful. He is not at all like someone who just broke through Quasi-Emperor realm. Guy. If it weren't for the incomparable strength of his real dragon body, he would have died many times long ago. Human, do you really want to die? Let me go now, and you still have a chance to turn back. After a long while, the golden dragon let out a heart-piercing roar. You little loach is worthy of death. Today, you can obediently become my food. The black-robed old man ignored the threat of the golden dragon and said calmly. Then let's die together. Seeing this, the golden dragon roared again. Boom! As soon as the golden dragon finished speaking, it spit out a huge dragon pearl from its mouth. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction was brewing in the dragon pearl. Bursts of destructive aura burst out from the dragon pearl. This guy wants to blow up dragon pearl. The old man in black robe looked at the dragon pearl exuding the aura of destruction in front of him, and his heart froze. Dragon pearl is a treasure that can only be condensed by the true dragons who have broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. It contains the extremely terrifying dragon element, which is the essence of the true dragons. Dragon pearl is a top treasure with all kinds of incredible functions. However, the true dragon clan is extremely proud. Even if they die, they will not hand over their own dragon pearl. Humph, the old man won't play with you anymore. If you want to blow yourself up, blow yourself up. The black-robed old man then said lightly, and his body backed away extremely quickly. I want to run, it's impossible, the real dragon strikes the sky. Seeing that the black-robed old man wanted to run, the golden dragon roared and released a terrifying supernatural power. I saw the golden dragon condense the strength of the whole body, and stomped hard on the space. Boom! Immediately, a burst of energy that wiped out everything surged towards the surroundings, and the terrifying energy almost tore everything apart. The expression of the black-robed old man who was trying to retreat not far away changed slightly. This old loach actually has tricks. It seems that he is about to bleed heavily, the black-robed old man thought to himself. Humans, die together, I want you to die together. The golden dragon roared madly, and then urged the dragon pearl in the center of the battlefield, ready to return with the black-robed old man. This dragon pearl is good, I want it. Just at this moment, a clear voice sounded, followed by a burst of mysterious energy fluctuations. This air machine is like a chain that seals everything, tightly wrapping the dragon pearl in the center of the battlefield, and all the power of the dragon pearl seems to be blocked. No matter how the golden dragon moved, the dragon pearl in the center of the battlefield still remained unchanged. Chen Luo, you're here. Wei Zhou's eyes lit up not far away, and he looked straight at the direction not far away. Not far away, an incomparably handsome young man was galloping towards the battlefield. A mysterious energy was released from the young man, blocking the dragon pearl in the center of the battlefield. Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of our real dragon clan? Are you impatient? The golden dragon saw Chen Luo's appearance, and his expression became extremely cold. Snapped. As soon as the golden dragon finished speaking, Wei Zhou, who was not far away, slapped the golden dragon hard. Old loach, it's still crazy, dragon pearl can't even blow itself up. Wei Zhou then said lightly, his eyes were full of disdain. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.